history. I chose on my side, drawing the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawing the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawing the front line. You want a safe face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign. 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 know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces, being put to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you tasting, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. chance on my side. Drawing the front line, you want a safe face. Came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign. Change me, rewrite our history. That young's on my side. Drawing the front line, you want a safe face. Came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me, rewrite our history. That young's on my side. Drawing the front line, you want a safe face. Came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign. 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 I give the V sign.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down. I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces, being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means, and I won't take no more.
Follow the leader.
leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Hey everyone, welcome back to PMWI as the main event is about to kick off. 16 of the best teams in the world going head to head here for $2 million in prizes. You're not going to want to miss this, so let's jump in.
Go ahead and drop a comment below and we'll hopefully see you guys in the tournament. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Kalaris. We're here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, about to kick off the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Main Tournament. But before we get started, we gotta talk about the All-Star Group Stage that just happened. How do you feel about it coming into this tournament?
I feel awesome about it. I mean, looking at how the team performed, you've got Vampires looking phenomenal throughout the days, and I'm really happy to see how Dplus KIA was able to eventually implement their playstyle. They're great at learning about the lobby, and then eventually adapting to it. So they were doing some great space control.
Oh, 100%. You mentioned it perfectly. Like the way that they rotated, not too aggressive, not too slow, absolute to perfection. We saw one of the biggest clutches I think I've seen in a tournament from one of their players as well. But there's some monsters in the lobby coming into this stage. Yeah. You got Alpha7 who already qualified to the main tournament, right? So now we have 6 other teams joining it. But I know you got some eyes on some big squads that have already qualified here.
Definitely. Of course, me and Max were stalwart fans, we're fanboys through and through. We think that they're going to be taking it home down the line. However, you can't count out some teams like Flux, of course, who used to kind of be that perennial second place to S2G in their region because they won the World Championship. But Flux won the championship in Europe and looked awesome whilst doing it. So I hope that maybe they can cause a little bit of an upset here. That'd be exciting to see.
Another team I'm looking at is Alter Ego. They qualified through the SCE Super League, and they're going to be a monster squad coming to this. Who do you guys think is going to win this whole thing? Go ahead and drop a comment below, and we'll hopefully see you guys in the tournament.
Well, thank you so much, Hot Jukes and Kalaris, for covering for me as I ran back here to the studio to get things underway for PMWI. I'm Jason Kaplan, and I'm so excited and ready to go here for our main tournament. 16 teams, $2 million in the line. I feel like I just repeated myself from earlier on today. We got Max Fed and Several Worlds Gaming here joining me on the desk. And gentlemen, this is what it's all about. It's do or die time here for all these teams. And these teams, they didn't get voted in by popularity. They earned their spot by winning.
Yeah, same for the All-Star Stage teams, of course, able to make it into the top 7, of course, because Alpha7 did also really well in that event. But so many great teams. The lobby is absolutely stacked here, 7. I got a few teams I'm looking at in particular. Not going to talk about it just yet, but this is going to be a great... He's a team on his own.
I'm like,
such a good player.
I have a team as well, but I'm going to hold off, and I might not be as positive as it usually is. Okay. Just saying.
So are you going to smack talk Alpha7? Is that what I'm hearing?
We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, wow. Didn't expect that. Okay.
Well, you know what? I'm actually excited to see what's going to happen again. We all have our favorites. You guys all have your favorites at home. But you know what's my favorite? The Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. So that's my big phone of choice. That's a player's photo choice. You're seeing played on the stage. And you know what, Max, man? I'm gonna make it your phone of choice. You don't have a choice in this choice.
I wanted a new phone, so you know what? I'll go get it right after today. Thank you very much for the recommendation. I want that Turbo X.
Just take that one, Max.
I licked it.
Oh.
That's how I make my claim on phones.
I'm sticking over here.
All right, so let's start to dive into this event here for you guys at home. If you missed out on the last 3 days, well, first of all, where the hell have you been? There's been already some crazy action happening, especially with our show matches we had yesterday after the show did finish. Let's get an idea of the format for you guys who might have missed it out. So we've had our All-Star Stage, which is across 3 different days. And now we have our main tournament, which is across another 3 days.
Yeah, and as you can see, 16 teams, so maybe a little bit easier here, 7 to maneuver, drop into your position of choice on all of the battlegrounds, and especially the map rotation, the same, so we can see some improvements game after game on mainly Erangel and Miramar.
And I think we're going to see a difference between those 16 teams in Sandhawk. I think we're going to be seeing it right away, because we saw some madness with Sandhawk, although I am hoping we don't end up with the same circles. I want a little bit of variety.
No more gladiator circle, please. Move somewhere else. Though I do feel like some of the plays that were working for some of the squads in the All-Star Stage might not work as well here. So teams are going to be willing to punish you a lot more heavily.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is you make any mistakes in All-Stars and maybe you get away with it because teams don't punish you. But that ain't going to happen here. As we can see, elimination, 1 point each. We saw a lot of teams putting up over 100 elims across our 18 matches. And then we also have the 10 points for a chicken dinner, which is going to be massive. And funny enough, like looking at the point system, if you guys haven't seen, PUBG Mobile in the last year and a half, placement points can still be really impactful because 9th through 16th, with, ignore the 18 for here, it's 0 points. And we've seen 1 point for a certain Pakistani team be the deciding factor of if they get into the main event or not.
We have seen it. I mean, I feel like the big one, too, has become the elimination points, right? And you were talking about the Pakistani team. They showed it yesterday. They were able to take advantage of those elims. I think they ended up with 22 elims.
Yeah, record-breaking game.
Yeah, it was a little bit...
A little bit too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late, but nonetheless, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing something like that at some point here in the next 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, 3 days, right? 18 matches are going to be happening here. It might just come down to a tiebreaker because unlike the All-Star Stage, here we're going to have an actual champion, so the race towards the top is going to be close as can be. So I'm hyped to see who's going to be there after these 18 matches.
Of course, I am as well here. And this pre-show is brought to you by Savvy to remind you guys at home as we get things underway. Now, again, if you missed out on the previous days of action, it's okay. I know I was a little bit mean to you earlier on, but luckily John Allen's gonna be the nice guy here, and he's gonna get you guys caught up to date here with our 6 teams that made it through the All-Star Stage here to the main event.
Teams that qualified from this stage. Let's take a look first of all at DRS. We're looking at some really strong players from the Nepal region, and they have done so well here, placing 3rd overall, just being eked out by a Dplus KIA towards the end. But this is a team that plenty will be fearing as we move deeper into this tournament. We've also seen some fantastic plays from plenty of these other teams, Vampire Esports probably most notably. This is the team that topped the tables, and the Titans, who return as champions from last year's PMWI, are not going to let off the gas. They are not going to let anybody step up to them unchallenged. Team Falcons as well, a great new addition to this year's roster. We have had a great time watching this team. They did get a little bit close to the wire towards the end there, but they did manage to hold on to that 6th place spot overall. The Gladiators, a team that everybody was looking at coming into this tournament, with Kitsune's phenomenal play in that buggy as well, saw themselves safe in that 4th spot. A little bit lackluster from what we'd expected, but in general, they kept their heads high and kept themselves in the running. The Infinity IQ squad, they were at the bottom of the bubble and need to step up if they want to stand up with the big dogs in the main stages. We've also seen Dplus KIA do phenomenal things. Satan, most notably, has done phenomenally well in this clutch specifically. The guy was absolutely on fire. Satan cannot be challenged here. These teams have done so well to get this far, but there is still a little bit more of a way to go for them. So hopefully they'll be able to have the best of times and the best of chances over in the main stages.
Hopefully that got you guys all caught up to date of what's going to be happening here and the teams who did have to fight their way through into the main tournament. But the team we have to start by talking about here is, well, pretty much our reigning champion. They've won 3 out of the 4 total PMWI events over the course of this year and last. Vampire Esports, what is there to say about them, Max?
They're pretty good.
They're pretty good.
They're pretty damn good. I mean, you talked about placement points still being highly relevant, right, in this new point system. And I mean, they still keep getting themselves chicken dinner after chicken dinner, always reaching those podium finishes. They can frag out so efficiently.
Yes.
And really, their map knowledge is second to none going into this. Like, we see them go for moves when they have literally no information because they know how valuable specific positions actually are. And I feel like in a lobby like this, when you have 2 teams less than the All-Star stage, it's going to be even more powerful for these next 3 days.
It is, and what was more impressive to me out of Vampire Esports is the way they were able to just change their playstyle. Right in the first day, we saw them being super aggressive, being able to get to places first. And in the second day, they decided to be a little bit more chill, but they were still able to put up just almost as good numbers as day 1. And that right there was super impressive to me. And also Tony K, we were able to see a big step up from him. Yeah. He almost, you know what? We're gonna stop talking about his mess up at the beginning of day 1.
Yeah. I love how he's saying they were pretty chilled. They still got a win.
Yeah.
They still got really good points throughout the day. So no, even the chill Vampire is a deadly team right now.
Yep.
Well, the fact is, right, the first day, they got themselves 78 points. Actually, I'm trying to find on my notes where it was. They got, 78 points. The second day, they got themselves 65 points. And we talked to Sertani, or you talked to Sertani, because you're always talking to Sertani, it seems like.
He's trying to get a Rolex.
they were yeah, he's trying to get a Rolex. They were playing survival mode, and they still got the almost same amount of points. Like, this team, I don't think we've seen their final form just yet.
Oh.
And when we do see it, things are going to get nasty, because we also had Uzi playing for them yesterday, and now we've had all 5 of their players get some reps under their belts. This is a very scary team.
Yeah, I think it's perfect they got Nuzi to play towards the end where they were pretty much assured a spot in the main tournament. So if they do have to sub in Nuzi for X or Y reason, then he should be completely in the mood, in the zone to play in the main tournament.
He's always in the mood, let's be honest.
He really is.
He's always in the mood to add to his collection of dubs.
How many dubs? All of them.
So many W's.
Well, let's get an idea, though, of obviously the other teams. We obviously know these 6 teams who, well, technically kind of 7 who came in from the All-Star stage. Let's take a look at the teams in the main event, because we have a lot of big dogs coming in here that are going to be destructive. It doesn't get easier from here on out.
We've got some replays of DRS. I want to talk about DRS almost. The most improved team, I would say. No?
Day 3, I felt like they definitely had a slowdown.
A little bit of a slowdown, but I feel like day 1 to day 2 adaptation has been the biggest improvement of the tournament, by far.
Definitely the biggest improvement, but I did not appreciate that slowdown out of them on day 3, especially going into the main event and allowing the Dplus KIA being able to pass it for that second place. I wonder how that's going to be affecting them. Nonetheless, they are here in the main event, but still, I think this is going to be a little bit in their heads.
Yeah, we saw the fragging power from players like Delta, Giante, and Killer 2. I feel like those players are able to show up big on this stage, so I'm interested to see how it's going to turn out.
And one thing that out of DRS, right, they were able to become very aggressive, especially after day 1. I wonder how they're going to be able to manage that here in the main event with some of the other teams that we're going to be having, like Star Wars Esports and also the Chinese teams.
Yeah, I feel like the transition from that passive playstyle really to try and get positions in the late game circles and that transition into hyper-aggressive to claim strong positions in the late game to try and get those wins, it's really what we lacked in day 1. And if they bring that level of gameplay from day 2 in the main tournament, I'm telling you, they could be at the top of the rankings.
I think we're going to be seeing a DRS from day 1 All-Star event here in the main event. I think they're going to be a little bit passive. They're going to be feeling everybody out, and then tomorrow is when we'll probably start seeing them being a little bit more aggressive.
I think I want to say a majority of these teams, these 6 teams coming in from the All-Star stage, is kind of like you're playing high school sports or maybe college sports, and then you make it into professional play. You're like a small fish from a small pond, and you become a small fish in a big pond. Not necessarily to discount the quality of teams we've had in the All-Star stage, but just the level of play here has just drastically increased. You're no longer the big fish, which means you might not be able to dictate the pace here. And we can see the other teams that are going to be participating against here. And Max, if you were to call out one in particular that you're really supporting, you really have your back on.
You know exactly where I'm going to go with this one. Forest, no, okay. Star Wars Esports has to be the team I'm personally looking out for. I mean, you got, of course, the fragging duo here, the Powerhouse 7 that is going to be top and action with new additions in the team, mainly IC, that is an old player from IHC Esports, and another player that we're going to be watching out pretty closely later on in the broadcast on this pre-show. But Star Wars, I'm telling you, with their performances after PMGC and in spring, can do big things here. And I would even say, maybe even be the PMWI 2023 champions.
I think for me, it's going to be Flux. Now that we don't really have S2G here at the main event, I feel like they're going to have to be that team from Turkey to be able to step up, right? Last time we saw Flux in an international event. They ended up 15th place in PMGC, and I'm pretty sure they're looking to get back at that and show a better image out of themselves, because I mean they are currently the reigning champions out of the European Championship.
And I think they still are the record holders of most eliminations with a chicken dinner. I think it was 27 last year, so still record to be beat currently. Yeah.
Okay, well, I got to bring up another. I mean, actually, before I bring up the other team, I want to talk about Fireflux a little bit more, right? We talked about the All-Star Stage, a little bit of a popularity event, because you obviously get voted in by viewers and people who are watching at home, which are viewers.
That's what viewers are.
Yes.
Nice.
It's been a long day already, and it's, we just started. No, I think for them, it's also like for the pride of Turkey. This is also, if they can do well here, it's a lot of popularity they gain in their own region too, which can be very important just to have supporters, to have fans, to help build you up as a player. And obviously a majority of this roster previously within Football List, they've had that before in the past, and they want to gain that back.
Yeah, I think all the S2G supporters have just taken their jersey away.
I don't know about
back in
that.
the drawer, and they put the Fireflux jersey back on right now, because really we saw the potential of this team, and really what sets them apart from a majority of the teams I would say in this lobby here, Seven, is how aggressive they can truly be. I mean, I mentioned the 27 elimination chicken dinner last year, and they got remotely close to that actually a few times in the Championship of Europe in spring 2023. So I feel like their playstyle fits perfectly in this kind of position. Is going to be down to the research they put together, and if they're going to be ready to make those adaptations with our 16 teams in this lobby.
And you mentioned it perfect. I love the aggressiveness style.
Oh yeah,
it's
Turkey. That's what they do.
It is. It reminds me a lot of Brazilian. You know, I watch a lot of the Brazilian teams.
Oh, really?
But for Fire,
I
didn't think you know. Yeah. We'll get to that one at some point. But with Fireflux, the utility, the way they're able to use those nades, I think we've seen it over and over again. And kind of what Jason was saying, was what I was alluding to as well, is that I feel like it's their chance to be that Turkey team, especially since the PMGC finals are going to be in Turkey. They want to be that team that's, you know what, I think we're going to be there in the finals.
Yeah, it would be so great to have them defend, like, potentially with S2G and Fireflux on home ground. That would be such a great storyline. So I hope to see if that might be happening. Because
potentially with S2G?
Maybe. I mean, maybe.
They have
if they
fault
play
to
like
make
this,
up.
maybe not. We'll see.
Well, another team I did want to bring up really quickly actually was Twisted Minds, because we have to talk about this in particular, because imports is something that's becoming more and more popular in PUBG
Twisted
Mobile.
imports, yes. I mean, pretty much, I mean, you got yourself Raucous in the team that's been all over the place, it's fair to say. And Crypto, like an absolute superstar team that was in the Pakistani region and MVP top player multiple times in a row. I feel like he's had a hard time adapting to the teams he's joined. I feel like this is kind of the most successful iteration of Crypto in a team we've had since he has left the Pakistani region. But after winning the Saudi E-League, we haven't seen much from Twisted Mind, so I want to see what they are truly going to bring to the table on this opening day.
And maybe for Crypto, it's going to be like a chip on your shoulder, right? He's going to be a Pakistani player. His team wasn't able to, in regards to Aegon IA, they weren't able to make it here to the main event, but he might be looking to be shown why he was that top player, right, in 2022, why he was that MVP out of that Pakistani region. Yeah,
and obviously we got to move along here because we don't have too long before we kick off our event. Let's actually take a look at the prize pool for you guys at home, because it's $2 million. $400,000 for first place. That's a massive chunk of money. But also, you got your calculator out, you added up all those numbers, it doesn't equal 2 million, because we also have some side prizes. We have our record breakers, which is going to be extremely important. Now, to keep in mind for you guys watching at home, this is all about the first team or first player to cross that threshold. It's not about who ends the event at the highest. It's about the first person or first team to do so. And there's a lot of money to win. And we can see our current records here with Vampire holding 3 at the moment. This is going to be tough to beat, but it is very doable. I mean, with what we saw from Vampire Esports in the All-Star stage, there could be their very own record set back in 2022's main tournament. So I'm telling you, these are definitely achievable. You can breach these, but it's going to require a lot more than just individual performances. You need to be as a squad consistent and working together at another level.
I think if we had a chance to break any of those records, it would only be most rescues. We'll just be rescuing each other over and over again.
We would cheese it. We're last place. Let's just keep doing it over and over. But there's also a big topic coming up as well here down the line. We have PMGC. Let's take a look at an extra special prize you get for winning PMWI here. Now, one thing that needs to be clarified, obviously, PMGC points is going to be a massive factor to this. You can see how the slot allocation works as well. There's some people that get into league stage, some people that get directly into the finals. It all determines on different factors. But the second page here is what I'm curious about, if we have that, is the winner of this event. You don't go into PMGC, but you get another slot for your region. So, for example, if we had an NA team here, which gets 1 slot in PMGC league stage from points, if they won this event, there would be 2 teams from PMGC +7, 2 teams from PMGC points that would make it in. So that's extremely important here for some of these regions where we have these powerhouses. The only downside is if you're the team to win that for your region and then you don't qualify for PMGC, you'd be like, okay, I get like 10% of your earnings.
Yeah. By the way, why you had to use an 8? That was like...
Because we were doing NA. It's the easiest region to explain.
They're not even here, though.
Could have used, I don't know, South Asia or something.
Yeah,
but no.
Brazil, maybe?
Yeah.
NA. NA where? Huh? Who? Yeah.
What?
That's
You know,
what I
at 7, you have to work NA, so I would let's head down to the stage just so we can all be quiet here and get things kicked off here at the event.
It's about that time. The scene is set and our players are ready. PUBG Mobile esports fans around the world, welcome to the 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational.
اللحظة اللي كلنا سمعناها، اللحظة اللي كل اللاعبين تجهزوا عشانها، لحظة بطولة PMWI الرئيسية اللي راح نشوف فيها أبطال هذه النسخة.
16 teams enter the Gamers8 arena and battle for supremacy here on the main stage. We've got $2 million up for grabs, the PMWI trophy, and of course, all those bragging rights. So trust me when I say, things are going to get spicy here.
16 فريق جانا من كل أنحاء العالم، معنا أقوى الفرق، وبرضه في نفس الوقت زي ما احنا شفنا قبل أن الجوائز هذه البطولة $2,000,000 غير الكأس وغير اللقب. راح نشوف في المنافسات هذه منافسات راح تكون معنا غير طبيعية.
The best teams from all over the world competing under one roof. What could get better? My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me here on the main stage is none other than my co-host, Atik.
معنا أقوى الفرق زي ما قلنا لكم فيها، راح يتنافسون كلهم تحت سقف واحد في هذه البطولة. راح نبدأ هذه الرحلة. معكم مقدمكم عتيق باللغة العربية ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس.
So let's kick things off by welcoming our teams to the main stage.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا نرحب ب 16 فريق معنا على المسرح ونبدأ لكم فيها المباريات.
Kicking things off, the winners of the Middle East and Africa Championship, GK Esports.
أبطال الميدل إيست والشرق الأوسط، أبطال الشرق الأوسط شمال أفريقيا رحبوا معنا في فريق GK Esports.
Stepping onto the stage, right here, the winners of the European Championships, Flux.
ومع أبطال أوروبا رحبوا معنا في فريق Flux.
Next up, placing second in the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship and qualifying via the All-Star Stage, DRS Gaming.
وصيف PMWI. I don't have it.
Winners of the South Asia Championships, can they continue their dominant streak? Stalwart Esports.
أبطال جنوب آسيا PMPL رحبوا معنا في Stalwart Esports.
Winners of the Southeast Asia Super League, Alter Ego Airs. Winners of the 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro Series Fall Finals and qualifying via the All-Star Stage, Dplus KIA.
أبطال ببجي موبايل برو في نهائيات خريف 2022. رحبوا معنا في Dplus KIA.
And now, entering the stage after placing second in the Southeast Asia Super League, Box Gaming. Stepping on to the PMWI stage for the first time, winner of the PEL Spring Finals, Tianba.
أبطال PEL الربيع، أعطونا تحية لتيامبا.
Stepping onto the stage, placing second in the PEL Spring Finals, 6-8. Please welcome to the Gamers8 Arena, winners of the PMJL Season 3, Reject Tokyo.
أبطال PMJL الموسم الثالث، أعطونا تحية لريجكت طوكيو.
And now, on home turf, representing Saudi Arabia and winners of the Saudi E-League, Twisted Minds. Placing second in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational last year, our All-Star Stage qualifiers, Team Falcons.
الوصيف ل PMWI العام الماضي والتشكيلة تغيرت معنا، لكن خلونا نرحب بفريق تيم فالكونز.
And now, stepping onto the stage, qualifying for our main tournament via the All-Star Stage, welcome G Gladiators. Some familiar faces about to take to the stage. Third in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Second in the After Party Showdown last year. It's Alpha7 Esports.
المركز الثالث ل PMGC ووصيف العام الماضي لجيمرز 8 After Party Showdown. رحبوا معنا في Alpha7 Esports.
An impressive performance throughout the All-Star Stage means that they are here to do the same. Make some noise for Infinity IQ. And now, your reigning champions of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational and the After Party Showdown. Welcome to the stage, Vampire Esports.
حامل لقب PMWI وأيضا حامل برضو لقب PMWI After Party Showdown لعام 2022. رحبوا معنا في Vampire Esports.
So Tani, welcome to the main stage, coach of Vampire Esports. You know, my voice is gonna go. That was a lot with all those welcomings, but I had a great time. Welcome back to the main stage. You guys are reigning champions. So I just wanna know, does that add any pressure being reigning champions and coming back to this stage?
Yeah, I think there's a bit pressure because the thing is, become a champion is hard, but to defend the champion is more harder. So we would like to tell you guys, yeah, we have a bit pressure, but yeah, we will do our best and hope you enjoy it.
سألنا المدرب إنه كيف كانت المباريات بشكل عام وحتى برضو تواجدكم الحين، هل فيها ضغط عالي خصوصا انكم فزتوا في المباريات الماضية؟ قال اكيد ان فيها ضغط وحاسين بالتنافس العالي فيها، لكنهم قدها باذن الله.
Well, it seems like another congratulations is in order because you placed first yesterday on the All-Star stage, but you know, you have to come back into this tournament refocused. So how did you do that with your team?
Yeah, yes, for last night we didn't sleep well because we were really excited to become back in the main stage. So we are always focusing on the tournament so much. So I think every game, every second, we will do our best and yeah.
سألنا المدرب انه صحيح بعد ما فزتوا في الأول ستارز قبل او اللي كانت معنا بالاصح امس، فكيف تقدرون تدخلون معنا اليوم بالثقة العالية وحتى برضو بالتركيز على الفوز؟ قال بكل امانة ان امس ما نلنا زين لان كلنا مبسوطين جدا في انتصارنا امس، لكن اليوم باذن الله راح يكون تركيزهم كامل على الفوز.
Now let's focus on the main tournament. Okay, we have a lot of different teams coming into this, you know, the best teams from all around the world. Are your strategies going to stay the same as you did throughout the All-Star stage, or, you know, are you going to shake things up?
Yeah, we have a little change. Yeah, you will see in the game, but yeah, we have to prepare for anything can happen in the game. We have a strong team for now in the main stage, so we will do our best and let's see what our strategy can do.
سألنا المدرب إنه كيف راح تدخلون معنا في البطولة الرئيسية وراح تنافسون فيها ضد فرق جدا قوية. قال لنا احنا كلنا واثقين في أداء اللعيبة عندنا وبإذن الله راح نحقق النصر فيها.
So Tani, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage and best of luck to the reigning champions, Vampire Esports. So, Atik, 16 teams enter the Gamers8 stage. 18 matches, $2 million, but only one winner. It is time to begin our 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational. So without any further ado, let's head over to our casters who can break everything down before our first map.
بالضبط 16 فريق دخلوا معنا على المسرح وشفناهم كلهم مستعدين انهم يبارون معنا في المباريات، واحد فيهم بس راح يطلع من هذه البطوله وهو حامل اللقب. راح نستمتع في مبارياتنا اليوم، خلونا ننتقل مع المعلقين نبدا لكم في المباراه.
Why laughing?
Which one do you guys like
Why
more?
laughing, Seven? What's so funny?
Did you like the future one? I think that was my favorite one.
But the alter ego mask was also pretty sick. Really like that one too.
Alpha7? Korea wasn't there.
I wonder where he is.
You almost got me.
Max, every show here, we've been doing a player to watch, or LG player to watch. And we decided to let you pick the player for today. Who's it going to be and why?
It's Nazerd. No, it's not going to be Forrest this time. It's Nazerd, actually, from Star Wars Esports. So, just in case you guys are not familiar with the old team, of course, we know all the old players. You've got your top, your Action, Scry, Pika, but they got two new additions, one of Icy and Nazerd more specifically, and this joined, I believe, in December, right, of last year here, Seven, and has had one of the most incredible rises to fame in PUBG Mobile Esports in South Asia. And you don't have too many Mongolian players that really are that strong outside of like these teams of Star Wars Esports and IHC, but really he stood to prominence in such a short amount of time, was picked up, and after his performances in PMWI SA Championship, he is personally my player to watch that can just elevate the playstyle of Star Wars that's already incredibly high to even higher heights, if that makes sense. So we'll have to see how that's going to work out.
What's crazy now is with the additions, right, of Icy and Nerset is the depth of that roster. I mean, they still have Pika, they still have Action, they still have Top, they still have all these other players too. We were talking about Vampire, right? When are they going to be able to put in Newsy? And when they do, how is he going to be able to do because of the depth that they were able to build? And I think now with Star Wars, the way they're going to be able to bring that roster here, the biggest question for me, and I don't know if you're going to agree with me on this, Max, is how they're going to be able to start the tournament. If they start off slow, that's going to be a big question mark for me because we have seen it over and over again. This is a team that sometimes starts slow, and when they start picking it up, it's just a little bit too late. But they do have that fragging power. They do have that it factor, right? That they can get a chicken dinner and also back it up with a bunch of villains.
I mean, I do agree with what you're saying. All I can say is I hope it's not going to be too late when they start picking up the pace. And if that is the case, I can tell you they can definitely compete with Vampire Esports. Hopefully win the whole event, but it just needs to be that little bit quicker than what we saw in PMGC.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the thing is, if we saw Vampire, right, they had a strong start, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. Obviously, it did fall off a little bit in the day, but again, trying to maintain that kind of level of play is extremely difficult. The thing is, you also don't know what you're going to come into here because you have teams from so many different backgrounds, so many different regions. Even if they did scrims, it doesn't really tell you the true tale of what's going to be going on here. I'm imagining maybe we even have some, not hot drops, but some contention for some location potentially. But with only 6 matches a day, like, you really don't have that room for error.
Yeah, and you're going to have a lot of question marks, especially for some of the teams as to how they're going to approach this. One in particular that comes to mind here, Seven, is Jumba. This is the first time we're seeing this team outside of their home region, and there's a lot of questions of how are they going to approach this one? Are they going to struggle on the first day? Do they have a game plan entering today that's going to surprise and shock all of the lobby and everyone at home? I'm not sure, but Jumba is a team that I would say I would be very cautious about because we just don't know how it's going to work out with them in this lobby.
Yeah, it's such a big question mark. You were talking about hot drops, something that we actually have 2 teams from All-Star that they were kind of hot dropping. I'm talking about G Gladiators and Alpha7. We saw them back off after they won.
Gladiators backed off.
Yeah, Gladiators backed off. I wonder if that's going to be the case or if they're going to try to just waste some time in a way and try to go back to the North George drop. I hope that's not the case in Erangel. I hope that they continue to do what they've been doing because it has actually worked out for them so well.
Yeah, I actually like their solution. Instead of going for Northern George and dropping on Muzexis, that also didn't work out in Severny. They went to the west and did a big west split on Hospital. Forget about that one match.
If we're forgetting about what Tony K did, we're forgetting about that one.
Pretty much, but
it was Muzexis.
So he went for the Hospital split, which is a good northern western drop, keeps them in like similar rotation path, and also they can just go for the southern western bridge of Samnufka Island. So there's good options. I don't feel like that hot drop is going to happen. There's no reason for it to.
Well, something we can discuss as well is that not necessarily all these regions have come in with the same Battleground order that we're doing here at this event, right? We have to keep in mind it's going to be the 1 Sandhawk followed up by 3 Erangels followed up by 2 Miramars. Now, some of these regions actually did use this map order, so they're kind of accustomed to it. But I'm curious for the regions who haven't done this. I still feel like, even though it's so simple as just changing the order, I feel like it's such a big change because it changes your whole downtime between Battlegrounds. You don't have to think about, okay, now we're going to Sandhawk, what are we going to do? It's, okay, now we're going back to Erangel. What can we change in what just happened, and what can we learn from this last match that we can improve on?
I mean, I think we've seen it in All-Star event, right? Well, I'm thinking from the All-Star event, we saw teams being able to adjust on the fly in a way from one Erangel to the next Erangel, and even we saw that in Miramar as well. I think the caliber of these teams are definitely going to be able to adjust fairly fast.
Yeah.
And I hope that's the case because they're not going to really have that much slack, right? They're not going to be able to have 2 or 3 bad Erangels in day 1. That's going to be half of your day gone. You don't want to be put in that position.
Yeah, I still believe it is the superior map rotation because you can make those changes, make those fast, quick reactions to every single battleground that happen in a row. So especially Erangel, if you're doing good there, half of your matches are pretty much in the bag. We saw some teams do that relatively well in the All-Star stage. So yeah, the map rotation is going to be a big thumbs up for a few of the squads.
Does that mean, Seven, you've been converted Sandhawk first? You're a fan of now? Because I know you were kind of...
I was against it at first.
Were you against it, or were you just kind of like, I'll see how it goes?
I just get it out of the way. No, I just always enjoy Sandhawk like midway because of the madness. And I felt like it always allowed teams to have that spark. If stuff wasn't working for them right in the previous matches, I felt like they were able to turn it around after Sandhawk used the craziness and then being able to maybe have a better day. But I'm glad that we're kind of getting the madness out of the way right away.
Yeah.
I think the one change I would make, actually, is put Miramar before Erangel. So Sandhawk, double Miramar, triple Erangel.
Oh.
Because End on Erangel always has some hype plays. But ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, unfortunately, we are having some technical difficulties here that we are trying to sort for you. In the meantime, we're going to head to a break here when we come back. It's going to be the casters. It's going to be the first match of the day. And you're not going to want to miss it.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm going to show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you wanna be? You wanna walk? Show me what's up, then. I'll be ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Bensu, đến từ team Infinity IQ. Mình đến từ đất nước Việt Nam. Mình cảm thấy rất tự hào khi được đến tham gia giải đấu này và mình đại diện cho quốc gia của mình. Có lẽ team mình chuẩn bị tinh thần thật là tốt và thoải mái để thi đấu hết sức mình trong giải đấu lần này. Player hình như trong team em là 4 người đều có thể là tạo nên đột biến nên khó mà đoán trước được ai là người gánh team. Tại dòng Monster này hình như tất cả 17 team còn lại có thể là sẽ là rất khó khăn cho mình, không chỉ riêng team nào hết. Mình xin gửi lời hết tất cả các team còn lại là chúc các bạn thi đấu may mắn và đạt thành tích tốt nhất trong các giải, và nhớ đừng quên ủng hộ bọn mình trong giải đấu lần này nhé.
Всем салам алейкум, меня зовут Дамир, мой никнейм Акзер, я играю за команду Falcons, и мы представляем нашу страну Казахстан. Я себя чувствую очень хорошо, тут очень круто, здорово, организация турнира на высшем уровне, а наша команда готова, и мы покажем хороший результат. Мы готовились очень долго, потому что мы прошли через голосование, и у нас было достаточно времени на подготовку. Наши сильные стороны — это, наверное, наша атака, потому что мы очень агрессивная команда. Все команды здесь очень сильные, поэтому к каждой команде мы готовимся, готовились, каждую команду анализировали. Поэтому не могу выбрать отдельные команды, потому что все очень сильные. Всем удачи, развлекайтесь, ребята.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nickname é Carrilho, meu time é Alpha7.
What an exciting first match here at PMW. No, I'm just kidding. We haven't yet started the match. Unfortunately, we're still having some technical delays that hopefully we'll be able to sort through quickly. Everyone is on it. The best minds here in the event are working on it. And we got the best minds here on the desk. We got 7 and we got Maxman.
I thought you were going to not say my name. He's been really nice today. Oh, thank you, Jason.
Huh.
I'm hearing we're going to play a little game here.
Oh, no. I don't like where this is going.
Math?
I don't know what it is because you guys keep talking when I'm being talked to. So let's have a moment of silence here and I'll figure out what the game is. Let's hear, what is this game? So we're gonna have a video shown to us, a portion of it. It's gonna be a portion of the map. And we have to guess where it is, what map it is.
Nice.
Okay.
So it's like Geo Map. I'm not gonna say the whole name.
I created that a few days ago, so I think I know the answers.
Well, this game is over. Good luck, 7.
I'll let 7 play.
Good luck, 7.
I'm gonna be like
Let's
Max
do it.
with
Let's
math.
go.
You know, actually, you created it, but it was my idea.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I submitted the idea.
It's like in my box. I don't like this.
Well, originally it was supposed to be like a picture of a spot on a map, and you have to guess where on the map it is, and the closest person to it would be the one to do it. But from what I understood, we're just guessing what map is it on.
Oh, the ones I gave were all on the same map, so okay, that's probably not what I did.
What map was it?
So maybe I have wrong info.
What map was it, Matt?
Erangel.
Oh, nice. I'm ready.
Hit us with it. Come on. We're waiting.
Let's come in.
We're ready to play.
Hawk.
So, yeah, okay.
School.
Trifecta.
What school did you go to, Jason?
Back in my day.
Back in my day, I had to walk 10 kilometers to go to my school. Oh.
How old do you think I got? How old do you think I am?
Exactly.
Exactly. Sanok again. Is it the same?
This is just Sanok.
This is Sanok.
School.
Right, oh, where exactly do we have to guess?
I don't know.
Okay,
Did we? Is that what they told you?
Wait.
I don't know. Oh, so this is trifecta.
Oh, beat you to it.
Yes. Good job.
Yes. GG, sir.
Do we have to guess where it is, or is it what map?
I guess. Wait,
I was told what map.
further and beyond. Okay.
Oh, just wait, what?
Just where it is.
So
We were double right then.
yeah,
Sanok trifecta.
map and where it is. I feel like
We're that good.
nice.
Okay.
Hit us. Sanok again.
School.
This
Isn't that
is,
behind the bootcamp hill? Behind bootcamp hill?
Remember, you did
No.
these, Max.
No, I didn't do these.
Okay.
I only did Erangel pictures.
I like how he's like, huh, I think it's there. What do you got, 7?
I know what you're thinking, but it's not that one.
Actually, that little...
The real question is, right?
Maybe between boot camp and Paradise Resort.
There's a lot of...
Yeah, but like,
It's between the east and the west coast. It's somewhere between those two spots.
But are we even being given the answers to the question?
all right, play it.
Is there an answer in
Yeah,
the
I think
video?
this is like the going from boot camp to Paradise Resort. If you take,
Oh,
it is.
It is. It is.
Yes. I don't remember the name because it doesn't really have a name.
It doesn't really have a name.
It's
That's
pretty
the
much
issue.
just between
I
boot
got
camp
you.
and
Guys, I
Paradise
got you. I know
Resort.
the name.
What is it?
Tell me.
School.
Calm down, Forrest.
Whoa. Hey, you got Forest. You got Alpha7. I got School.
Whoa. I haven't actually used to done much
Where
shit.
do you drop school?
Okay, we have another one for you. Now, I need you... Wait, before we play the video...
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to say you have to...
This is a
you have to-
warehouse.
You have to ding yourself in.
Okay. Warehouse in... Oh,
Okay.
Wait. Oh.
a warehouse in Sanok somewhere. Where exactly, I don't know.
So we got a solo show match now, I'm hearing.
Is this just Sanhok?
This is a roof.
You know where it is?
I mean, it's
Exactly.
Sanhok.
There's a few buildings that look exactly like this. I'm thinking one of the warehouses
restart.
west of
Can
Quarry.
you restart that video real quick?
Why? You don't really see anything extra.
Yeah, you do.
What extra do you see there?
That is.
I remember that tree exactly.
Outside,
Yes.
Actually, I think it's like outside Paradise.
That's a part of, I say west of Quarry. Okay. That doesn't help.
Keep going.
It's a floor.
Keep going.
I think I'm right.
I think it's outside Paradise, no? I feel like you should just zoom out all the way.
Yeah, it's one of the...
Well, no, it's a video, right? So what would make this video better is if at the
Paradise
end...
Resort, right? Yeah.
At the end,
yeah,
you
you're
have
right.
the name pop up.
He's correct. One next to Paradise. Good
It's
job.
like I've only played this game
So
for 4 or
that
5
is
years.
8 points for 7 and 3
7
for Max.
points for me,
What?
actually.
How
Well,
many counts in points? What is it?
I'll take 1 point away. Keep it at 7. Thank you. I'll give you a point.
Thank you.
So Max Man is now at 8 and 7 is at 7.
I'm winning.
Nice.
We have another one. Wait,
I'm
next
staying at
map or
7.
next clip? Okay.
Oh, he said
You gotta
next
be very
map. It's a different map.
Salt mines on Sandhawk. I don't know the exact. I think it's salt mines, just salt mines.
Salt map. Yeah, salt mines.
Salt mines on the coast. There's multiple spots. Actually.
I don't know. That looks like my chair at school.
Sandhawk.
That's the chalk pile on the board.
Sandhawk. They've all been Sandhawks. Good job catching up. Okay.
And then the one time you say Sandhawk, it's like, no, this is Livik. Should throw a wild one at
This is
you.
Nusa,
I
actually,
hope not.
yes.
Throw out some Karakin.
Do we have more?
I wonder
Wow.
how the audience
How many
is
more
doing
do we
too.
have?
Sandhawk. Pinam.
I was going to say Painan. Painan's a good one.
We got our answers locked in. Let's see. Where is it?
If you see a river,
I
it's
feel like it
Painan.
is.
Yeah. River. Show me the river.
Pinam?
Where's the river?
Pinam. Oh, no.
Wait, what?
Actually.
Did Hot Jukes just scream Sandhawk?
Wait.
Wait. Pause it. Pause it.
No, let him play it more.
No, pause it. Wait. Go back. Pause it.
The perspective is actually getting me. It's looking
Yeah.
like a different angle compared to what we usually
It
used to
looks
see.
like Pinam.
So production, what is it?
It's
Where
not
is it?
Painan. No, it's definitely not Painan.
I don't think showing this the video over is going to magically make us know where that is.
Camp Charlie?
No, well, that camps don't look like that.
I don't know. I mean,
No,
France
Samps-
camps. Well, no, you want the answer.
Campong?
We want the
Kalaj.
answer.
Kalaj found Kampong. Okay. It might be Kampong. It could be.
What James said.
It is. He confirms.
Nice.
Okay. He's a referee.
Plus 2 points.
Do we want the casters to join?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Hot Jukes wants to join.
I don't know if that's actually throwing you in or not.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
I am
Closest
here.
left.
I'm ready. Bring it on.
Nice one. Like. That's Clark's left.
What? Okay.
That was
Okay, so-
Claris's laugh.
That's
Okay, we
pretty
have
good,
another one.
actually.
We have another one. First to
Bring it.
answer
Sandhawk.
correctly.
Oh, Sandhawk.
Oh.
Boot camp.
Yeah, it's boot camp.
Actually,
No, actually, it's not. No, it's
no,
not. It's it's that.
Camp Alpha.
It's
Camp Alpha.
hot
Camp
team.
Alpha. Camp Alpha.
I like how
Oh.
Clark's like, no, I don't want to play. And then he's like, oh, I have an answer.
I knew it was Camp Alpha, and I put my headset on.
Yeah, you see the mountain in the background.
You
Yeah.
said it.
He
Yeah.
only wants to play when he wins. So he always plays.
Well, none of you guys knew it was Kampong before, anyway.
Kampong? I believed it
Should I
was.
take my headset off again?
Leave it on.
He's given up.
I don't know. We need the
Next
master
one.
here to school some people.
No,
You're the
school.
referee. Yeah.
What?
I swear.
If this was Aaron Gellner,
There's not even school in
I'm gonna
Sandhawk.
be
Sandhawk,
so
somebody-
guilty.
somebody
But what if
believes
there's
it's
just
possible.
randomly
Yeah,
one
yeah.
in school? And I'm just like, I told you guys.
Give us a Miramar one. If we can.
Yeah.
Do we have more? Is that it? Wait,
Oh,
how many more do we
Sandhawks.
have? Maybe that's better than me asking every single time we see what if we have more.
Infinite.
No. 15 more.
more.
That's
50.
right. Give it to
Nice.
Are they all on
Oh,
Sandhawk?
1-5. Yeah.
I hope you guys get comfortable at home. Let's see.
Just show me a zoom in of like a rock. You know what I'm saying? Let's go hard mode
I
with
remember
it.
those
Oh,
pixels
it's a palm
perfectly.
tree.
It's a palm
That's
tree.
Painan.
Sandhawk.
Hot tin.
Hot tin. Yeah.
Hot tin.
Got it. Yeah. I think it's hot tin.
I think
it has
so.
to be.
Or is it
You got no-
Lakawi?
You got no terrain in the background, and that palm tree is in Hatin, I think.
That you
in the
know
behind
of.
it.
No, it's too far away from the coast.
Nope.
It's off the.
It's-
It's off the
oh.
coast.
Oh, that perspective got me. Oh.
No, it's
No,
hot.
it is. It is. It's Hatin.
It's
I'm a
hot tin.
gamer.
Yeah. You got the mountain, the gladiator mountain. Yeah.
I'm a gamer.
The Gladiator. We don't talk about the Gladiator.
We don't talk about it.
Who's keeping score? You guys
supposed
are
to
at
be
production.
keeping score.
No, they're not.
Everyone at home is keeping score. How's everyone at home doing? I can't wait to go back and just look at the chat.
I do have confirmation that every viewer guessed all of them correctly. So,
I'm going to retire as champion.
That's
I
it.
got the last
I'm out.
Take it to the bank.
Yeah.
all right, next one.
Let me step off my box. Sandhawk.
Isn't that Cow? Cow?
What?
Cow.
That's
Cow.
Is it the docks?
North. Next to the north.
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 Next to the north.
Yeah, Cow. Yeah, that's Cow. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
White Walkers.
Oh.
Have you ever heard of the
I
docks?
see your culture. All right.
Cow?
We got it right. I
Yeah.
think we all got it right.
Could it be cow?
It was. Indeed.
Locked it in. Max and I got it
Colors?
right.
I got it right. Yeah.
Noise. Thanks, Mass.
I mean,
Max.
we can.
Mass.
Don't call me Math.
Math.
I'm offended.
That's your new nickname.
3 times 4.
I'm not doing that again.
Wait.
Don't try me.
What is
16.
it? Nice.
We need to clip that out.
He's consistent at least.
Okay, I think we have another one.
Bridge, northwest bridge to southern western bridge. No, it's not. It's too short. It's too short. I'm wrong. It's the one from northwestern bridge to on the north, up there.
I've never seen Max so competitive.
Wait, is it? I mean,
Tin Bridge.
Wait, is that one? My second guess was correct.
Sorry, we only take first guesses here.
Northwest
I'm
bridge
actually
by
really
the
into
south.
this. I'm actually enjoying this. This is cool.
I mean, you did
a
create the
beautiful
game,
bridge.
so good job. Actually, no, Jason created the game. Good job, Jason.
I created a worse version of the game than this.
My original idea was we were actually going to have a telestrator, and we would be shown just an image, and you would put a ping where you think it is, and then we would see where it is, and it'd be the closest person gets the point.
We should do that.
I like that.
That was the idea I had.
PMGC, here we come.
Well, some of us.
Okay.
All right, let's see another one. What do we got?
We know somebody that's definitely going to Turkey.
Oh no.
I want to go. I heard it's very nice to go on holidays.
Okay, 7.
Come on, I heard we had 15 more. Where's the next
are we
one? Let's
done?
go.
Is that it? Come on, bring it.
Okay.
And now.
Next one.
All right.
Yeah.
What's
it called? Observatory? No.
Stallber.
That's not. No.
Are you literally just listening to what Kalaris says and taking that as your answer?
That's not Stolber. No, it's not.
It's not.
It's not Stolber.
I've been lied to.
Oh,
This is Aaron Gale.
I said Milta
This is Aaron Gale.
You did these.
I didn't do these. No, I did a different one. I did a bad version of this.
Which is probably why
it
we're
was
not
just
using
images.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the image is not bad.
Milta
Next.
Power.
They're gonna throw in
He's
school.
He's got a map open on his screen.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is the racer box.
The box is helping him out.
Don't worry. If you didn't notice, so did those two.
Hey, what? Hands up, don't shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that in
camera,
front of
we
you?
can't
Turn
see
that
it.
thing in front of you the other way around.
A monitor.
Yep, no, on the table. Turn that around.
An Honor Magic 5.
Nice.
Turn it around.
Oh.
So you can see the lovely little camera on the back.
There it is.
Okay, but leave it flat on the ground.
Now it's flat.
No, it's turn the screen to face the table. There you go.
I die.
I was running out of ways to explain what to do there. I was like, okay, make sure it's laying flat down.
This
okay,
is
well,
why you're not an
technically
IGL, okay?
he's right.
I would have understood what you meant
If you
first
can't
time.
make someone flip their phone,
You
you can't be
understand?
IGL. No.
Huh?
You can't. It's very important skill.
I wanted to know which way to do the rotation, and I went the wrong way.
Can you rotate yourself
Ooh.
into guessing what this is?
Wait.
Military.
Just military's enough, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's actually
Sosnovka military
Sosnovka
base.
military base. Yes.
Yeah, that's the U-shaped building. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be like
Wait. No, it's not.
Oh.
It's Milta.
Oh, no.
That's
No.
Milta.
It's not.
We got bamboozled right there.
Wait
Okay.
a second. Something ain't right.
Okay, Milta.
It's
Milta.
We
Milta.
got baited right there.
It is
We did.
It's the
Milta.
exact statue also
It is
in,
the same one.
Yeah, it is the same.
It's both start with an M.
They're playing mind games on us.
Diabolic tricked us.
This is diabolic.
Diabolic is
Yeah.
good.
Living up to his name. Nice.
Yeah. Next one. I like that it's not Sandhawk anymore. Oh,
Very
hey,
clear.
military.
Beaches next to Fairy Pair.
Very beer.
Fairy Pair.
Military.
Very beer.
It's the Aegon I8 drop.
I'm
We don't
waiting for
mention
them
that
to
name.
actually put up school. Wait, what?
we don't mention that team anymore.
That's where I8 used to
My
play.
favorite team?
Your favorite team.
Nice.
Alpha7.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Wait, no, it's not. Oh.
No, it's the other pier.
It's over to the east side,
Near
yeah.
your farm. Your farm.
It's the newest addition to Erangel.
It's a different beach.
Nice.
Thank you for your addition, Subjects, from over there.
You're welcome.
It
What's
goes in the square hole. Which is already some inside jokes. Let's see the next one here. Because one of them eventually has to be school, right?
you
Watch
don't
it,
say
they're just
school
gonna
right
skip
away,
it. You're just gonna
It's
skip
not school.
it.
It's not school.
You didn't have sandbags outside your school?
Very fair pier.
It feels like Fairy Pair.
Yeah. If not, it's gonna be
I
like.
think you're correct. I remember Ketch getting a clutch here back in the
And
It's
championship
good.
last
It's
year.
good.
100%.
It could have been a different one.
No, it's
actually,
Fairy Pair,
but
yeah.
it is fair pier.
Don't have
Literally
these
as soon as I saw the
buildings
stairs. GG.
Yeah.
Good job, 7. You still want to remain on 7
ledge.
points, or?
Yeah, I'm staying at 7 points.
Thank you. I'll take them.
I hear we have 11 more.
11 more.
11 more.
I hear we have a break coming.
I don't know who you're hearing, but that must be a voice inside your head.
Yeah.
Let's see the next one then.
Quarry.
That's the northern side of Corey, yeah.
I think Seven has one of his earphones off, and
don't.
he's just listening.
He's just listening to Kalaris right away.
Close, you need to start debating them here.
Just say school also, I don't know. Just... Oh no, okay, it's the eastern edge. Okay, fair enough.
I like how Max is trying to be like exact.
I really want to be precise on my guess.
I want to hear latitude longitude.
No idea. You're not getting the exact coordinates, okay? We're not going that far.
It's going to be C9.
Are you counting points right now?
Writing a little note for myself for later.
Oh, nice.
Hospital. Yep. Hospital.
School. I was waiting for him to jump on. Okay. Thank you, Jason.
It's hospital. Nice. Next one.
That was a school 8 right there. That's what it was.
A what?
What?
School bait?
But similar floor.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, similar textures. Yeah.
I don't get baited.
Yeah.
I am the bait.
Yes, you are.
And I am the...
Wait, that makes no sense.
It does now.
What's the next one?
Master.
It's bench.
This is
the best
by
location.
apartments.
Bar says north of East Bridge. He could put his headphones on and play with us.
This is...
No.
See that? I'm glad I said that now
my
because I
God.
just made
Southern
him like, lose.
Oh, wait, no,
Yes, Naya. Wait,
is that,
no?
that's not
Hold
North
on.
George.
Wait
no,
a
it is
second.
North George.
It is
It's
North
over to
George.
the northeast
Yeah.
of George.
It's like going out to Sarky.
Bus stations used
Yeah.
everywhere.
See?
We got tricked. See, that was a
Oh,
good
no,
one.
it's the west side. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
I'm still waiting for school to pop up.
It's not going to. I think they
You're gonna
skipped
have
it
your
on
one
purpose
time
already.
case.
School. Milta.
Oh yeah, tractors in school. Yes.
Think where the tractors are.
Hey, it depends where you went to school.
This is south.
Where are the
of
tractors?
It's not Pollyanna Field. No,
They go
Garden?
on.
No, wait. Oh, Rosshawk.
Oh, Rosshawk.
What?
Were you trying to mess with them, Clark?
I'm just ignoring Kalaris.
Hey, we're getting closer to school.
We are getting closer.
There might be a chance.
Little by
Next one.
little.
All right, next one. Rapid fire.
I don't think we can load them that quick.
There's actually a position in forest.
Watertown.
Forest. It's a forest.
Grass.
Forest
Rock.
is in forest.
Cat Road.
Cat Road.
That's Cat Road.
Cat Road.
Dog Road. Ah, crap.
Ah.
I missed my boy at
Cat
home.
Road.
Yes.
Yasnaya Pollyanna.
Road.
Yes.
Yasnaya, that's the build. You got this
Yasnaya.
building there, Yasnaya.
No. Apartments.
Oh, apartments. Oh.
Nice.
Oh, it is apartments.
Yeah. We're getting
Did I just
closer and
get
closer
one?
to school.
Did I just get one?
No, you said Dog Road.
That's right next to a
Right after I
school,
said
actually.
apartments?
That's right next door. Yeah. I don't think we could have school.
Well,
think
some
so.
of us skipped math class at school, so.
What's that? I don't know. I got a negative too.
Church. Pachinki Church.
Church, yeah, next to
Pachinki Church.
Pachinki. Yes.
That's the famous loop spot.
It wasn't that church.
No, that's Church by Ruins.
Oh.
Different church.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's Pachinki.
I got confused. Like some players went to the
That's
different
Pachinki
room.
one, yeah.
Church.
Church is so beautiful. It just makes me want to take a knee.
Come down, Tim Tebow.
Oh, man, I just got to see the next one now.
That's a great reference. Next.
That's a niche reference.
I'm hearing we have a new game, actually, for the desk here.
Okay, great.
Oh.
It's called I Spy. Now, what happens is I find something around the room, and I say,
Oh, this is easy.
What?
Military.
What am I looking at?
Has to be.
It's a nuclear launch site. Military. Huh? Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, in case those things.
Military.
Okay,
Yep.
whatever they're called, yeah.
Oh, those things.
I remember those things.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna hear if we
really
can
cool.
actually hear to like player comms.
They
like
look
that's
like-
what the rotation would
Guys,
be like.
go
Go
to
to those
that
things.
thing.
Yeah.
Rush it.
That's how early days of, I think, PUBG Mobile was.
100%.
You say random things and hope your teammate knows.
Get to that
Left
tree.
side of
Which
those
one?
things.
That
That
one.
circle
No, not
thing.
that thing, the other thing. All right.
The M4 with the
We
name
got
times.
13 left.
I want to hear the chat's like favorite call outs.
Wait,
like
pause
next
it.
to the tree, behind the rock.
Nationality.
Those are the best call-outs
Is
in
this
my
what-
opinion.
I like Harry Potter Tower. That's my favorite.
We're back to Sanhok.
Oh,
Wait
this
a
is the
second.
military. This is the tower way up on the top.
Oh, yeah,
or
observatory over
yeah.
Novo, right? That might be it, actually. I think you're right.
You wait.
No, it's
Nope.
It's
We're-
not.
Or
we're
it's
back to
the-
Sanhok,
it's-
baby. We're back to
I mean,
Sanhok.
no,
It's
it's,
the-
Sanhok.
no.
But it's not boot camp.
Camp Charlie?
Bravo.
Bravo?
I think it might be Charlie.
It's a
Dino
camp.
Park.
It's not Camp Alpha.
It's
we
a
already
camp.
did it. It's Bravo or Charlie for sure.
Bravo.
Oh,
I knew it was
it's
Sanhok.
Bravo.
we'll never know.
We'll never,
Next
we'll
one.
never
never
get the
know.
answer.
We never went to school. They baited you.
It's fine. Fine. We got 2 more.
This is a great pre-show.
Next.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait.
Paradise Resort.
Paradise Resort, yeah.
Easy.
Just imagine if we could be there right
so
now.
many times. I know. Dude, I'm actually losing my tan line. We need to go back.
I kind of want to tell
we
that
can see a player.
story.
Oh, there's a guy there.
Look at him.
Wait, what?
It's populated. What?
That's Eddie. He's lost.
It's an SDG player.
Oh no.
Eddie, come back. We need you.
All right, we have 1 more or 2 more, I heard.
20 more. Wait, what?
It'll be.
What are we doing after this?
We're going to
Well,
start
what we're going to do
playing.
after is actually we're going to get out our Honor Magic 5 Pros and we're going to play some Pogi Mogi here and just commentate on what we're doing.
Nice.
That's what we'll do.
I like that.
10 out of 10.
We got the next one, yeah? There we go.
Sanhok! Did we have this exact one earlier?
No.
Nope.
No?
Different one.
Okay. Okay, we already had it. That's what I thought.
Just play along.
I get an extra point.
No, that's a new
Oh,
one.
where is that
No,
position?
it's a different angle. They got mirror.
Yeah, well, obviously, as you can see, we are having some technical issues with the... Well, I don't even know actually what exactly it is, but hopefully they will be solved shortly. There's not much we can do, unfortunately, here on the desk. We're trying to entertain you by also retaining our jobs because we don't want to go too off topic. If you guys watch a show match, you might know what we're talking about. I don't think we're allowed to play with our voices either, so what we will do is head to a break instead. We'll save our voices because when we come back, possibly, most likely, maybe, we're going to have a match coming your way.
There's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance?
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا تلمسنا تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة لأن الوجبة التجربة المغامرة حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again, got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand me. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Kitsune and we are from Serbia. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here, especially that last time I was in Riyadh, I won the tournament here. It's a LAN tournament, so of course it brings like warm like memories from here. And I'm super excited to meet all the people from the PUBG Mobile community, and it feels great, you know. First of all, we bought the phones that will be here on the tournament, and we had like really rough time adapting to this, but now we feel like really strong. We managed to analyze all the teams here, like especially the teams that we've never met at the tournaments, and now we feel like we are very strong. Our team strengths is that we are very good at holding our like positions. We know how to rotate, when to rotate, and we always know how to fight, when to fight, and we can be really aggressive when we need to. It's gotta be Alpha7, you know, because like we meet them like every time. Our strategies, our like gameplay is very similar. They play Edge as well as we, so it's always will be hard time for us meeting them, because you know it's a 50-50 fight with them. We respect them. I mean, guys, if we knock you, you better run.
สวัสดีครับผมเชเวฟจากแวมไพร์อีสปอร์ตครับตำแหน่งแอทแทคเกอร์ครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับก็เริ่มเล่น PUBG มาตั้งแต่เกมเปิดครับแต่ว่าเริ่มมาแข่งตอนช่วงอายุ17ช่วงประมาณม.5 ม.6 ครับแล้วก็ที่มันเปลี่ยนชีวิตได้ก็คือคัดเข้าลีกโปรลีกของไทยได้ตอนซีซั่น2ครับแล้วก็อยู่ในลีกมาเรื่อยๆเลยครับแล้วก็จนถึงทุกวันนี้ก็แบบว่าซื้อทางสังกัดซื้อโทรศัพท์ที่ใช้แข่งมาให้พวกเราซ้อมก่อนที่จะมานี่ครับแล้วก็ซ้อมมาเรื่อย แบบที่ผ่านมาเราก็มีรายการแข่งมาตลอดอยู่แล้วแล้วก็เอาตรงนั้นซ้อมไปในตัวด้วยครับแล้วก็มาโฟกัสตรงนี้แล้วก็ทำตรงนี้ให้เต็มที่ครับก็ยังไงก็ความมั่นใจยังไงมันก็ต้องพกมาตลอดทุกการแข่งขันอยู่แล้วครับแล้วเราก็แบบแค่โฟกัสตรงนี้ให้มากกว่าเดิมครับผมที่ผ่านมาน่าเป็นเพราะว่าตำแหน่งเข้าทำมันต้องใช้เนตเข้าไปก่อนแล้วอะไรด้วยครับแล้วก็พอแบบน่าโชคดีเนตไปโดนด้วย แล้วอะไรหลายๆอย่างครับแต่ว่าถ้าให้เลือกได้ก็จะใช้ให้มันถูกไทมิ่งเฉยๆครับแล้วก็ถ้าให้ดีก็ซื้อถ้าให้ดีก็ใช้ DBS ดีกว่าครับ ไม่บอกอะไรมากครับแต่ว่าจะมาป้องกันแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
मेरो नाम सुबिन कुमार प्रजापति हो म टिम DRS बाट हो अनि हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ नेपालबाट हो हाम्रो चाहिँ अब सेकेन्ड टाइम हो अफिसियल ल्यान्ड चाहिँ अब एक्साइटेड नै छौँ हामी अब हामी यहाँ जित्नको लागि आएको छौँ त्यही हो अब हामीले चाहिँ यो टुर्नामेन्टको लागि चाहिँ अब डिभाइसहरू किनेर प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेको छौँ दिनदिनै अब टिमसँगै सबै चारैजना खेलेर एकअर्कासँग कोअर्डिनेसन बढाएर प्र्याक्टिस गर्दैछौँ हाम्रो चाहिँ टिमको सिनर्जी एकदम राम्रो छ इन गेम नभए नि बाहिरतिर नि सिनर्जी अझै बढिरहेको छ हाम्रो चाहिँ अब त्यही नै हो हामीलाई अब त्यस्तो डर लाग्ने टिम त छैन अब हामीले सबै टिमलाई चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन ठान्छौँ त्यो कारणले हामीलाई त्यस्तो डर भन्ने चिज चाहिँ छैन अब हामी नेपालको छोरो हो आउँदैछौँ हामी जितेर जानेछौँ जय गोर्खाली
Halo guys, nama gue Raizan, gue dari tim Bigetron Red Villain dan gue dari Indonesia. Yang pasti rasanya senang banget, masih banyak yang percaya pada gue dan juga tim Bigetron Red Villain buat ngevote kita main di PMWI ini. Ya semoga pas main nanti hasilnya bisa kasih yang terbaik. Yang pasti gue percaya diri dan gue yakin gue pasti bakal bisa. Dan let's see, gue selalu percaya sama teammate gue karena apapun hasilnya kayak kita menang bareng kalah bareng. Di umur yang sekarang sih I just having fun lah. Good luck and see you. Abis itu semangat, hati-hati ketemu kita.
Всем салам алейкум, меня зовут Дамир, мой никнейм Акзер, я играю за команду Falcons, и мы представляем нашу страну Казахстан. Я себя чувствую очень хорошо, тут очень круто, здорово, организация турнира на высшем уровне, наша команда готова, и мы покажем хороший результат. Мы готовились очень долго, потому что мы прошли через голосование, и у нас было достаточно времени на подготовку. Наши сильные стороны — это, наверное, наша атака, потому что мы очень агрессивная команда. Все команды здесь очень сильные, поэтому к каждой команде мы готовились, каждую команду анализировали. Поэтому не могу выбрать отдельные команды, потому что все очень сильные. Всем удачи, развлекайтесь, ребята.
AKM, Land. Vigendi, Irengal, Pochinki, Breeze, Tiger, UMP, AMR, Dacia.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nickname é Carrilho, meu time é Alpha7 e somos do Brasil. Bom, é um evento muito importante para a nossa carreira. A gente já esteve aqui ano passado e é muito bom estar aqui de novo, é uma cidade que a gente se identifica. É um pouquinho calor, mas não tem problema. Bom, a preparação ela vem de 6 meses para cá. A gente treinou para PMPL Brasil, para PMPL Américas, mas consecutivamente a gente estava treinando para PMWI, para estar aqui hoje. Eu acho que o que faz a gente ser tão forte é ter jogadores individualmente muito bons e não tem um padrão de jogo, isso é o que nos faz forte. Bom, eu acho que não tem nenhum time específico ou algum jogador específico. Acho que todos têm muita chance de ganhar e a gente é mais um time aqui em busca do título. Bom, o que eu tenho a falar para eles é que tomem cuidado com a gente. Sempre vai ser assim, essa sempre será a mensagem e é isso. Tomem cuidado.
ครับก็สวัสดีครับผมนูซี่นะครับจากทีมแวมไพร์สปอร์ตนะครับจากประเทศไทยนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งแอคแท็กเกอร์ประจำทีมครับก็สำหรับความรู้สึกครับก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้มาเล่นในรายการแข่งขันระดับโลกแล้วนะครับก็เป็นเหมือนรางวัลชิงแชมป์โลกเป็นแชมป์โลกประจำปีกลางปีครับก็ถือว่าดีใจครับก็เต็มที่ครับกับรายการนี้ครับก็สำหรับการเตรียมตัวก็มีสังกัดคอยซัพพอร์ตแล้วครับเรื่องอุปกรณ์หรือว่าอะไรเงี้ยก็หลักๆก็เป็นของการซ้อมภายในทีมครับเรื่องของการคุยแผนกันอะไรเงี้ยก็สำหรับทีมของพวกผมในการเล่นครับก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องของทีมไฟและการสื่อสารครับน่าจะเด่นในเรื่องการสื่อสารและทีมไฟก็สำหรับผมยังไม่ได้มองทีมไหนเป็นปัญหาเพราะผมส่วนตัวเลยผมยังไม่เคยเจอทีมอื่นๆนะครับแต่สำหรับภายในทีมก็น่าจะเป็นบอสแมปแล้วนะครับก็เป็น Alpha7 ครับก็อยากจะบอกทีมอื่นนะครับก็เดี๋ยวรอเจอกันในสนามครับรอบนี้แวมไพร์ก็จะมาเอาแชมป์เหมือนเดิมครับขอคิงไว้ก่อน
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Bensu đến từ team Infinity IQ. Mình đến từ đất nước Việt Nam. Mình cảm thấy rất tự hào khi được đến tham gia giải đấu này và mình đại diện cho quốc gia của mình. Có lẽ team mình chuẩn bị tinh thần thật là tốt và thoải mái để thi đấu hết sức mình trong giải đấu lần này. Player hình như trong team em là 4 người đều có thể là tạo nên đột biến nên khó mà đoán trước được ai là người gánh team. Tại dòng Monster này hình như tất cả 17 team còn lại có thể là sẽ là rất khó khăn cho mình, không chỉ riêng team nào hết. Mình xin gửi lời hết tất cả các team còn lại là chúc các bạn thi đấu may mắn và đạt thành tích tốt nhất trong các giải và nhớ đừng quên ủng hộ bọn mình trong giải đấu lần này nhé.
In the 2022 PMWI, VPE and Falcons achieved 3 chicken dinners in the main tournament. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break the record. STE seems to have a good chance of breaking records as completed 7 chicken dinners during the PMPL SA Championship. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $25,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, RSG and VPE achieved 2 chicken dinners in a day, and VPE is still the holder of this record in global tournaments. They achieved 3 chicken dinners in a day during PMGC 2022. A7 completed 3 chicken dinners in just 1 day during the 2023 PMPL Brazil Spring Final, indicating their potential to break the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $25,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, STE and NGX achieved 8 top 3 finishes. Few teams can rival this achievement, with S2G standing alone. In 2022 PMGC, they had achieved 6 top 3 finishes. Suggests that they have the potential to shatter the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $15,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, VPE achieved 24 elims in 1 match. This is an extraordinary record, and to this day, no one has surpassed it in the global tournaments. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break this record. As for you, who do you think could break this record with a prize of $15,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, GZ from RSG achieved 14 total rescues. This record represents the ultimate limit, posing a significant challenge to be surpassed in global tournaments. Potato from AE seems to have a good chance of breaking records as he achieved 18 rescues in the 2023 PMSL Finals. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $10,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, Action from STE achieved 38 total eliminations. We hope to witness a player with even more power, capable of surpassing this record. Ragnar from DRS Esports seems to have a good chance of breaking records as he achieved 37 elims in the 2023 PMPL MEA Championships. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $10,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMW.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunomi.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
In the 2022 PMWI, VPE and Falcons achieved 3 chicken dinners in the main tournament. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break the record. STE seems to have a good chance of breaking records as completed 7 chicken dinners during the PMPL SA Championship. As for you, who do you think can break this record with a prize of $25,000 US? Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, RSG and VPE achieved 2 chicken dinners in a day, and VPE is still the holder of this record in global tournaments. They achieved 3 chicken dinners in a day during PMGC 2022. A7 completed 3 chicken dinners in just 1 day during the 2023 PMPL Brazil Spring Final, indicating their potential to break the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record? With a prize of $25,000 US, stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, STE and NGX achieved 8 top 3 finishes. Few teams can rival this achievement, with S2G standing alone. In 2022 PMGC, they had achieved 6 top 3 finishes. Suggests that they have the potential to shatter the record. As for you, who do you think can break this record? With a prize of $15,000 US. Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, VPE achieved 24 elims in 1 match. This is an extraordinary record, and to this day, no one has surpassed it in the global tournaments. We hope to see more formidable competitors this year to break this record. As for you, who do you think could break this record? With a prize of $15,000 US. Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, GZ from RSG achieved 14 total rescues. This record represents the ultimate limit, posing a significant challenge to be surpassed in global tournaments. Potato from AE seems to have a good chance of breaking records, as he achieved 18 rescues in the 2023 PMSL Finals. As for you, who do you think can break this record? With a prize of $10,000 US. Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI. In the 2022 PMWI, Action from STE achieved 38 total eliminations. We hope to witness a player with even more power, capable of surpassing this record. Ragnar from PMWI Esports seems to have a good chance of breaking records, as he achieved 37 elims in the 2023 PMPL MEA Championships. As for you, who do you think can break this record? With a prize of $10,000 US. Stay tuned in the 2023 PMWI.
Kicking things off, the winners of the Middle East and Africa Championship, GK Esports.
gonna let you down, down, down. Beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being drawn to the hollow ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no more. The bitter end devours all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much sinker, follow the leader. Busy, got you missing me, can't stand. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again, got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. change me, rewrite our history. Our chums on my side, Drawn the front line, you want a safe face. Came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I got nothing to lose, I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Kitsune and we are from Serbia. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here, especially that last time I was in Riyadh, I won the tournament here. It's a LAN tournament, so of course it brings like warm like memories from here. And I'm super excited to meet all the people from the PUBG Mobile community, and it feels great, you know. First of all, we bought the phones that will be here on the tournament, and we had like really rough time adapting to this. But now we feel like really strong. We managed to analyze all the teams here, like especially the teams that we've never met at the tournaments, and now we feel like we are very strong. Our team strengths is that we are very good at holding our like positions. We know how to rotate, when to rotate, and we always know how to fight, when to fight, and we can be really aggressive when we need to. It's gotta be Alpha7, you know, because like we meet them like every time. Our strategies, our like gameplay is very similar. They play edge as well as we, so it's always will be hard time for us meeting them, because you know it's a 50-50 fight with them. We respect them. I mean, guys, if we knock you, you better run.
สวัสดีครับผมเชเวฟจาก PMWI Allstars ครับตำแหน่ง Attacker ครับมาจากประเทศไทยครับก็เริ่มเล่น PUBG มาตั้งแต่เกมเปิดครับแต่ว่าเริ่มมาแข่งตอนช่วงอายุ17ช่วงประมาณม.5 ม.6 ครับแล้วก็ที่มันเปลี่ยนชีวิตได้ก็คือคัดเข้าลีกโปรลีกของไทยได้ตอนซีซั่น2ครับแล้วก็อยู่ในลีกมาเรื่อยๆเลยครับแล้วก็จนถึงทุกวันนี้ก็แบบว่าซื้อทางสังกัดซื้อโทรศัพท์ที่ใช้แข่งมาให้พวกเราซ้อมก่อนที่จะมานี่ครับแล้วก็ซ้อมมาเรื่อยๆแบบที่ผ่านมาเราก็มีรายการแข่งมาตลอดอยู่แล้วแล้วก็เอาตรงนั้นซ้อมไปในตัวด้วยครับแล้วก็มาโฟกัสตรงนี้แล้วก็ทำตรงนี้ให้เต็มที่ครับก็ยังไงก็ความมั่นใจยังไงมันก็ต้องพกมาตลอดทุกการแข่งขันอยู่แล้วครับแล้วเราก็แบบแค่โฟกัสตรงนี้ให้มากกว่าเดิมครับผมที่ผ่านมาน่าเป็นเพราะว่าตำแหน่งเข้าทำมันต้องใช้เนตเข้าไปก่อนแล้วอะไรด้วยครับแล้วก็พอแบบโชคดีเนตไปโดนด้วย อะไรหลายๆอย่างครับแต่ว่าถ้าให้เลือกได้ก็จะใช้ให้มันถูกไทมิ่งเฉยๆครับแล้วก็ถ้าให้ดีก็ซื้อถ้าให้ดีก็ใช้ DRS ดีกว่าครับ ไม่บอกอะไรมากครับแต่ว่าจะมาป้องกันแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
मेरो नाम सुबिन कुमार प्रजापति हो म टिम DRS बाट हो अनि हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ नेपालबाट हो हाम्रो चाहिँ अब सेकेन्ड टाइम हो अफिसियल ल्यान्ड चाहिँ अब एक्साइटेड नै छौँ हामी यहाँ जित्नको लागि आएको छौँ त्यही हो अब हामीले चाहिँ यो टुर्नामेन्टको लागि चाहिँ अब डिभाइसहरू किनेर प्र्याक्टिस गरिरहेको छौँ दिनदिनै अब टिमसँगै सबै चारैजना खेलेर एकअर्कासँग कोअर्डिनेसन बढाएर प्र्याक्टिस गर्दैछौँ हाम्रो चाहिँ टिमको सिनर्जी एकदम राम्रो छ इन गेम नभए नि बाहिरतिर नि सिनर्जी अझै बढिरहेको छ हाम्रो चाहिँ अब त्यही नै हो हामीलाई अब त्यस्तो डर लाग्ने टिम त छैन अब हामीले सबै टिमलाई चाहिँ कम्पिटिसन ठान्छौँ त्यो कारणले हामीलाई त्यस्तो डर भन्ने चिज चाहिँ छैन अब हामी नेपालको छोरो हो आउँदैछौँ हामी जितेर जानेछौँ जय गोर्खाली
Всем салам алейкум. Меня зовут Дамир, мой никнейм Акзер. Я играю за команду Falcons, и мы представляем нашу страну Казахстан. Я себя чувствую очень хорошо, тут очень круто, здорово, организация турнира на высшем уровне, наша команда готова, и мы покажем хороший результат. Мы готовились очень долго, потому что мы прошли через голосование, и у нас было достаточно времени на подготовку. Наши сильные стороны — это, наверное, наша атака, потому что мы очень агрессивная команда. Все команды здесь очень сильные, поэтому к каждой команде мы готовились, каждую команду анализировали. Поэтому не могу выбрать отдельные команды, потому что все очень сильные. Всем удачи, развлекайтесь, ребята.
AKM, LAN, Vigendi, Irangal, Pochinki, Breeze, Fragile, UMP, AMR, Dacia.
Meu nome é Lucas, meu nickname é Carrilho, meu time é Alpha7 e somos do Brasil. Bom, é um evento muito importante para a nossa carreira. A gente já esteve aqui ano passado e é muito bom estar aqui de novo, é uma cidade que a gente se identifica. É um pouquinho calor, mas não tem problema. Bom, a preparação ela vem de 6 meses para cá, a gente treinou para a PMWI Brasil, para a PMWI Américas, mas consecutivamente a gente estava treinando para a PMWI, para estar aqui hoje. Eu acho que o que faz a gente ser tão forte é ter jogadores individualmente muito bons e não ter um padrão de jogo. Isso é o que nos faz forte. Bom, eu acho que não tem nenhum time específico ou algum jogador específico. Eu acho que todos têm muita chance de ganhar e a gente é mais um time aqui em busca do título. Bom, o que eu tenho a falar para eles é que tomem cuidado com a gente. Sempre vai ser assim, essa sempre será a mensagem e é isso. Tomem cuidado.
ครับก็สวัสดีครับผมนูซี่นะครับจากทีมแวมไพร์สปอร์ตนะครับจากประเทศไทยนะครับเล่นตำแหน่งแอคแท็กเกอร์ประจำทีมครับก็สำหรับความรู้สึกครับก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้มาเล่นในรายการแข่งขันระดับโลกแล้วนะครับก็เป็นเหมือนรางวัลชิงแชมป์โลกเป็นแชมป์โลกประจำปีกลางปีครับก็ถือว่าดีใจครับก็เต็มที่ครับกับรายการนี้ครับก็สำหรับการเตรียมตัวก็มีสังกัดคอยซัพพอร์ตแล้วครับเรื่องอุปกรณ์หรือว่าอะไรเงี้ยก็หลักๆก็เป็นของการซ้อมภายในทีมครับเรื่องของการคุยแผนกันอะไรเงี้ยก็สำหรับทีมของพวกผมในการเล่นครับก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องของทีมไฟและการสื่อสารครับน่าจะเด่นในเรื่องการสื่อสารและทีมไฟก็สำหรับผมยังไม่ได้มองทีมไหนเป็นปัญหาเพราะผมส่วนตัวเลยผมยังไม่เคยเจอทีมอื่นๆนะครับแต่สำหรับภายในทีมก็น่าจะเป็นบอสแมปแล้วนะครับก็เป็น Alpha7 ครับก็อยากจะบอกทีมอื่นนะครับก็เดี๋ยวรอเจอกันในสนามครับรอบนี้แวมไพร์ก็จะมาเอาแชมป์เหมือนเดิมครับขอขิงไว้ก่อน
Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound, we got a choice, they're hearing us now. I'll fight for us.
And we are back. Welcome back, everybody, here to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Main Tournament. Live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I am Hot Jukes. Right next to me is the legendary Calaris. I want to thank everybody for their patience as we're getting started here today. But there's $2 million on the line here. I'm excited. How are you feeling, Cal?
Feeling good, feeling fresh. We have got ourselves ahead of us 6 games between what I believe to be one of the most stacked lobbies in PUBG Mobile history. I don't know if it was a PUBG Mobile history. PUBG Mobile history. It is going to be a good time, especially with these main event tournament teams coming in looking good to go. But the teams coming in from the All-Stars, they're going to have had significant warm-up. So maybe that gives them a little bit of a leg up. We'll see, we'll see.
And you know what? They're going to need it, to be honest, because the teams that have qualified here already are some absolute monsters, some legends of PUBG Mobile, and we're looking at one of them right here. So let's see how this is all going to turn out. I know you guys watching are as just excited as I am. One thing I really love about this tournament, as well as I like the additional little perks here. We have the record breakers as well. Whoever gets the most chicken dinners. A lot of incentives for these players to pick up some extra cash.
Definitely so. Definitely here as we have everybody getting good to go. It will be Sandhawk to start things off. As you can see, all these teams getting ready here for this. Now, one big thing compared to the All-Stars is that we're back to 16-team lobby compared to the 18 here, Hot Jukes, which means everybody's kind of going back to the idea of how much room that they're going to have usually on those drop spots. We could see some hot drops, of course, but it's going to make those rotations a little bit easier for these teams to try and get used to and adjust.
100%. Well, let's see how adjusted they are as we're starting to see these teams lock up. One thing that's really advantageous for these squads, too, is the fact that we're back to a 16-team lobby. That's going to make this Sandhawk a lot nicer and a lot sweeter.
Definitely so. All right, let's get into it, Hot Jukes. Let's do it.
Here we go. Match number 1 of the PMWI Main Tournament, presented to you by Honor Magic 5 Pro. We can already see these players. They're dropping into the lobby, and always, every time we have the first tournament of the day, first game, I am looking to see if we were going to see any hot drops. Usually these teams have already done their homework. They've already kind of done their handshakes before the match, because you really want to avoid those hot drops at all costs. It's just not worth it at this level. Even if you do beat that team, you're most likely going to lose a player or two, and that's going to make things that much harder for you.
That's for sure, that's for sure. I did wonder how they were going to remedy the STE tagline versus STE tagline. So we see SZ STE up at the top here for 628. And then meanwhile, we have Stalwart dropping in boot camp. So if you're keeping track of those two teams, we got you good to go.
Yes, you are indeed. And it looks like, Gladiators are going to have a couple players nearby them. They do love that Camp Alpha mountainside range, so they're really hoping that first zone goes to them. But so far, so good. Doesn't look like we see any teams really getting too close to each other.
Yeah. Oh, and a mainland circle to get things going, as mainland as you can call the big island. But one slight change we've seen here, whilst we have this Paradise Resort going down, is that Gladiators had to move their drop spot a little bit, but I can talk about it in a moment.
Yep, we'll talk about that in just a second as we're watching GK go up against Dplus KIA in Paradise Resort. Ragnar up on the roof. Gets one, looking to get another, but he's waiting for his teammates. He wants to be able to get a little bit more room. Yeah, he jumps off, says, you know what? I got one. I need the rest of my squad to help me out for the rest.
Especially smart because he saw a second head coming his way, right? Just over the lip of that building, so you do not want to be taking that 2v1 situation when two players could be trying to jump shot you.
Especially with an M16 in hand. If
Yes,
he would have had
yes.
a DBS, maybe it was something different. But right now, with that M16, he's got to play things very carefully. Dplus KIA were able to get a full reset off. GK, unfortunately, do lose a player in the process, so they're going to be down a man here, and they're at a huge disadvantage.
Definitely so. And we've seen Dplus KIA be very strong when it came to kind of the long stay engagements that would go down, but at the same time here, this is kind of really on their doorstep. They're going to have to change gears a little bit and eventually take this fight fast, because, I mean, it's faster than most of their engagements in the All-Stars.
This is what I think is the reason why Dplus KIA is such a threat. They are so patient. Even though they have the man advantage, they want another knock. They don't want to risk it. They say, okay, we know that we're up. Let's just take our time and slowly creep on GK, hopefully get another knock, and then it's going to be easy pickings from there.
Definitely so. Okay, if there's a lull in this for the moment, actually, no, I still can't talk about the Gladiators situation until this one is concluded. So we do have a QBZ in hand, and Hythe will be able to get Forest straight away.
Forrest with getting knocked here is going to even the fight here. GK Forrest, Sayden actually does go down. That makes things tough. But Dplus KIA with their teamwork working so well together. And now Ragnar versus Fabian. This is going to be a huge fight. I love the fact that he does go for those finishes, wants to eliminate all the information that they have, leaving Fabian completely blind.
Very important. Now it's 2v1 advantage. One's going to go for the res here, whilst the other one's trying to get out the angle. Using that perspective to try and get that scan going on. QBZ trying to go for that trade. Reinforcements coming along. Has to abandon the res. Will finish it off. And we see a full team wipe. If they can get them on their feet, that's a huge win for Dplus KIA.
Fabian with 3 eliminations to his name. And this is what I really like about this team is you could see right when one got low, they immediately backtracked, waited for their teammate to come and support them.
Yes, yes.
And it was just back and forth because even though they were really hard hit, they wanted to make sure they didn't lose one player.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Really low, but great recovery there from Dplus KIA. Okay, so Rejects Tokyo, which is actually one of the teams we really need to talk about because of that Gladiators situation earlier. Gladiators, they dropped differently compared to what they normally do. They didn't drop anybody at Trifecta because they saw Rejects dropping there. They then rendezvoused together with 2, pushed Trifecta, eliminated the member of Rejects that was there, and now they've had to rotate away. So a slight adaptation from Gladiators, but then they punished the people that were encroaching on their territory, which was very smart. And maybe that might ward off Reject Tokyo in future Sandhawk games.
Absolutely. Gladiators want that Northwestern island to themselves. So, you know, knocking out a player from Reject Tokyo, scaring them off, is going to help them out. They didn't get the zone this time, but, you know, setting yourself up for future matches is what kind of sets you up for a championship position, like you mentioned earlier. So next zone, the first zone does go on up. It is going to be right in the center of mainland. Nothing too out of the normal. Gladiators, Vampire, DRS, all teams that need to push in.
Definitely, definitely. And with what you were saying about kind of setting yourself up for success later on, especially a location like Trifecta, which can become such an important anchor point for transitions between each of the islands. So yeah, they were very keen to make sure they said, hello, we are here, this is ours, please go away. But you can see them looting up, and they'll be coming a little bit later. But thankfully for them, with the circle the way it is, there is great transition methods still that are available to them, like that North Bridge, for example.
And once, you know, it's such a high skill lobby. Honestly, it makes rotations out of circle even easier because you have so many teams that know where they need to be. The second that zone pops, they automatically leave those edges. They take those center positions. So those teams on the edge have a little bit more room to breathe as opposed to some of the earlier stages where some squads may be scared and linger on those edges for a little too long.
Yeah, you can compare it to day number 1 of the All-Stars, right? Where we saw a lot more edge play compared to confident center sends. But in a lobby like this, where, again, I'm going to reiterate it, I think this is one of the most stacked lobbies of all time. I think that these guys will be happy to go center, happy to take those early compounds, happy to commit to them. And on Sandhawk, sometimes the transitions are a bit difficult, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to gamble for it.
You know, I was talking to the coach from Alpha7, and he was just elaborating just on that himself. You know, how his team is so comfortable, and we've seen it before plenty of times, where Alpha7 could have another squad pushing another, and say, you know what, even though we can take them out right now, it may be better just to let them push and then we'll third party later.
True.
As opposed to a
it.
lot of other nervous teams that are just like, see something, shoot at it.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
these teams, even though they're so close together, they know the big picture and they're comfortable being so close together.
I love hearing things like that because, as you say, trigger discipline in those moments can oftentimes lead to that team dislodging a problem for you elsewhere. So you kind of use the lobby against itself a little bit here, but we're going to get that shift coming in. Where are we going to go? Then we can get down to the nitty-gritty of some of the terrain that we're going to end up in.
Oh, yes, we are. You can see these teams locked and loaded, already kind of placing their bets of where this next zone is going to go. We'll see where it is. I love this new zone system, as it does go a little bit to that northwestern side, so we got a lot of water in play. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult, as it does reduce the amount of spots available. But this is a very common circle. I mean, every player is going to know where they need to be.
Yeah, a few really important compounds between, I would say, Paradise Resort and Boot Camp, and then southeast of Boot Camp as well. We're going to see a lot of teams start rocking up to these compounds. That line down the middle between the two locations is very, very sought after. And look at that. Good old Stalwart is going to be taking up residency in quite a few of these locations. Likewise, so is Reject Tokyo, though. They're already in an okay spot.
Well, you know, one thing I want to ask you here, Kalar, is first time us, you know, casting together a tournament of this size. You
We're
know,
having a good time.
Why don't we go ahead and I would like to ask you a question, FC. What are the advantages you think from a team starting off so strong in day number one?
Well, I mean, looking at this lobby and how it plays out, when you're able to establish some decent dominance, when you're able to get center positions and show that you're not able to be pushed around, it does kind of ward teams from making big pushes against you. And unfortunately, Rejects is not one of those teams. They're losing people slowly. So, I mean, when you have this kind of dynamic going on, the opposite side of what you're asking, teams start preying on you quickly. They see you as victims almost sometimes. So you got to be careful.
100%. And we've already could tell this is a huge LAN tournament here, guys. We don't really stress enough just how big nerves come into play. And if you start off, if you have those nerves come into this and you start off with your players getting picked off little by little, it could definitely hurt you. So we'll have to see. You know, one thing I love to see from squads is teams that have that ability to bounce back, because that is the hardest thing to do at this level.
Yeah, it's going to play mind games with you. It gets into your head. And so far, I mean, it's only really Sarah and one already down as well here from the distance. Twisted Minds, though, will have a knock themselves. Sarah's back up and good to go. Well, actually, I was able to get his teammate up even, I should say, as Duelo's going to heal up here as well. But again, looking at where Reject is, they are scrappy at the moment, salvaging a situation where losing 2 early on is pretty deadly.
These shots are ridiculous. I mean, that guy barely peeked for a second. Instantly knocked out of there. Let's take a look at this little replay here as Lupa, monster player himself, just, man, like we mentioned, we got dislodged by Gladiators, lost 1 player, and due to that spread out, now they just seem to be getting picked apart. With 2 players up, it's not going to be the start that they're looking for, but Reject Tokyo has plenty of skill in the bag. Hopefully we can see them bounce back.
What scares me as well for Reject Tokyo, whilst we're still on kind of the topic of them, is they've got Fireflux on a hill where I've seen Fireflux win games from. When it comes to these kinds of circles, they're very familiar with this kind of lip, with this hill. They are kind of in the 2-2 split right now, but honestly, Rejects is very vulnerable to them eventually having a little bit of a peek over. Thankfully, there's quite a bit of tree coverage, but some of these players can see through those trees pretty well, man.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see Duelo looking for any little pixel that is out of place, and you got to have that eyesight on point because there are going to be plenty of snakes in the grass here. Still a ton of players are remaining, 15 teams, as GK is the only one to go out. Next zone about to pop.
And that's the important thing about 15 teams still alive that you're bringing up here. When the skill of the lobby gets higher, more people survive longer into the game. So there's less room to work with as the circle shifts hard east here. So again, as I said, Fireflux, man, that ridge that they like to play here, it's served them well in the past, and it could serve them well in this game too.
Now, I'll tell you what, edge play is going to be a lot harder than before.
Exactly.
Yeah, so a lot of those teams that depended on edge play early in earlier tournaments, they would see those weaker teams, those scared to be central squads, and just absolutely dominate them, get those eliminations up early, and then see what happens. But There are no weak teams in this lobby. Every single player here is an absolute beast. So even if you find a player on the edge of zone, you got to make sure you execute everything to perfection.
Okay, big rotations going on, but look at this. Compared to what we were seeing in All-Stars, honestly, you would have 4 teams eliminated by now or something like that. Everyone's playing it very patiently, very cautiously. They know what's on the line for every single game. 18 games actually doesn't end up adding up to that much, really, across the 3 days. And especially when it's the first one, you really want momentum on your side. As Revo, going to shoot towards box gaming, as box formation may come into play, but they are going to be on the edge with that box formation.
Yeah, starting off strong is going to be so important. You ward off teams from dropping into your location. You make teams possibly even hesitate when they fight against you, when they realize it's you. So many advantages coming up for those teams. And of course, you know, those teams that don't start off strong, it's in the complete opposite direction. Gladiators, like we talked about earlier, they do have the advantage of playing on the All-Star stage. We heard Kitsune talk a little bit earlier how his team purchased these devices a little earlier on. He got the training for it. Yeah, and he had that All-Star stage to get used to it as well. So this team is going to have a major advantage to the teams that are coming in here just today.
Yeah, they're coming into the circle, though, quite late. So let's see if they can make that work. Already, a lot of these compounds been taken up. A lot of good ridges in the middle been taken up. My question marks revolve around DRS. They're rotating far on the south. A spray goes in. Not going to be hitting anything, though, for Senate.
These are those kind of sprays that always give me a big question mark, because even if Alpha7 does hit this knock, they're not pushing this.
They're going to pick him up straight away.
Yeah. So, you know, it's really risky. You're most likely going to lose a little bit of health, but he does hit a couple shots. So maybe possibly looking to eliminate their armor here going into this next circle.
DRS coming in from the south side of the circle by listening. Or they might go for... This is a huge wrap by DRS. It's bold, and I kind of like it. They're going to be coming in. Okay, no, they are coming on for precisely the south side. And that's not as wide as I thought it was going to be, so never mind.
Yeah. I mean, they did do a little bit of a wrap, but I mean, they did send it right here to the edge. This is going to be a tough one for them. We do see Senatexa get 1 knock there onto Dplus KIA. I believe that's going to be 2. So with 2 knocks, if they're going to push, that's going to be the time to do it. But with how many teams are close by, it is so difficult to push these kinds of plays. Timing is everything. You push too soon, and you can get third-partied. You push too late, you can get third-partied. So next zone does come on up, and regardless, you got to move no matter what.
Already, Dplus KIA been through the wars as Infinity IQ is going to be pushing up against them. Satan down once again. Actually, second knock for him. So you don't want to be getting knocked many more times here. It will be difficult to get someone up in that scenario if they do. But Infinity IQ knows that they must push this location and eventually quite aggressively.
Vampire going up against Twisted Minds. Here comes a big battle here. 4v4. Schweppes does have those angles. He's going to throw that jump nade. Ooh, gets beat up pretty bad, but he hits the nade onto Dami. That leaves 1 player up for Twisted Minds. We should see a full send here from Vampire.
Difficult to deal with this, as another nice nade was going their way. Didn't quite connect with as much as I thought it would, though. A bit of a push-up. 2 trying to push on this. Crypto not with too much opportunity here to get this going. He's sticking the res. This is very bold. He's now going to have to remove, considering Ravenclaw was looking for the off angle.
DBS is out. Here we go, Ravenclaw. He's got the advantage. Oh, and Nade does it, though. And that is Twisted Minds out early. And our All-Star Stage champion starting off strong.
Rough stuff for Twisted Minds. Box are going to be taking a fight against Alpha7 down towards the bottom. It is going to get so crowded here. Hot Jukes, as now Box has found Carrillo. He's going to go down. Senna is in the smoke with a DBS prone. He could be the snake in the grass they need.
Here he comes. Pops out. Gets 1 DBS shot. Gets another. Looking for the double play. The nade comes out, but he gets knocked in the process. So Box Gaming down 2 players. But Alpha7 is hurt big time. I believe it's only 1 up. Yeah, that's going to be Revo, the last 1 player up for him.
Trying to make something happen here, but it's very, very difficult. Even if they do, Box has already done a significant amount of damage here to be able to make this go.
I think if you're Revo, you got to push here. Like, you just got to send it at this point.
So
I mean,
don't get the reses, etc.
Yeah, because your teammates are already going to be down and out, and the chances of you even surviving for placement points here in the Sandhawk is like practically 0.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Again, with the amount of people that are still alive here during all of this. Alpha7 is gone, though. That's them down in 13th place. Here comes Vampire, pushing on rejects. This is actually such a great opportunity for them because this team was already wounded. Jula is going to go down. Sarah's charging a nade. Unless they group up massively, this isn't going to get much done. It's not bad. Where's it gone?
Does he hit it? He
huge!
does! And Tony K's down to 1 HP. Sara, oh my gosh, catching another player. He catches Matic off guard. Another nade here. Could he did? Oh, but his back gets shot! And he is out of there.
A lot of words about Rosemary. Pundits looking at him as a great player here to be able to knock it out of the park. Tony K, though, in the distance. There was a molly on this rock, not actually catching him off. And then Smoke even blocking a little bit of vision, but 3 players here.
Rosemary completely out of utility, so he is stuck in a position, but here comes the rest of his team. Potato coming up close. You see he's got that nade locked in hand. Vampire on the back ropes. Gonna have to hit some major shots, but they're actually getting helped out from all sides. That's gonna be Stalwart there with a huge off angle onto Alter Ego.
Makes it all the harder when teams survive this long, and they will be taken out here on the push. Vampire shut down.
Oh man, center circle being so advantageous here. Stalwart holding it down, but look at this. This is 628 with the DPS, getting the double knock on the Infinity IQ. Kaidula gonna have to make a play here from this tree. He has to watch his teammates go down, but you can see Falcon Esports in the back looking to clean this up.
Yep, you got to take all these third-party opportunities whenever you can. But the problem with Sandhawk is sometimes you can even be fourth-partied, etc. With how many teams still alive, the terrain, the way it works on out here. Ferrari charging up that nade, going across the hill. He was hit as well by a nade. Punching King takes a bit of damage.
Sunan going and getting that secure. Very, very important for his team. He has 3 eliminations, so he is definitely starting things off for 628. Meanwhile, you got Falcons on the edge of the circle. Papa Blue coming in hot. This is stage number 5. Blue zone hurts real bad.
Yes, it does. You got to be careful about this. Ferrari lying down prone, actually sees Falcons members in the distance here. Look at you can see the pixels on the head, but he's not going to take the shots just yet. Yang actually knocks him from the other side of things to get things going, and trying to go for Punching King straight away will get him. Tries to go for the flush, doesn't get the flush though, and he was stolen, I think, from shots from Ketch.
Catch. I mean, these players are picking up these steal elimination points like crazy. This team was on the thin side of the circle, so they had a little bit of time to be able to push in, but they're not going to be able to get a break at all. We're seeing teams drop like crazy. Meanwhile, Stalwart have the strongest position, and they are big chilling in the compound.
Look at that. Surprise, surprise. Oh, and the circle. I mean, honestly, Stalwart, they drop boot camp. They had the pick of the litter when it came to compounds, and they are not going to squander it here, as they're going to have a few teams trying to push up against them. And also, we're watching this go down here. 628 is having a bit of a rough time.
Oh, yes, they are. They're going to be forced to try and push into this next zone. Meanwhile, Falcon Esports are right there next to him. TQ with a huge off angle. Going to go ahead and apply some pressure.
Coexisting.
Meanwhile, yeah, they are coexisting for just a little bit, but they're going to have to start pushing into this next circle. There's only 15 seconds left on the clock.
No way they didn't check that Fabian was there. That is actually quite dangerous.
Uh-oh.
You really need to cover these shacks because I don't really think he made that many noise cues either whilst the circle is going to be closing.
Steal.
Big spray from 6. Able to hit it.
Taking up all those points he can get. Meanwhile, Stalwart refusing to give up this location. Doing a great job of holding this down, that YOLO push. Oh, I thought we were going to see a little bit of shenanigans there from that nade.
This is actually quite dangerous for Stalwart because, of course, they were separated across this compound. This big push in by Tiamba could cause some problems, but they're holding well so far. They're also shooting at Gladiators from the opposite side. DBS coming in at hand here for Stalwart, trying to clear them out. They completely crush them. Stalwart doesn't even take a knock.
Bang! 4 eliminations for Stalwart, and the best position in this zone is definitely their game to win. Meanwhile, we're seeing a lot of action here on the edge of the zone. Falcon Esports down to 1 player, but they do have 7 eliminations. Alter Ego with 2.
Nice.
Meanwhile, having 7 as well, so that's going to definitely offset their finish here.
Man, Rosemary was just shooting everything, and he continues to do so. Kitsune in the distance will get absolutely obliterated from across the way, and that's quite the distance there across compounds. So Stalwart's in the circle again, but they're hearing these shots zing across them from side to side. They must be so content with this.
100%. They're looking for that chicken dinner, but you know, this is one of those dream zones that you get. You want to be able to get that chicken with a lot of eliminations, but these teams on the edge, like Alter Ego with 8 elims to the name right now, they are crushing it.
Honestly, at the same time, though, for Sandhawk, sometimes you're just content with getting the victory and a handful of elims here and there. It's the kind of game that you're like, well, thank God we didn't get caught on the edge of these zones with all of these other teams, right? As Ketch has actually pushed up for Fireflux, but I don't know if anybody's going to deal with Stalwart here.
Yeah, 6-8 was definitely one of those squads. Ooh. Meanwhile, Gladiators forced to push in the middle of that. Blow the play zone. Papa Blue taking down McHugh is going to make things pretty difficult. Tixie misses those shots. That is going to hurt. And Stalwart makes him pay for it.
They're gonna destroy everybody on every angle here. Stalwart keeps escaping at low health. They just keep falling back to cover. They're taking the angles they need to. They're not over-aggressing on this. If the circle goes their way once again, they couldn't be more blessed.
And Gladiators knew the situation. They stayed in the blue zone, and they denied the points to Stalwart. In that scenario, that is the best thing that you could do.
I'm so impressed by Stalwart's ability to hold both sides of the road on this compound. They've been so good about it. At the same time, though, this could cause problems. Fireflux and them have been able to push up against this, so maybe this divide and conquer tactic might work.
Well, Potato is up close. Top is completely separated. They can take the advantage here with a 2v1, but now it's turned into a 1v1. Oh. Potato is going to get a finish. That is 9 eliminations. Huge game here for Alter Ego.
Massive, massive here, especially as I say on a Sandhawk, where usually it's all very spread out. The elims flying in thick and fast. As Fireflux here, they've turned their attention towards Alter Ego, trying to shut them down just in case they can only scrap for a second place.
Solus going down. Fireflux going to have to jump out that back window if they want to get the res. Meanwhile, Potato hard chilling in the building. Oh, and he does go down. So Solus getting picked underneath the building. Meanwhile, Fireflux, here comes Papa Blues. This is stage 9. It's going to go down to nothing. What a shot from Lutz.
What a shot here. Fireflux really contending and trying to push on against this, though. They're on fire, trying to get out of this situation. It's not going to be easy. Potato actually able to shut them down. He's able to scrap second place from this here. And Stalwart should be able to get the first.
Potato is hungry. He's got the Uzi.
No
it's a
way.
1v1.
No way.
Potato.
No way.
Looking to steal the chicken dinner from Stalwart with the jump shot. DBS. It's going to be a Stalwart Esports chicken dinner. That was way too close.
That was too close for comfort for Stalwart. They thought they had that in the bag for so long in this game, and yes, they do. But Alter Ego, man, what a play from Potato to be able to get that as close as it was.
I mean, of their whole entire team to even get Potato to that stage.
Yes.
Stalwart had to do nothing. All they had to do was sit back and shoot at anything that moved at them. Alter Ego, they had a very difficult rotation into that zone, and they made it all the way to the end. That was nuts.
That is relatively difficult, very, very difficult, I'm going to say, on Sandhawk especially. To be playing the edge like that, to be down to 2, to be able to kind of eke out each situation as it comes their way. Very impressed by Alter Ego, but Stalwart, man, they held this down in Stalwart fashion. They held it down like a fortress. They eliminated threats in kind of that 2-2 split across the road again, which is very impressive. Oftentimes you have to get together on one side of the road to hold it down.
100%. Yeah, usually you have to go ahead and group up, focus on one team at a time, but they made that 2-2 split work for them. Absolute insanity here to start off our main stage tournament. It's exactly what I expected. Absolute insanity. Let's go ahead and take it on over to Jason Kaplan and the rest of the desk to see them break it down for us.
Well, break it down is something we definitely need to do here, because that was a spicy way to start off the main tournament here at PMWI. Alter Ego, a fantastic push, as we saw by Potato. But Max, I mean, just throw it to Max. Just get him on camera. Get him a solo shot. He's happy.
I mean, a Stalwart win, finally. This is the best start I could expect from the main tournament, right? It's a good time.
We were wondering.
Not an easy compound to hold down because you're split, but they made up for the weaknesses in so many good ways here. And I really want to dive deep into it because it was such a good game to kick off the event.
It was, and I felt like they showed us what we've been wanting to see out of other teams, right? When they get blessed. It wasn't even blessed by the song because they were able to rotate so well. But they just, the synergy was there. They were able to move alongside with each other. It was just so good. I can't wait to talk more about it.
I mean, to do plays the way they did and at the speed at which they did it, the communication needs to be a 10 out of 10. And in that game, it really was.
Same with Alter Ego. I mean, for them to be able to do that with just 2 players after being able to survive a lot of stuff too, being able to take on fights with other teams, it was impressive.
So do I hear some Alter Ego fanboys here on the desk?
Maybe.
Yeah.
No more Alpha7, it's Alter Ego.
We'll get to Alpha7.
Alter Ego 7?
Alter 7? A7. It's still A7.
I think we're onto something, just like we're onto the Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. an Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. Big shout out to them as all the players are playing on one of these awesome devices. And well, it helped Stalwart get the victory. Which, honestly, Max, I mean, we were watching it together, and he was just getting jittery. He was getting excited. He was like, they did such a good rotation. Then they did this, and now there's a lot to talk about.
The whole game was really good.
There's a lot to talk about here. So why don't you take a look at the match rankings so we can dive into some of these teams in particular, because it's all about the points. And Alter Ego had a lot of eliminations behind that second place finish.
Yeah, actually, I thought at some point they somewhat saved Vampire Esports from Sora, from Reject, and I was like, okay, they kind of helped out the team. It's not going to be that easy to take away, but man, they're still scoring here. 10 eliminations on the game 7. Alter Ego coming in with a bang, which I would say aggressiveness is aggressivity, if you, well, that's my word, which both work. Was something that was lacking from this team back in the PMGC Grand Finals. But adding Rosemary and Potato more specifically is looking even more aggressive in these fights is exactly the change we expected.
I was just so impressed the way they were able to play that edge. It was so wonderful, especially when DRS tried to push on them. By the way, DRS tried to do a very, very wide rotation, and it backfired when they ran into Alter Ego. And looking at here, which
Vampire, man. Yeah. 6 eliminations, and they went out in 11th place. Like, we're talking about the defending champions. They were actually in a fight. Let me take a look at my notes. Up against Reject, right?
And Twisted Minds, yeah.
And, funny enough, guess who saved them?
Alter
Ego. Guess who eliminated them? Alter Ego.
It was a very nadeable mini compound. So it was the moment you knew you were going to get pushed away because of the blue zone, you had that kind of like rush factor. You had to leave ASAP. You were not going to make it out. But yeah, Vampire, still a few eliminations. Sure, 0 placement, but that's the thing. Even a bad game for Vampire, it still results in a few points coming their way. So it's not going to allow them to fall too far behind on this first game.
I gotta give a shout out as well here to Falcons, like for them to get 7 eliminations in that first match. I know it's Sandhawk, but it's still a lot of limbs to put up. Dplus as well getting 6. You had Vampires we saw get 6, and Fireflux getting 5. Like, we saw some teams picking up some pretty good eliminations. And again, considering the delays we had, which is very hard to keep your mental state to kind of stay focused, I think it's kind of impressive and shows the caliber of these teams.
And I think that's the main thing, right? The main thing that we've been hyping up about the main event. Every single team has that fragging power, and I think we're going to be we're especially going to be seeing in Sandhawk, but I can't wait to see what's going to be happening there in Gale as well, because I think we're going to be able to see it even more, right? With the rotation, with being able to work with more space.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get voted in, right? All of these teams qualified for a reason because they can back up their spot in the main tournament with great gameplay right here. Though we had some great moments, and I mean, the DBS is still the DBS. Nothing to say too much about that one, but once again, the way they just played around this compound, the synergy from them is so good. And the Zed, once again...
Your player to watch?
My player to watch, for a reason, up here, top damage and maybe top eliminations. They're all pretty close to one another. Oh, actually, Icy's up there. Okay, the other pickup.
But you can see the big impact that those 2 players, the ones that we're talking about, the new addition, I mean, Icy and Nerset, 4 elims, being able to back it up too. And I mean... Top, you know
0 healing for top.
He's really not moving from that one compound. I mean, they barely moved. They were from boot camp, went to the hilltop northeast of boot camp, then into that trifecta road compound. It's good movements.
I actually like the rotation out of them with North boot camp. They had that 2-2 split, and then they decided to move on together, which I really appreciate, especially here in Sandhawk, and especially with how compact everything was.
Not only that, also, the moment they moved to that hilltop, after they close up that 2-2 split, they send the Zerd into the trifecta of the road, and the moment they see Gladiators get close enough, they just instantly pull back. No, they don't want to take that fight head-to-head into the compound, which, luckily enough for them, the circle ends up going, but the execution after that was absolutely magnificent.
Well, the thing was, right, Stalwart, as I think John put it, actually, they're just playing tower defense here, pretty much, right, inside the compound. But I bring it up in particular because we did see Tianba try to go for a game-winning play, and I wanted you to actually break that down for us, Max.
That's actually the big standout for me in this game in particular. One weakness when you're holding on to those road trifecta compounds is you have to be relatively split to have information and to know when teams are pushing your way. The instant Tianba make it, like, I think in a 50-meter radius of the compound, they just regroup as a 2-2. I think it's Icy and the Zerd that actually regroup together, and they can just gatekeep the entirety of Tianba. Because Tianba just arrived, they can just chop mollies, utility, push it to close off the last few eliminations if needed. The communication set of it, I really have to say, it was just so on point, and that compound is not easy to defend.
Actually, go ahead, and then I'll bring up my point.
It's pretty much what Max was saying, this synergy and then being able to just be on the same page. If somebody is going to be pushing on them, being able to back up your teammate, and that's something that a lot of teams tend to lack. They just kind of leave that player alone by himself, and we kind of see that out of Gladiators, right? Even Nitsuna was able to tell...
It's the opposite, almost.
Yeah, Nitsuna was able to tell me, you know what, we're not going to send all our players in, we're going to be just sending 2, but you can see Stalwart Esports, they might send, they will send 1, and if the needs for it, they're going to be sending the other players as well.
Oh, you did also say, Max, though, looking at that crash again that we saw at Tiamba, Gladiators could have actually crashed that as well around the same time, and that would have decimated Stalwart potentially.
I was expecting it to come out from all Gladiators or Flux. Actually, no team was actually willing to go for that move. I think Flux did try to initiate something once Gladiators started to go for the push, but the defense system, well, the tower defense really, as John stated earlier in the green room, that was set up by them was just too strong that you just didn't have the time to third party, because even after they eliminate Gladiators, there's still 4 players alive. Nobody goes down, so they can instantly be on the pivot, on the pivot for another fight versus Flux, and they're just an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Well, we can see here some highlights from the last match as well, and honestly, it was kind of a bloodbath off the beginning. We saw Dplus KIA, Dplus KIA. Oh man, they changed the name so many times, it's a headache. Up against GK, and they were able to eliminate them pretty quickly, but I feel like we got to a point, I don't know what zone it was, I want to say like around 4, where we had like 15 teams left alive, and then you like blink and you open them again. It's a very long blink, obviously. And then we had like 7 or 8 left. Like there was obviously a very slow play in towards some of these later zones. You were saying, Max, that it's going to be hard for any team to survive the push.
I think the moment you're mentioning like phase 4, 5, something like that, there's a lot of dips of hiding spaces for those teams, but the moment the circle's centered towards that road trifecta, you don't have those hiding spots anymore, so you're going to be forcing fights. I think in the south you had 5, 6 teams, something like that, and pretty much the circle shifted.
In the north.
Exactly. The moment that circle shifted, all those teams got eliminated, because if you're on the high ground or in the compound, you're just going to win.
And that's something that ended up helping Alter Ego, because Alter Ego, once they clear Vampire Esports, they had that southwest to themselves, and it ended up benefiting them in a big way, especially with just 2 players playing the edge and letting everybody in the north just take care of each other.
Real question for both of you. If Vampire was able to fend off Reject and fend off Alter Ego, do you think they could have won this? Obviously, there's a lot of things that could have happened, right?
I think Star Wars, they positioned themselves so well that they would have been able to defend it regardless.
Yeah, too good.
Okay. Well, I'm starting to hear the music going, and I'm hoping I'm not being teased this time, as it looks like the players are about to kick things off. Going into Erringo, though, for our first time of the day, I want to hear your predictions of who's going to take this match. Max Man, go.
Damwon KIA, let's go.
Really?
No, I'm not the only one that said it.
Vampire Esports.
Vampire?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Well, you know what? Max Man, I'm going to go for the back-to-back. I'm going to go for Stalwart.
They're going to pull a Vampire.
Well, keep in mind, we have the record breakers, right? If they can get 3 in a day, they win, I believe, about $25,000 for themselves as well, to add to the tally of their soon-to-come $400,000.
Whoa.
That's it. I mean, I predicted before the event started that they would be the team to win, and I'm not going to back down.
You know what? I would love it. Action has got the most eliminations from actually last year. If Top beats it, that would be a great storyline. I'd love to see that happen.
You think?
Yeah.
You think Top's going to beat it?
Maybe Nazet.
I was about to say, come on.
Could happen
You got to stick to it. Stick to your player to watch.
IC2, he was top fragger there. Who knows?
Okay. Well, I did get you baited there. We're not going to be going to game.
Just cool music.
Just cool music.
Yeah.
But also, what we could look at, something we did have planned, Alter Ego player stats.
Yes.
As you see, they had 10 eliminations, right? And I actually want to see where they kind of were allocated across the roster for them, because we are going to be looking quite heavily into who's the star players for these teams.
No surprise there being able to see Rosemary with the top damage, because he was the one that was able to take it. I love the hair, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, the hair color buff. You know, you saw some white color hair, some red full top, and he's got the blue one.
And you can see the 5 elements there at Rosemary. What I was going to say is he was the one that was able to kind of help out Vampire Esports by taking off rejects, and then they were able to move forward. And then with Potato, you got to remember,
healing.
At the end, for a second, we thought he was going to be able to clutch it up.
That's a scratch, I think, to heal. But, oh, no.
It's like, oh, no. I don't think I'm going to heal anymore. Just take me away.
And obviously, as we did see with DRS, right, they were a team who were able to get into the late stages of the games back in the All-Star stage. And then day 2, they were able to pick up the eliminations. We're seeing both here out of Alter Ego. And the thing is, remember last time I saw Alter Ego, they just didn't really impress so much back when working with them, or commentating, hosting, whatever you want to call it. But I'm excited to see, like, what kind of form we're going to see out of this event.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it a bit on the pre-show. What they were lacking back in the PMGC Grand Finals was fragging power, which I think Rosemary actually is the perfect pickup for. I think he's one of the best successful player pickups of 2023 so far, and I really want to see how this team can grow in the long term, and if they make it back into PMGC, see how they truly evolve over the course of a year.
Yep.
Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I do see a plane on the screens here of the Honor Magic 5 Pro for the players here live at PMWI. Let's get into our first Erringo of the day, our second match overall. Look at Lars.
Oh yeah, let's go,
just me,
baby!
Just me.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Kalaris, you got this, brother. I believe in you.
You want me to do an intro?
Do an intro. Go
That's
for it.
right. It's time for game number 2 here at the PMWI main event, and we are going to be getting things going. Look at this, a Southern Plane Path. We've just had Stalwart get themselves a phenomenal victory on the board here, thanks to holding down the tower defense. And now we're into game number 2, the Grassy Pastures. What do you think?
Oh, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
I appreciate that.
Stalwarts, will they get blessed back-to-back? That is going to be the question. But you know what? They're not a team that really needs it. But when they get it, oh, is it so sweet.
Yeah.
Southern Plane Path here. That's going to kind of not the favorite of these players.
It's
that's
rough.
For sure. It is rough.
Yeah.
You know, and we're starting to see, teams like Vampire stretch up north. I'm surprised because normally we see Vampire go Primorsk. But instead they decided to head towards Hospital.
Yep, it's a little bit tricky for them to make something like this happen. I mean, they know that 628 is also kind of keen on that location, right? So you got to be careful. Likewise, though, they do know that making this kind of drop go on, Fireflux is also keen to be moving north. So you've got to be a little bit careful here as Vampire. But there is the circle. It's pretty much going to be mainland almost guaranteed here. With obviously, we do have a little bit of military in, but usually teams would discount that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're definitely going to tell that all these teams are going to head towards that center area. Shelter, always a really strong position here in this circle. As we look at Alpha7, forced on the run, and that is just a result of this plane path.
The double buggy pickup.
Double buggy. I always call those the lucky buggy.
The lucky buggy pickup.
That's right.
As they just crash into each other.
Oh.
No way. Get him.
Pushed over. Huiga. Goodbye. Oh, he jumped over it. What a jump.
There's no way he
Two-time?
gets away.
Nice
try.
Nice driving there from Quan. As that
first jump was sick.
That was. Honestly. I mean, he hopped right over it. Quan, though, with the return. Easy elimination. And that's always the roughest part about these circles, you know? Or the plane paths in general. You got to go and hunt down a vehicle, and if you miss, you're out of there.
No, definitely so, of course, as the 2023 PMWI crate is available from July the 15th to August the 15th as well. And maybe we've got a regame here. But also, not only that, we can go over to the Esports Center and check out some of the stuff that's coming along for you as well over at home. So if we do have a regame, we're just going to have a little bit of a lapse for the moment here. But I think when you look at a game like that, some of those teams that would like to go north, don't have the easiest time in a plane path like that. So it does kind of set them back straight away on an Erangel like that. So maybe they'd be happy to kind of negate some of that.
Oh, I know. What was it? Infinity IQ. Pretty happy about that one. They're going to be able to run this one big. Let's take a look at these teams. You can see exactly where there are players behind the frosted glass, just waiting and excited here today. I mean, the first match was nuts, obviously. We saw some Sandhawk craziness, but now we're going to go to Erangel, the tried and true map. So I'm really interested to see how it all plays out here because we already noticed some teams taking some different drop locations. I wonder what's going to happen when we see a nice, good plane path.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about those drop positions as well, let's talk about the Vampire Stalwart 628
That's correct.
drop kind of dynamic as well, right? For a Vampire, it does put a little bit of a wrench in their works, but if you think about what they were doing in All-Stars, right? Their backup drop sometimes was locations like Zaki. So if you think about them trying to drop north on a plane path like that and then trying to rotate in from that northwest side, they clearly have some experience with it regarding kind of that backup drop location potential. So coming in from that side, they're probably very well versed at rotating from that angle.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, at a tournament of this caliber, with this much prize pool, guarantee you, these teams have all had a little chat prior to this, before entering here in the lobby, and they're saying, you know what, we're just gonna land on this side, you guys land over there, and we'll see who all battles it out in the final zone, because like I talked about, having these hot drops, they destroy your chances of a championship.
Oh yeah,
incredibly.
Yeah, it is absolutely brutal for both teams involved. Even if you're on the winning end of it, oftentimes you might lose one player, you might lose two players. Yeah, you won out the hot drop, and yeah, you've got yourself 4 eliminations on the board, but it really does not help your chances in order to convert to a win, things like that. And speaking of converting to a win, let's briefly talk about what we saw from a good point that they brought up on the desk was the Tiamba win it or lose it play.
Yes.
I love seeing those kinds of plays because honestly, if you send, and when we saw them send into the Stalwart compound, you either win that fight and you potentially put yourself in a winning position, or you don't win it and that's like that. But it sometimes, especially on Sandhawk, Jukes, and you know it as well, is better than just committing to the third parties, the fourth parties of edge play, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're having to roll the dice if you're just sticking to the spot where you're at. You're hoping that another team fights another, you catch a lucky third party, but they wanted to take their whole entire, you know, future in their own hands.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed,
so they said, you know what, we take this day, if we get it, we do. If we go out, we go out. But we'll find out. Let's go ahead and bring it on over to the desk to hear their thoughts on that.
Well, my thoughts are actually thinking towards the teams who came in from the All-Star stage where they are used to this happening and they get to keep their mental focus, whereas the teams coming in, this might throw them off a little bit. You know what? And you got to stay focused because you only have 3 days of play.
You know what? Which team actually just got rolled over?
I think that was Infinity, wasn't it?
Was that Infinity?
It was, yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah.
They're like, yes, saved.
Another chance.
Shout out to whoever that was.
Yeah, do you see the guns of that reject player, by the way? Man, he built different, literally.
Not quite there yet.
Yeah, you got
more
to try and stay in that mental state, right? Yeah.
More like Jason. He's got.
I don't know. I saw you curling like 10s this morning.
10 kilos, which equals
10 different chocolates.
Chocolates. Oh yeah, that's perfect. French.
Never mind.
This man, I don't. Okay, we'll get back to topic really quickly. This man, for some reason, every morning orders a cappuccino, takes his cappuccino, takes like a chocolate croissant. Okay, no, we'll go to back. So production saying, Jason, stay back, stay focused. I don't want it from the match we just saw, though. I want it from the match we just had happen because I think they definitely had more damage than that, didn't they?
Yep, and I think they had some elims too.
Is that actually from last match? I thought they had way more than that.
I mean, they
didn't get any elims.
They got no damage or like eliminations on their push in the
color me wrong
in the trifecta. Sure. Yeah. So I think this is accurate.
They actually got just the 1 placement point then.
Yeah. Also.
Okay. So he takes a croissant. No, we'll skip past that. I mean, obviously it is a tough time here for the teams. Obviously, stay focused. I'm trying to think of any teams in particular that we kind of looked at in the last match. I mean, if you think about the PEL teams coming through, we didn't see too much about it in the first match. However, I'm very conditioned to see PEL teams come in with Nova. And it's just like, first day is not a big deal. Day 2 and day 3 is where they really come out the gates.
I think the Sanhok is not very telling of what we can expect from them. I'm going to wait maybe for an Erangel or two, a Miramar especially, see how they're going to be adapting to the lobby. I think after one Sanhok like that, it's a bit too soon. I want to have a little bit more time. They're actually bringing up one topic for Sanhok in particular and see how that's going to devolve in the next day and next 2 days actually of the main tournament is are we going to see that hot drop happening in bootcamp that we saw of GK taking that fight versus Dplus KIA. Dplus KIA completely dominated it, but in Paradise. I hope it's not going to happen again because it's just, as we know, not really worth it.
I think it'll probably happen one more time.
It takes 2 days.
I think, I don't know if it will happen tomorrow, but depending on where GK is at, depending on where Dplus KIA is at, I think they'll probably land on each other one more time. I mean,
$3 million?
We saw it, right? We saw it happen, I mean, during the All-Star stage between, what was it? I think it was Dplus KIA. I can't remember the other team.
It's always Dplus KIA.
Yeah, I can't remember
Forest.
the other.
Forest away.
It was Forest. I can't remember the other team, but I mean, it happened 2 days in a row.
Well, we saw that happen a lot, actually. I'm trying to think like a season ago, not this season that just passed, like the fall season of PMPL Europe, where we had the same 2 teams dropping every single time on the same compound on Miramar, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, we had even
or was that PMGC?
Yep.
We had some
I think you're thinking about G Gladiators when they were previously named different. And then Alpha7.
HVVP.
No, it was one team.
But I mean, they would always just ego hot drop each other.
Basically, hot drops are bad, don't do that. Yeah. That's what we're trying to get to, okay, right now. It's just not going to be helping you out. It's just Sanhok is not as impactful if you had a hot drop happening on Erangel, which is why I'm really willing to see if that is going to be the case on Erangel. Are we going to see Alpha7 Gladiators retain, especially the changes that we were able to witness at the end of the All-Star stage? Are Gladiators going to keep dropping towards Hospital Split? Are they going to go for the southern western bridge of Sonuvka? I feel like teams have already adapted so much, and especially we got 3 full days of broadcast that the main tournament teams have been able to watch and see this is where the teams dropped, this is where they rotate typically. You can dodge it. I don't want to see hot drops happening at least as often as we had at the start of All-Stars.
And I feel in Erangel, it might come down to the plane path, right? Because, in this previous match, before we restarted, we did see G Gladiators go to Ferry Pier, where they've been going over and over again. And I think they had Alpha7 starting to go towards Lipovka.
Well, here we go. Some total damage from the last match. We did have 2K reached and breached by Stalwart. Onto Ego at 1,700, a better ratio there between obviously damage and eliminations. Gladiator, though, kind of enjoying seeing this amount of damage. Obviously, one thing we've been criticizing them heavily on is having the Matic Classic.
Yep.
It still doesn't rhyme. When I say it doesn't rhyme.
Really? Yeah.
The Matic Classic. If I do it like that, yeah, the Matic Classic doesn't really rhyme.
It's got to enunciate, yeah.
Matic?
And in American, it doesn't rhyme. In French, English, it seems like it does.
Matic Classic. Ah, no, it doesn't. Nah, but not really.
Matic Meta?
No. We'll have to find
That's
something.
alliteration.
No.
We'll think of some.
We'll think of something. Don't worry. I mean, we got the Terminator. We got Darth Dante. We got to figure out a couple more. But what about Alpha7, since I'm looking at you? Not a strong first match, but not necessarily a big deal for them. We always know they start slow in tournaments. The only weird thing is that this is technically like day 4 for them.
You're going to set me up for it? All right, I think it's time. I think it's time. I actually wanted to talk about this at the beginning of the show. I don't want to see a slow start out of them. I feel like they don't have any excuse now. They were using the excuse of, okay, we already qualified to the main event. We're going to be able to try different stuff. And I feel like it is now time for them to not be using any excuses and actually show up here and not be like, okay, you know what? It's usual Alpha7. They're not going to be doing well here in day 1, but in day 2, that's when they start picking it up. I kind of want to just not continue to give him an excuse, because that's what I feel like is happening. We just saw what World Esports was able to do, right? And they haven't been playing the previous 3 days. They were able to come in here. They were able to get a chicken dinner. They were able to back it up with eliminations too. So it's time we start getting off that narrative of, oh yeah, this team is used to starting off slow. They're going to come back in day 2. I'm just tired of that. I want to see Alpha7 show the caliber team that if they want to become the champions, right? We always talk about with Alpha7, they really want to become PMGC champions. At this rate, I just don't see it happening this year. Something needs to change.
Yeah, I mean, I could see some people saying like, oh, but it's different teams than what you had in All-Stars, so they need to adapt a little bit more. And I mean, not really, because...
You know what that's called, Max? It's called excuses.
Exactly. Yep. And the thing is also on top of that is that these are internationally renowned teams. Like we know how they play. We know where they drop. We know how they rotate. If you're doing your research, which it should be at this point, you shouldn't be having any major issues. And you have 16 teams compared to 18. It should be technically even easier than what you had in the All-Star stage, except that the teams are a lot stronger coming into it. But at least you should not be going out as early for like reasons like hot drops or rotations, I feel.
But even when the teams are stronger, if you are considered one of the strongest teams in the world for PUBG Mobile Esports, that shouldn't be an excuse. I feel like you should be able to maintain it. I just want to see something out of them. Coming in this angle, I think we were talking about this actually before the show even started. We were wondering, okay, how many matches are we going to be giving Alpha7 if they don't start pretty well? I think I was saying 3, and you said 2. And I went back on it. I was like, you know what? It's actually accurate. I think after the first angle, it'll set the pace for the rest of the day.
What about, so we're talking about strong teams. I'm actually curious, and before any of us get any hate messages on Instagram again, what about the other end? Who do you perceive to be as the weakest teams in this lobby right now? And not necessarily, again, not in negative connotations, so don't hate on us. But in terms of like the power we've seen in the past, the raw power of the talent they have on the rosters, who do you perceive to be weak? Comparatively, relatively.
You said one team earlier.
Which one did I say?
Starts with a T.
Oh, Twisted Mind. I was like, where's he going with this? I don't know. I mean, yeah, Twisted Mind comes to mind then in this one.
Well, you look at Crypto, right? I mean, back in North America, Crypto used to be one of the strongest players, I'd say, right?
In Pakistan, yeah.
No, Pakistan? Yeah. Okay, I thought you, oh, it was Europe, right?
Yeah, he did come to
Europe, right?
You're thinking
right,
way
right.
back, there used to actually be a Crypto at NA as well.
Because I was trying to think, like, how often has he played internationally at events like this? Because this is obviously a massive step up compared to just playing in a solo PMPL region. And there's a lot more pressure on a person like him who's supposed to be a star player.
Yeah, and we did see them go out really early in this previous game, right? Right into Vampire Esport that were gatekeeping the southern-western edge of that circle on Sanhok. I feel like it was a little bit of lack of scouting. I don't want to judge too much on one game, especially at Sanhok, right? I want to see, as we stated, Miramar. I want to see Erangel, how it's going to be panning out, but it's not good for the mental state, especially after a rehost on your first Erangel too. So I want to see them get in the zone.
Yeah, but something that we always think about, right? Previous PMPL MVPs, I feel like they always have a little bit of extra pressure on their shoulders.
Just looking at you dancing on the...
Oh, I was jamming.
It's a good song, but I always feel like they have a little bit of pressure on their shoulders because everybody's expecting them to perform. Everybody's expecting them to be able to put up the numbers. And if that doesn't start happening, then the player might start doubting himself at one point, right? And it's been a while since Crypto has been that MVP. I mean, by a while, I mean last year around this time is when he became an MVP for Pakistan. feel like at one point, he's going to start thinking about it. People are going to start expecting those numbers, and they're going to want to see him. And I personally do want to see him being able to perform well here.
Yeah, and their performances have been very volatile in a sense. Like you had Saudi E-League, and then he went straight back down when they played in their home region. So I don't really know what to expect. They can have pretty good results.
I can see your phone already starting to get some pings.
Thinking the same thing.
I'm just saying facts. Okay, they did good. And then
ladies and gentlemen, Addy, put the camera on me real quick. The truth hurts sometimes, but it's true.
He didn't wait for the...
I know
he didn't wait for the solo shot. Yeah.
Nah, he did it. It's okay.
Too late.
There
you go. Now do it again. Do it again.
No.
Okay.
Okay. The truth hurts. Aww. The truth hurts.
We got it 3 times.
Thank you.
We got there eventually, right?
Time's the charm.
What about Falcons, man? Honestly, when I start talking about weak teams, to me, Falcons was one of those teams that I had in my mind.
I agree with that statement. Was.
Do you have
Would you elaborate?
something else, yeah?
No. I was just enjoying the laughter in the background. But there were, I mean,
I think they're sending messages to Max right now on Instagram.
Before All-Stars, I think everybody was expecting Falcons to not even be here in the main event, and I think they were able to showcase in a big way what they are actually capable of with this new team. They're not the same Falcons that we saw last time at PMWI, and they were able to kind of back it up, right? They're a new team. It's a new team's Falcons. They're new roster. They were able to put up good performances. And the way they were able to actually start the match, start the day here, they were able to put up some illims as well, which, yeah, it is Sandhawk. Yes, there is some manage. You are able to take advantage of it, but it's still a good way to start the day.
I would say you have a very few amount of regions where the transition from your home region to international events like PMGC, PMWI is really rough. One of those is NA, but also Africa, right?
Yeah.
Is it always going to do the same reaction?
There's
your
nobody
region.
from NA here.
It is literally
It is my region, but I always tell them the same thing. I mean, if you're not going to be here, what do you want me to talk about NA?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
And Hyper where? And then Miss X started replacing.
We were talking about Team Falcons.
Miss X is what? I know, but I'm saying you mentioned NA, and I'm like, they're not even here.
I don't know, man. I'm scared to touch the NA topic because I'm pretty sure I got to go back and do PMPL NA coming up, and I don't need any hate messages from some of the players.
I mean, if they step it up, they'll be here. And then we'll actually get a chance to talk about them positively. I always tell them this, man. I've been doing NA for like, what, 5 years now?
You know what? Let's go in. Let's just end our careers here. You know, you look at PMPL NA in particular, if we're going to talk about it, go ahead, back to you in this conversation. You're associated.
Are we going to sugarcoat it? Because, I mean, we can't be biased.
I don't care if you're the best team in NA. That doesn't mean squat on the global scale. You can have your ego all you want, but if you get to an event like this and you can't compete, not necessarily calling it Mizexis, there's a couple of other teams I have in mind. I'm not going to say their name, though.
Say it.
No. Then, you know what? Like, get good.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to. When was the last time that we actually went to an international event and we're like, okay, you know what? NA has a chance not to win.
When Zute was playing,
like top 5.
When Zute was playing, for me, it was like the first PMGC we had, Season 0, back in Malaysia in 2019.
Oh, that's when he had his best move.
And we had Carnage. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I do miss Carnage as well.
Yeah. And you had like Temple Storm back then. That's when I felt like, okay, NA has a chance. But the problem is NA is just fallen further and further behind. I think, in part, because of egos, but also in part because of the old guard kind of retiring and leaving PUBG Mobile behind, not kind of sticking around, training the new generation of NA.
But then we had
Hotchix looks like he agrees.
Then we had Knights.
Or disagrees.
Then we had Knights, right? And then they ended up going to PMGC, and everything kind of fell apart, and then the team disbanded, and now we have Coops being able to dominate in a completely different region.
That's the issue. If you get too good in NA, you're getting picked up by another region.
Yeah, I mean, which is the right thing. And I always tell the players too, hey, do it good, because there's other regions that are going to be looking, and if you can excel somewhere else, if you can make some money.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say that NA and Africa, which was the initial point, is that they are regions that's really hard to transition to these big global events. So yeah, you don't get too many opportunities to play at this stage, but it feels like the level of play is just like kind of similar year after year, right? And it's not too many improvements to that region.
I've been saying for years, it's like you get to an event like this, you know, for Mizex's case, in this certain situation, you take what you learn here, you bring it back to your region, and you try to help the region improve, and you try to dominate the region. But I feel like a broken record. I've been saying that for like 3-4 years now. And at some point, you just have to wonder what's going to happen.
That's why I was so excited to see what NHyper was going to be able to do in this event, and it didn't end up happening, and then it just
well, we did have one of the players here last year, GK First.
Yeah.
Under TJB, right? Under the TJB flag, and it didn't do well.
Yeah. That was a rough transition also for them, unfortunately. I mean, there were some moments where GK First did do well, but the team just were not able to compete at all at this level very clearly.
I just hope we actually get a chance to see a top NA team like in a hyper at an international event, so we can see what they're actually capable of at a LAN event, not online.
Well, maybe next year that'll happen. To be fair, when you are playing like America's regionals or European regionals, some people are playing with higher pings than others, and it does make it a lot more difficult to play. So maybe some more offline events can actually help step up the game. And a lot more of these international events, maybe some more regional clashes, stuff like that would make things a lot more exciting and obviously help take the skill you learn and kind of trickle it down.
I think the regional clashes in particular are really cool actually to have, to get some more knowledge and some more clashes of metas between all these different regions. I mean, one we're going to be having after this event is going to be nice to see MEA versus Europe, which we very rarely see, right? So the European teams that rarely make it out outside of their home region, which is mainly the old Eastern Stars team,
I would
can get some good info.
I would want to see, Max, sorry to cut you off, I want to see North America against Turkey.
Against who?
Turkey.
Turkey. Say that. Did you say North America or America?
Yeah, North America.
Okay, North America.
Yeah.
Not Americas.
No, not Americas.
NA.
Yeah.
Okay,
NA.
it's PMPL region,
That's
right?
a bloodbath.
I know.
Okay.
You know what I want to see?
They would get a lot of good experience because in NA, we saw this especially. We're like, oh yeah, that team would not get away with that against other teams. And I feel like that's something that they need more of a shock, especially in NA. Like sometimes they get away for too long with like easy stuff and it just becomes a habit for them that once they get to actually this stage, it completely backfires.
Actually, a very interesting point to make. I'm really happy you bring that up because it made me remember what's been happening in Europe. We had the CIS teams coming over and they've been able to gather
so I'm just
much
getting
info.
PTSD from the song every time.
I'm just trying to go
It's a new
fast
Silver
now.
Scrapes. All right, it's time to head into game here, and hopefully I don't get cut off this time with Kalaris, and let's go, Hotjukes!
Let's go! Here we go.
Jeez, that was loud.
We are headed into Arrogale. What can I say? I have one volume, and it's set to max.
It's set to American.
May I get it max?
There you go. Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, yes.
No, he's French, he's quiet.
Oh, le bison. Oh, le petit bison. Le bison. That's right.
You know, I'm sad, man. My premium limited edition intro was squandered on the regame.
It really was.
I'm
It was
so
so
sorry.
good. It was so good. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was too good.
Yeah, maybe.
They said, you know what? We just have to settle for the let's go.
I guess. All right, well,
Is
you know,
what it is.
Let's go. There you go.
Let's go indeed. Look at this. Here we go. First Arrogale here of the day. Northern play path this time. Much more favorable for a lot of these teams.
Yes, so they're going to be much happier with what they're seeing so far, and maybe we see slight adjustments here and there. But one thing's for sure, if you're going north of the river, you're going to have a much easier time of getting to where you want to go. You see Vampire drop on out here, heading towards that kind of, well, south of South George area to get things started. And likewise, where is 628? Because their reach down towards Primorsk is a little longer. They're going to drop west coast and maybe drive down. But looking at that circle, that's a long drive to then get to the circle. They'll probably end up doing it, though.
Yep, they're going to have to indeed. Probably we'll see them kind of take that southern route all the way down and then rotate possibly up the edge coastline. Oh, what do you see?
A knock already on Stalwart and a complete finish. We're looking at the map, but this is an important fight. Meanwhile, there's another fight going on with GK and Dplus KIA.
Double fight. Here we go. GK Esports looking to get it done right here next to Rozhawk. And this compound, I assume both of these teams are going for that vehicle that is in that garage, most likely. And they are going to have to battle it out because of that. A much more favorable start for Infinity IQ.
I mean, considering Rozhawk's just so close and the split that S2G was taking in All-Stars is completely open, I'm surprised that this is going down the way it is. I mean, if you want to wrestle for what is effectively garden location, cool, you can, but I don't think it holds as much value as you may think. Or they may think.
Yes, indeed. Let's see how he's going to start this off. He's got that over-under shotgun. He has to hit it. 2 bullets. He's got his teammate right next to him. Oh, he's actually got 3, so they're going to have an advantage. Oh, a stun grenade blinds them both, and they're going to have to do some shots, completely blind the situation. You can even see Osel shooting his own teammate, Satan, up close with the S12K. Has to hit the shot, but so much hesitancy. Look how much time these players are taking to reset over and over.
Ragnar holding the angle here. A big jump shot coming in as well as Haith is going to try and get this going alongside the S12K. 3 down. Satan has to make a miracle play happen here. They know where he is. They're going to prioritize him instead of going for those flushes and trying to pump him out with the pumpy. As Satan goes for a jump shot against it, but I don't think it's going to work on out. There's no way he wins this, surely.
He hit him too, but he's down to 1 HP. Gets it done after all. Gonna go ahead and go for that pump shotgun. Can Satan pull off another miracle play for the first time here in this tournament. He's gonna get a double most likely.
He's low.
One more shot. Missed it again. How is he missing all these shots? Oh, that had to hurt.
That did. There was very little opportunity there for them to salvage that, and they will be going down. 7 points from the previous game, nothing for this one. Stalwart is bailing as they got caught very early. Here it was a run over here as Infinity IQ were able to finish off top. That's got to hurt.
Hey, Infinity IQ getting a little bit of revenge, right? We saw a run over happen to them, but now they're the ones doing the run over, so that's going to be not the best start for Stalwart Esports, especially considering they're coming off of a chicken dinner. But, you know, we have a nice northern circle, very, very typical. Teams are taking a little bit of time to get looted up here.
Yeah, and speaking of getting looted up, this is actually Stalwart looking for somewhere that they could potentially call home in this circle. They dropped, they knew that they had someone be run over, and the trash loot that they had around or west of that shelter area was not enough. Now they're rotating south away from the circle, knowing that farms taken, Milta's taken, any trash loot would be kind of not very wise. They're coming down here to Novo for a better loot secure. There is a world where they could take a boat from here and enter far north, but that's a quite ridiculous call. If they did it, it would be insane. They might just probably drive back up.
Oh, I want to live in that dimension, though.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that right now, where that happens.
It's next level plays, but I don't think they're going to do it. I've seen it before, though.
The thickest of botates.
Yeah,
and this,
yeah.
if honestly, if it's going to happen, this is the zone for it to happen on. Because to be honest with you, I mean, yeah, they are having to go all the way down to Novo to loot up.
Yeah.
And it's going to be difficult to push up the circle. But we'll see how fast they're able to get that loot and go, only with 3 players on the board. First game in the books. First day is so important in this tournament because we've seen it happen. We saw it just there in the All-Star stage. Towards the last day, the last game, there's so many teams that have nothing to lose. So you do not want to put yourself in a situation where you're needing points in the last game.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we saw as close as, you know, Aegon I8, for example, in the All-Stars. You, towards the later stages of it, got a 32-point game and still weren't able to get here, right? So you want to really hit the floor running for this, as with a circle like this as well, with the rotations we were talking about earlier, whilst we're seeing all these teams jostle for position, the rejects anti-amber are also not exactly afraid of doing some kind of bridge camp, especially on a circle like this, against a team that would normally drop down the military or something like that, with DRS eventually moving down here. So they'd be anticipating that team coming over, not necessarily a Stalwart.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that bridge camp, but man, you just, those are a dagger to the heart hearing that, because just seeing those RI8 players after a 30-point chicken dinner.
32.
Yeah, 32 points, just with their hands on their head saying, why didn't we just start playing like this earlier?
Oh, sorry, you're on about R8, 30 points in the last game. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm thinking about so many big games, which were so impactful, so close, but not getting them on. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, it was absolute insanity here. But you know what? We're here in the main stage. A lot of teams looking to pick up a big chunk of all that cheddar, that big prize pool that we have here. $2 million at stake, literally doubled it here for this tournament. We can still get Fireflux, looking to possibly go for some vehicles, looking to use that 4-car strat. You know, everybody just taking it kind of easy right now, just trying to get looted up, getting ready for the next circle.
Yeah, you can play this circle slow because of the differences that exist in the circle, right? You can eventually have to go all the way up Stalber, try and play the side of Stalber Mountains. You have to sometimes play Yaz Fields here. So I don't think there's any hurry for a lot of these teams to try and scramble for a center position, because center could quite easily not have any value whatsoever in 2 circles time. Like, you go and pitch up at Alamo, south of Yaz Fields, right? And then all of a sudden the circle shifts away from you. What are you supposed to do?
Yep, and who knows? We may even see a Stalper finish, maybe even a Kameshki.
Maybe. Well, steady on.
That would
let's
be
not get
interesting.
too wild.
Yeah, let's not get too crazy here. Let's take a look here at the bottom. We can see GK Esports completely focused right now, laser focused after their rough start in Sandhawk.
Yes.
So now they
have
have
a great start.
Yeah, 4 eliminations on the Dplus KIA, and it was a very well fought. I love seeing battles at this stage, because They're so patient. Even though they have a couple players knocked, you don't see any kind of crazy sands. No, they'll reset 3, 4, 5, 6 times if they have to.
And we're going to see a difference in the next game, right? I doubt we're going to see that compound fight again from Dplus KIA going up against GK and the next Erangel. And dead center. Wow. Okay, so a lot of priority compounds. Where are we going? Looking, I'm thinking to myself, southwest of Yasnaya Polyana. Already we're seeing Flux there. They're going to be taking up some of those locations. GK's in the area as well. All of this is about to get very hectic because it's quite flat terrain.
Oh, yes, it is. Tianba trying to get a rotation on, but Twisted Minds is waiting for them. They were right next to him, and you can see as Dami does go down, Tianba do have one knocked in the process. Crypto, monster player, trying to get some sight lines here as Ren's backing it up, looking to rotate away from this.
Currently sat over at Alamo's Twisted Minds as Easy and Crypto going to lock this down, looking each and every way. Some big names on Twisted Minds, big expectations from the fans to see the guys like Crypto be able to perform here on the international stage. Tiamba just finds themselves in this position where they're just covering themselves with smokes for the moment. They do know that Alamo was taken thanks to the shots that they could hear over there.
They did get an elimination onto Twisted Minds, so they are big chilling right now. Getting a nice little reset for themselves. Taking a look at Reject Tokyo. We saw them a little bit earlier, but now we got eyes on to 628. Oh, there they are now. They were the first team to really get eliminated in that Sandhawk match. Just got picked apart little by little, so they really need a good bounce back game here.
Yeah, and just to play your next game a little bit more slow, get some kind of change your mental state about it, and if you're playing slow, surviving into some of the later stages of the game, you can be okay indeed.
As we take a look at, for those of you guys looking at the map stream, we're starting to see Stalwart push from the south side, but there is a battle going on between Infinity IQ and Tiamba, battling it out here at the Blues, right south of Yasnaya. Ren, gonna go ahead and push on in, and I think this battle might be done and dusted. They did end up picking up a couple, and actually another defeat right there. Yeah, that was from Infinity IQ, trying to do some split looting.
He was running about with the Scar. He has a DBS in hand as well here, as Infinity IQ is still in some of these craters that were created down in the south of the fields. So this is just close to Alamo, but again, Crypto has now moved up. You can see him on the high ground in the distance, doing some scouting, because with this kind of circle, it's unlikely usually that you would be able to stay there forever. There is a chance, of course, you know, but just going up to that slight high ground, getting as much information as possible across this field is going to be absolutely necessary.
100%. Yeah, that little hill right next to Alamo.
Yeah.
Pretty good spot. And let's see exactly where the zone's going to go, though. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a Yasnaya field zone. Those are a dime a dozen. And
scary.
That'll definitely make things interesting. We may see some hay bale battles.
Yep.
As we see Stalwart all the way at the south side. They did come all the way from Crate, so they do get up here safely. But in order to get into a good position... Oh, actually, this zone is actually a pretty favorable one for them.
Okay, so what am I seeing? Already, Heaven is still in play, right? So you've got Rosemary and Potato and the guys over there. They've got themselves technically a great spot to try and stage this from. It really depends on which side of the road it ends up going, right? If it does go east, they are absolutely sitting pretty. Very, very happy indeed. Meanwhile, you're seeing STE here trying to fight off against Rejects. Rejects needs to bail on out. And thankfully, no casualties just yet.
628 holding the edge of the circle now, just as we see the scramble to try to get into the center of the zone. Infinity IQ making some shots onto Soulk. Are they able to bust out the buggy? No, instead they get ran over. Flux looking to do possibly even another run over from Soulk. He jumps out but gets popped at the same time.
Trying his best to deal with this here, but it is difficult when you rock up on a location like this. Here comes Lutz once again. He's going for another one. Actually gets a full finish off, and he's able to finish it all off. Amazing to be able to get that kind of recovery, but they need to recover even a little bit more.
What a play there for Flux, but the battle has not stopped. Here comes Carrillo from Alpha7 Esports, looking to apply some pressure onto GK as it's just Ragnar left. And you can see his Falcon there just saying, buddy, we're in trouble.
Yeah, Flux was going to be eliminated in the distance as well. Twisted Minds were able to finish them off. Recovering where they were was very difficult. Vampire also taking a fight here with 628 in the distance. There's fights going on everywhere, not only on the edge of the circle, but there was teams scrambling to try and send through the middle to get themselves a good spot.
Ragnar with a huge nade onto Alpha7 is able to pick up another elimination. So Alpha7, even though it's just one player, making mistakes, and they lose 2 in the process.
Definitely. Ragnar just going to pop some stims to get going. Carrillo still alive. Sees 628 in the distance here, trying to rotate on around him. But another nade, not able to get too much done. Thank anything for the backroom.
You know exactly where he is, and unfortunately, they're not able to thread the needle and get any utility in there. So Ragnar is going to hold that down. I'm surprised to see so much hesitancy from Alpha7. I don't think they want to walk outside right now. I think they feel like they're surrounded. But, man, losing 2 players like that is going to hurt. Let's see what TQ is going to do here from Team Falcons. Looking for some sight lines. He did spot something, so he's going to throw a pretty blind nade here. I think he figures that they could be behind the rock, but now after seeing that vehicle, he knows exactly where to throw it. Is it going to hit? Ooh, just a little off the mark.
Smoke's going to be a dead giveaway as well. That's why they throw them ahead and then run behind them and trying to bail from all of this. Goes for a spray, but realizes that they're just gone and will have to try and relocate himself.
That was really close there for Stalwart. Very unfortunate for them to be able to get away from that alive without losing another member. As
where are we
of
going?
course, they did lose top early. Yeah, where are we going indeed? Where's that zone going? Nice hard shift again. So this zone is just hugging the edges every single time.
Ping-ponging around. That brings Heaven out of the equation, actually, here. So Alter Ego are going to have to leave from there. And actually, I mean, for the rest of the lobby, this is absolutely great. Because if you have to deal with a team in Heaven, it acts like an absolute watchtower across the rest of the area. So there's going to be some teams wiping the sweat off their brow.
Oh, I kind of wanted to see some vehicles just YOLO, send it up, see some jump out crazy plays there. But yeah, we're not going to see that.
Land on the roof.
Yeah, we're not going to see that now. But for now, we're going to see some teams looking for all the best spots here in this next zone. Only a couple of buildings left. A lot of hills areas here. Let's see that nade one more time from Ragnar.
Big.
Oh my gosh.
Very well done.
Instant finish with that Bison.
Lippy Bison. Lovely.
628. Oh, that's another player from Alpha7, so it's just Carrillo up left. And is he going to be able to hit that nade? Oh, Zing knocking it onto him. And that is Alpha7 eliminated in 12th place.
Eliminated, but I'm sort of surprised 628 stuck around on this west side as long as they have done. I saw them in their vehicles. I thought they were going to rotate, but now they've put themselves in a bit of a precarious spot where they're going to have to move into a circle like this. I thought they were going to get ahead of it. But anyway, Gladiators here up on the north side. Box is just taking pot shots at them whenever they can. Whenever they come across this hill, they have to go past them. So somehow they have to figure out and solve the puzzle that Box is presenting them.
And we'll see if that puzzle is going to be complete or not. You can see McHugh trying to figure out the puzzle of how to get out of here alive, and he does find the right piece. Gets in the vehicle with Kitsune. Meanwhile, 628 full sending it on a DRS. Maybe for some reason they thought that this was open. It is closed for business. The rest of 628 have no choice, I think, but to send it in that location. But instead, gonna just take this little hillside. They have to edge in some way. Oh, this is a blind rotation. It is not looking good for 628.
The lateness of this makes it very, very difficult, although Killer is all on his lonesome, just ahead of the pack here. So maybe they weren't really expecting that. Spray's going to come in, tries to get in. They might have even got a wheel on that, but likewise, they're going to return fire, take him out. The rest of DRS not here to be able to support it.
Kind of a misplay there from Killer. Do you think he was just kind of holding that position, waiting for his team to get there?
Trying to, as an anchor point here and not expecting 628 to really move in. If he's got an anchor position there and the rest of them rendezvous faster, it's a great spot. But, just a little bit too slow on the uptake.
Yeah, a little bit of mistiming. It's crazy how much that could cost you. For all we know,
for sure,
that could have costed a few $100,000. Crazy to think about in the future. But you know what? That's what it comes down to. Let's take a look here at Reject Tokyo. Had a tough start, but now they have 4 up.
Yeah.
Good control. They have a nice spot. They do have full sight lines onto Vampire, trying to control this edge of the zone on the west side. Meanwhile, Falcons battling it out with Gladiators. Here comes TQ with a nice nade. Is it well placed?
Ooh.
Oh, perfectly between them. Pieces them up a little bit. Doesn't get the knock, though. Here comes another, though.
Do we have a follow-up? That's the question, yeah. Because if that doesn't get anything as a conversion, it was a nice nade, but the guys are probably going to try and heal up. We've got ourselves, though, Falcon in terms of their triangle position, they were looking for off angles against Gladiators where they were sending it to. So maybe they can completely dismantle them. They're driving in, actually.
Yeah, I think if they realize that it's only 2 players, especially with this circle, I think they really want to control the southern side of the zone.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if you're Team Falcons, I think right now you apply the pressure, turn up the heat, and take them out. Because if you play this way too passive, you're going to let them buy way too much time.
Big kind of blind sprays into smokes here to try and just get a tag wherever they can. And already hit, so it has to go prone there for a second.
Yeah, I don't like this. I'm glad TQ backed off because he needs the rest of his team with him. If he gets knocked, he's going to get thirsted, and that would be a huge mistake for the Falcons. He has a beautiful angle, but he needs his squad. I wonder what they are doing. Meanwhile, you got Axer way far in the back, still in the zone. Maybe possibly they're trying to defend against a team rotating on the side.
Yeah, well, thankfully for them, they don't have to move too much just yet, so they can still prolong this out for a little bit, take it slow against them. Meku will go down. Likewise, Kitsune's gone as well here. Falcons clean up Gladiators, and meanwhile on the other side, Rejects trying to dislodge the Vampire problem.
Very fortunate for Team Falcons to get that finish, and not to mention Kitsune running out of 5.56 right there at the end. That is going to bite them. Meanwhile, we're going to see Vampire give up their compound and start heading towards the center of the zone. They do notice that they're going to have to make some shots out of this vehicle because you can see Stone popping out now. This is a really tough angle. This is still outside of the circle, but I think they just wanted to avoid the vehicle explosion.
Yeah, if this doesn't stalemate out, Vampire might get really desperate and try and send it over the road, which, by the way, they don't really have much information about, and then run straight into the jaws of Falcon. So you've got a choice. You can either try and win this gunfight quickly and then move in up against it and then try and take that lip underneath DRS, or big send without much info.
Maybe with some buggies, too. Clear out the smokes. You got the buggy, you got the vehicle power. Meanwhile, though, Jing does clutch it up with a DBS. Ravenclaw is knocked. They want to be able to support their player. They don't want to lose anybody right now. I'm surprised we're not seeing another vehicle drive up. Maybe they're just thinking it's too risky with that DBS.
Oh, there was a nade there, and it will shut him down. So they take the calculated play on this one. Stay on this side of the road, get rid of the 2 that were there, and they should be able to recover as a 4-man. But again, they're edge-heavy here, so they've still got a lot of work ahead of them.
Oh, yes, they do. They are straight up on the edge of this circle, but they do get a few eliminations in the process. Still 9 teams remaining here. As we take a look at Twisted Minds, possibly trying to get a nade onto Yante. He knows exactly where he is. I think Easy's going to probably hit this eventually, though.
Bear in mind, teams here that have been able to leapfrog ahead of Twisted Minds have had the opportunity to do so at the behest of Twisted Minds because they've had Alamo for so long. Not bad at all, but they need to get rid of these teams that have leapfrogged ahead of them. They should have shot at them as they came in, and I think that probably did occur, but they weren't successful to get rid of them, basically.
That's one of the hardest things here at this stage, is you have to decide, do we leave our compound and take these players out as fast as possible? And sometimes you're just so comfortable where you're at, where you just kind of want to survive for a little while longer, and I can't blame them, because if you go too early, you open up the chance of a team third-partying you. So Twisted Minds trying to play this very safe.
Definitely. Stone looking towards Twisted Minds as they're trying to find themselves a little bit of a closer location towards the end of that circle. And the hard shifts continue in this one, Hot Jukes. That is rough for some of those teams in the south.
Oh my gosh, straight goes to the other side, and it's a huge zone shift for Alter Ego, a team that had to really work for it in Sandhawk, finally getting blessed here. Let's see how many eliminations they're going to total up before the end of this.
Yep, same time. Let's take stock of things. He's winding it up, man. He's winding it up. What's he going to hit? As Falcon's driving around near STE, actually. They're going to try and get rid of them and clear their backs even further. They're doing a lot of this clearing their backs tactic, which could work out for them in the long run.
That is something you definitely want to do. You want to make sure that there's nobody ahead of you. Action, very worried about that Molotov. He's going to pop out of his US here. Meanwhile, TQ doing a great job of just applying a ton of suppressive fire.
They need to make this a bit more strong, this kind of push. I don't think they realize fully it's just 2 people. That's the thing. They might have had a little bit of information, but they're kind of cautious as to whether or not there might be other off angles in the distance here for Stalwart. Stalwart is definitely in a weakened state.
Uh-oh. Stone. Dead eyes on the Falcon. They 1-2-3'd them. They waited. They said 1, 2, 3, pow. Make those shots. Got the knot on the tee. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Box is also taking some shots at Stalwart from that north side as well here. So all these teams kind of sandwiched between 2 absolute giants as Ravenclaw is going to pepper a few shots into Falcons. Ace is going to go down. Falcons here is getting shredded up because of Vampire eventually pushing over the road.
Not to mention their hesitancy. They could have pushed on Stalwart, but like you mentioned, they could have thought that there was still a full squad there. They hesitated for a little bit, and now that off angle from Vampire is really biting them in the butt.
Yeah, the slow roll over the road whilst Falcons was preoccupied with the north. If Falcons is looking to try and hold this down completely, they probably would have still had to try and go for a 2-2 split, still looking at the road, waiting for a team to come over, because they had very limited options, those teams on the other side of the road.
I'll tell you what, though, this is a massive game for Vampire Esports, as they've already racked up 8 eliminations here, and they are looking strong. They're not laying down, waiting for teams to come to them. They are pushing the action here and taking teams out one by one.
All right, blowing up some of the vehicles now as well, making sure that your opponents can't do it themselves. As Twisted Minds here, still on this edge side. They haven't lost anybody else since Crypto's got himself 3 elims.
Nice. All by his lonesome, too. He's got all the eliminations on the team. And I can think if you see Ravenclaw slowly wrapping around, trying to catch an off angle onto DRS, looking for any intel. I like to see Ravenclaw use that vehicle, even though he's in the blue zone, eating a lot of damage. He's getting a ton of intel for his squad.
Yeah, it's sneaky to be able to go for that. He's trying his best, because the thing that really does hurt you is the fact that you need intel of who's over the road, are they trying to move over the road, because they will appear in a moment's notice, especially if they're blitzing it in vehicles. So you've got to be really on the trigger to be able to deal with them.
100%. That intel could be huge. Maybe you realize that there's a full squad. Maybe you realize there's only one player and you send it. Any intel is good intel. And let's take a look here at where these teams are going to go. Next zone about to pop. And it centers on up. Again, Alter Ego, dead center. In a really good position here. And how many eliminations? They've got 4 eliminations, and I expect to see a lot more from them soon.
Yep, they've been chilling in the center of this circle, man. I mean, it's a deceptively good area to take. You have to expend some smoke sometimes with the lines of sight we're seeing here. You can see them in the distance on the left, but car forts are super important at this point. And for for them in the middle, I mean, it's going to be a case of you need those vehicles to be able to give you a bit of cover.
Yeah, those car forts are huge, but I'll tell you what, that is a very dangerous spot to take.
Yes.
I have a high likeliness feeling that they are going to be surrounded by these squads, and every single team is going to be looking directly at them. They're going to have to make something happen like crazy.
Don't know why I couldn't scrabble together Alter Ego, but they're out getting knocked in the distance as well by Amber, who have now pushed on against them. Nade's going to rain down on their position here, and Stalwart is now gone. They will go down in 7th.
So here we go. Let's see what Alter Ego could do. Can they defend this position? Beautiful. Nade there from Octa. Onto Tiamba, over with 1 HP, but he's going to go ahead and throw over a nade right on top of them. Meanwhile, we're going to see Ren with the drive in. He's got the DBS locked and loaded. It is a 2v1 situation, but that smokes.
Ooh.
Oh, it did eliminate those sight lines, but man, Alter Ego, they are on it when it comes to their gun skill.
It was a good fight back, especially since the position they're in is quite nadeable. So, I mean, that could be another opportunity here for someone like Twisted Minds if they have the resources, but I don't think they do. They've already been through a lot of combat here throughout this game, as on the opposite side, Vampire versus Box might be the brewing conflict that was on the way.
Rolkiss, very familiar name. You can see him right there on the edge, looking to make things happen. Ravenclaw, the entire team of Vampires up, and now they're applying pressure on the Box. This team is doing a great job of just eliminating squads on this edge lane. That's 10 eliminations, double digits, the most we've seen so far, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, this feels like All-Stars Vampire right now, especially for that day 1 that we saw for them in the All-Stars. Really good usage of smokes. They've been rolling from fight to fight, so they've been able to steal some utility from their opponents as well. If they deal with Box, they might have this in the bag.
I think so. It's totally possible. I mean, especially with how they're playing. There's something about getting into the action early on. Your reflexes are just that extra quarter second quicker than those teams that have just been waiting for the fight to come to them. Box losing 1 player. Meanwhile, we're seeing a lot of snake play happen, and that is because there is just no cover in this zone.
Yeah,
it is all open field, baby.
It is a very difficult location to play. You can see so much prone gaming going on right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? If you do not have a great vehicle fort, if you don't have some rocks here or there, this dip obviously is fantastic, but you can see how many have tried to crash in, cause some problems here. We're seeing those body boxes down there. I think Twisted Minds doesn't have any nades to be able to kind of punish them in that spot.
Nope, tons of utility being expended just to get here in the first place. So I'm not surprised to see that happen. And Alter Ego, yeah, they do have that dip, but like you mentioned, they had to lose 2 players in the process. It's not one of those circles where you can just stand up and shoot everybody. You have to just survive because everybody is looking towards that center position. You can see Twisted Minds looking in this direction, Box on the other side. Vampire, I wonder if they are going to clean out this right side and focus on Box first rather than center circle.
Okay, so Crypto had 1 nade. He actually was waiting, holding it. Oh! No! He was on the other side of the vehicle. Octa saved with a scrap of life there. Double molly. If they get whiff of exactly where they're, but Crypto's creeping up, man.
Crypto is creeping up, and I don't think Alter Ego has an idea where he is. Octa is looking in this direction, but he's also focused on his back because there's so many shots happening here. If Crypto stands up, he's going down immediately. He knows it, so he has to snake it the whole way.
He saw Potato. He did see Potato from his third person, unless he was looking in another direction. But anyway, we've got him now. Big push in here from Vampire.
Here we go. Stone applying the pressure onto Box, looking to finish him out, and they do!
Whoa.
Vampire taking out every single player on the edge. They are on fire right now.
Like that. A click of the finger, and they were gone. That was brutal to look at there. Vampire, what a great push by them. Man, I don't know how the other teams are going to be able to respond to this. DRS, Twisted Minds, Alter Ego on the opposite side of this. They're going to crunch down on one another, and Vampire's just going to clean up the scraps.
I mean, look at the difference. Every single player is laying down, trying to survive. Meanwhile, Vampire standing up, just applying crazy pressure, saying, we don't need the tall grass. We just need this M4, baby. Tony K forwarding on in. Gante does get knocked, though. Maybe a double knock is tough, but Ravenclaw does pick him up in the meantime, and that is DRS out, so now it is down to a 2v2.
Maybe too bold, though. Who knows? Because losing those 2 players really takes away a lot of your advantage. Going to try and get Schweppes up here, but they do have some nades in hand. If they're in nade range, this could be deadly here for Vampire. The circle's pushing them. They have to move away from this rock before Alter Ego has to move themselves.
Octa applying the pressure.
He's holding it. Hold the angle.
Hold the angle. Just keep on that suppressive fire. Let Papa Blue do the work for you. And this should be an easy dub for Alter Ego. Meanwhile, Vampire going out at the end of it. A brilliant performance for them regardless. And honestly, that was one zone where you got blessed. That was not easy to win.
No, definitely not. The Tiamba push was scary there for Alter Ego, but they were able to persevere through the oppression that was coming their way in a lot of this. And again, you've got to be really steadfast about holding on to your utility. I keep repeating it, man, but when it comes to a zone like that, and Vampire getting so eager about their advantage that they had, that was the end of them there. Tony K going down on that angle, Vampire was too confident in that one, man.
I think they tried to do a little bit of a heat check situation, right? They were like, hey, you know what? I'm going to stand up. I'm unstoppable. And then Ravenclaw just runs, gets bodied, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, no, we're in big trouble here. And yeah, if they would have played it a little slower, they would have possibly won the game. But you know what? That is Vampire Esports. That's what got them here in the first place. Yep. Guys, a lot more action right ahead of you guys. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Well, they came close in the first match, but they closed things out in match 2. Alter Ego take home a chicken dinner, and again, a lot of points to boot. But there's some other teams out there we have to start to talk about here. Maxman and Several Worlds Gaming. Well, other teams, it's pretty much just the same team. Yet again, Vampire, man, able to put in some serious work there, sweeping up the edge of the zone, while Alter Ego instead were cleaning up the center of the zone. And those two teams in tandem taking home a lot of points.
Yeah, and that nade from Tony K, especially right onto 628, that was such a good play when they were trying to rotate around the southern western edge, and then they transitioned onto Falcon, a really good third party. And that's what we talked about on the pre-show, right? Vampire Esports playstyle we saw in the All-Star stage can very easily be successful against some of the best teams in the world in the main tournament, and it's already been proven here on this second match.
And I feel like you mentioned too, the grenade from Tony K allowed them to be able to pick up his teammate, then have all 4 players still alive, and being able to just run through everybody. We were able to see, I mean, when they went up against Box Gaming, they were able to get rid of them just so quick. Close my eyes, open them again, Max, and they were gone.
Pretty much, they just disappeared, poof, and they're gone. Actually, I'm surprised Alter Ego did not die to nades, though, because there were so many teams close to them. Their position is so nadeable, but there's so many cards you can somewhat dodge that. How many cards were there? Like 6, 7?
Jason asked me this, but I can't say it on camera.
There was way too many. There were 7 cars on brand.
7.
Yeah, nice.
I'm surprised you missed out on that, actually, because I instantly caught on. Why am I helping you? Can stay on brand.
You will. Nice.
Okay, well, the Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, an Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X is the device they're using. A big shout out to them for helping sponsor this event. As we take a look at the match rankings as well here in just a second to see how many points, obviously, all the teams here in this lobby did accomplish. And look at that, Vampire actually coming out ahead with 22.
Now
are we surprised? I'm like, are we surprised with that one? Because they were just going through everybody.
Look at the point difference, though. 22, 21, 8.
It is very top-heavy. I think it's fair to say that Alter Ego and Vampire Esports setting a standard here for the very first wrangle. But Alter Ego, too, we're talking about how they wrapped up this game. We've got to talk about how they approached the early game, playing from heavens. If the circle went there, it was, I think, a possibility, again, for them to get the chicken dinner in case of an Eastern shift. So they were really making sure they were setting themselves up for success, because that position, heaven, impossible to breach in later stages.
Yep, and with GK too, we saw once again getting into an early fight with Dplus KIA. That is the second time. That is back-to-back matches that they've been able to do that. And something that I wanted to mention too, we saw that in the top 3, it was DRS. Even though they didn't have those crazy emblems, I feel like they're just gathering information right now. This is what I was talking about. I feel like we're going to be seeing a DRS from day 1 All-Stars. That's exactly what they're going to be mimicking here today. And tomorrow, day 2, is when we're going to start seeing the firepower out of them.
I'm surprised. How did they not see Giante when you had Vampire trying to cross the road? If Vampire don't lose that player and they're able to get the road cross, pretty much they have 2 angles onto Alter Ego. They win the game. But Giante just got that little surprise factor that was a bit too much to deal with at the time.
Well, as we take a look at, obviously, Alter Ego taking home the bacon here, I guess the chicken, let's actually take a look at their player stats when we can to get an idea who was really standing out for the team, because we saw Potato do some serious work in the first match, obviously, the last man alive for his team, obviously able to close out the game. But we need to get an idea of, like, where are the stars? Where's the fragging power coming from? And we saw Rosemary as well, able to put up the big numbers, but this time it's Octa, the 1,250 damage.
Yeah, what's the transition from damage into eliminations I really want to see? Going to be 9 on this load.
That is a great conversion right there.
Woo. I mean, most eliminations on the entire main tournament. He could be getting up there. He could try and beat top. Action, actually, sorry, from Star Wars.
Yeah, we were just predicting at the start. It's okay.
I read the script.
We really want him to get it. Not just kidding.
I look at Rosemary,
yeah,
and I think of one thing.
Oh.
But I can't say it on air. But you know what I'm talking about. Something related with the collaboration currently going on in PUBG Mobile.
That's why I did the earlier. I was like, oh, that's a good. That could be a reference.
Wait, but that we can't use.
We can't use. It's a reference.
There's your reference.
I know what you're talking about.
Everyone understood.
Go ahead, Sam. What were you going to say? I cut you off.
What?
You were going to say something. I cut you off.
No, that was the reference.
Okay. Well, Rosemary, though, putting them some serious work this event.
I do have something to say. They're playing the fight. This is what we're talking about. I wonder if these 2 teams are going to keep doing the same thing, because they just keep hot dropping each other. I'm going to put you on the spot, Max. Do we think they are going to hot drop each other again next match?
Please not. Please don't. Just don't do it.
They got to concede at one point, right?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, right, you're already 2 games in. You've got 18 matches. 2 times they drop on one another. Game number 1 in Paradise Resort. DK, unfortunately, falter. Do not make it out of that fight, and it's 4 eliminations going the other way. Now DK win it. But the thing is, you're just, by doing so, eliminating the
Yes.
your average you can get, and you're just staying at the low end of the rankings.
Something to keep in mind is, though, between those two hot drops, the team that won was able to keep all their 4 players alive. So that leads me to believe that they are probably going to hot drop each other again. And then after that one, they're more than likely going to end up conceding.
It's a head-to-head on the day, by the way, between these two teams.
Okay, all
3
right.
damage difference.
I mean, that's crazy. That's pretty much identical. Same with the limbs. Let me guess the heals. It's going to be probably the exact same.
About 100 healing range, something like that. I mean, they didn't have
over
time to
and
heal.
under, over
I
and
think.
under. Oh,
Oh, no, a little
okay.
bit different. Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but stop fighting.
So, yeah,
please.
somebody's got to concede. I mean,
Stop it! Stop it!
Stop it, Max. we've seen already 2 teams being able to concede a spot, and that is going to be G Gladiators. They actually decided to go Severny, which was the big question mark for me, because we saw the playing path being towards the north. I was like, okay, is it going to be?
Well,
are we going to be getting into an ego fight here? And they went Severny.
They did drop Severny, and Menzexis was there, if you think back to the All-Star stage, and then they lost a player to Menzexis. So I don't think it's too different, but it's nice to see they have like 3 different drop zones on Eranga, right? Like near Ferry Pier, George, and then obviously Severny. But yeah, having multiple locations can definitely help out. But unfortunately for them, it didn't work out in the end. But one team it did work out for is Vampires. We'll dive yet again into their player stats and see if Tony K is doing it yet again.
Oh,
pretty close in damage between him, Weps, and Stone though.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and Ravenclaw once again getting those angles, trying to set up the team with some strong information game, trying to scout that intel. But
Look at Stone.
Man, Stone and Octa really just standing out heavily in this game here. 7 very clearly, and yeah, but that sweeping edge play style has been working
Where's
so
your boy
well.
Action?
Yeah, Mad Boy Action. Not there right now, but he'll come eventually.
He was so proud to see Stalwart in the first game.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more. There'll be more.
Yeah. He was like, we're going to tap. He's like, no, leave my boys alone.
Please, let them win. No.
Are you wearing the jersey under?
We'll have to see later. Maybe I do.
Okay.
You're Max, you realize you're doing something that can only like hurt you because either you have to prove it or you don't prove it.
I'm not going to prove it. I never intended to.
I actually stole it from his luggage. But what about a head-to-head between our top 2 teams, which actually should be our top 2 teams if I think about it, with Vampire and LG. Actually, no, Stalwart. Maybe Vampire is not top 2 just yet, but our stats overall here, and surprisingly enough, Vampire actually 2900 damage.
Which is interesting, right? Because Alter Ego, with the position that they had in this last Erangel, being on Heaven, the way they were able to actually position themselves was so impressive to me that I'm actually surprised that they don't have a lot more damage than that. But 11 Illims.
Wow, 1700 healing though. I mean, that kind of tells the tale of like how they played it out, right? Alter Ego's center and Vampire sweeping the edges.
They were tanking really hard. But Alter Ego, I mean, I understand why they were not doing as much damage and getting as many eliminations as a Vampire Esport. They were actively sweeping the edges because they were in Heaven, then in a dip. They can't be seeking out eliminations too often because you're also going to be using your resources, right? That utility, bullets, and you can't loot it up, so you just got to hold on to those resources because if you use too much of it, you're just out and you just can't fight anymore.
Jason, you were right.
Do I have a what?
You were right.
I was right. Of course I'm right. I'm always right. What am I right about?
Yeah, the top 2 teams to say.
Alter Ego in first place at 37, Vampire Esports at 28 in second, Stalwart at 22 here in third place. They did have a rough start. They lost a player to Agon XI8. No, sorry, Secret. No, Secret. Where did that come from? Infinity IQ. I'll get there eventually. The funny thing was, Infinity IQ had a player run over in the initial make, and then the remake, Stalwart lose a player to the run over, and it was done by Infinity. Looking down the list, Reject, only 2 points. You know, I'm hyped for Japanese teams, but unfortunately, we're not really seeing it here.
Yeah, we got some big names on Reject too, but unfortunately, when it comes to international events, it's...
I'm getting PMGC flashbacks. PMGC flashbacks. With Reject not being able to perform, right?
I mean, the first 2 games, yeah. I mean, it's just 2 games, right? We're going to say that always on the first day. It's just 3, it's just 4, but...
Not for Alpha7.
Yeah, there's not been a good trend of Reject doing well on global international events. Yeah, so we need to see them prove themselves if we want to start hyping them up.
For Alpha7, that was their marker, right? We're giving them 2 matches. After this match, they need to start performing. If they even want to get a chance at winning. Yeah, I mean, it was. We were talking about it earlier. I feel like 2 games is good enough for them because they already been playing. They had a bunch of excuses for All-Star. Now it's time to show up.
You know, I see 30 seconds on the timer before we get to next match. Now, whether I'm confident in that is a different question. So I'm going to bring up a topic that might drag us out past the 30 seconds of something I see in different esports, actually. It's about a team playing down to the lobby's level or the other team's level, or rising up to playing to a different level, rising to another team's level, or setting the pace. And right now, I actually wonder, for the 2 teams coming in from PEL, are they playing down to the lobby? Because they seem to be struggling so far that I did not expect.
I think they're having to readjust.
Yeah, I mean, Tiamba is doing some very desperate plays. They're very reactive instead of being proactive. I want to see Tiamba more specifically be proactive and trying to set up some game-winning plays a little bit earlier, if possible.
I mean, 6-8, we talked before, they've had international experience before. Tiamba hasn't really had international experience. And when everyone talks about PUBG Mobile and talks about the top echelons of it, it's always China. It's always PEL. I mean, hell, you can win $700,000 for winning PEL. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it used to be China #1, but before that was before PMGC, really, right? And now, currently, the competition is just so much tighter on PMWI, on PMGC, that I feel like that's not the case anymore. Now you actually have to fight for those top positions if you're coming through from PEL. So we'll have to see. But right now, these two teams need to prove themselves once more.
I think they're going to need a couple more matches to adjust to it.
Especially Tiamba.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, right? When you look at these lobbies, like you could have the best team. That we look at S2G, like they were the best team in the world. PMGC, not to keep hammering home at them, but they're the perfect example. They come into the All-Star stage and they kind of, whether or not they played well or bad, that's not the point I'm trying to make. Is like they didn't dominate the lobby like expected. Vampire, they were the ones setting the pace. They obviously knew they could do it before from PMWIs. They've had good results in this year, and they set the pace for everyone else. And no one else was really able to rise up to their ranks because they finished 30 points plus ahead of everyone else. And going into these games, you look at some of these teams, and on paper, they have really good results in the respective regions, but when hitting these national events, they can't seem to set the pace themselves. They're the ones always seem to play catch-up. And right now, like Vampire is one of those teams who's just showing everyone what to catch up to.
One of those teams. You mentioned that so perfect, too, that right away I thought of Alpha7, a team that's not being able to set the pace. Like, we're used to being able to see. Yeah, they always set the pace. I mean, even in America, we're like, okay, Alpha7 is just going to run through everybody. Right now, that's not the case.
I mean, you have even teams like in Europe, right? You're going to have the side of Flux more specifically. There's the one setting the pace, and teams need to adapt to the very aggressive playstyle of Turkey and just the entire region as a whole, except S2G just having a rough time. But yeah, you have to adapt to the teams that are currently at the top, that are setting the pace. Vampire is one of those teams as of right now.
I mean, Reject is another perfect example. They like pretty much dominated their region. They had almost like 100 and some odd points ahead of everyone else that could have contended for this position. They come in here, last place. They're used to setting the pace, they're used to controlling, dominating their own region, but you take them into national events, and that's where they have to, I think, grow a completely, entirely different skill set to be able to play at this level. It's not necessarily about you can dominate, it's about, like, can you adapt? Can you play from behind? Can you play when these teams are at such a higher level than you're used to?
The bigger question mark, and you said that too, is can they adapt? How fast can they actually adapt? Because you don't want to be adapting on day 3, which sometimes we do end up seeing, and we're like, oh man, it would have been great if this happened like early day 2 and not here at on the final match of day 3. I feel like that always tends to happen, and for Reject, I don't think they're actually able to adapt in time, at least based on previous international events.
For them, I feel like the South Korean team, the Japanese teams are mostly renowned for their strong macro play. They're really good at understanding the map, what POIs are going to be of interest in every specific scenario. I feel like their gunplay is lacking when it comes to these big events. So I feel like if you're taking a 4-on-4 and you have your Reject or like other Japanese teams, they tend to struggle a bit more. And macro you can modify pretty easily, I would say, on these big events. But gunplay, that's a long-term investment you need to work on, and it might be too long.
They run into this caveman teams where they're like, I smash, and they just power through them.
I mean, pretty much, that could be it, yeah.
It actually kind of worries me if we're talking about just the raw mechanical skill that they can win based off macro play. But as we know, with the change point system, with it not being 15 or even 20 points for chicken dinner, thinking back real far, you have to have everything to be able to be the best team. You have to have the gunplay, you have to have the macro. And you would feel like the gunplay is actually probably one of the easier parts, or at least I would assume, because you can go train that really easily. Macro, you have to experience a lot of matches to figure out what to do right and what to do wrong. And well, we're going to do something right. We're going to head over to our commentators with Hot Jukes and Klaris to take us into our second Ergo of the day, match 3.
That's right. That's right. Here we go into match number 3. Heading it straight into Ergo. Man, this playing path looks familiar.
It does, doesn't it? And so all these teams, we're going to see if there's any adjustments, though. That's what my eyes are on here, Hot Jukes. What happens over by Rozhok? I think Dplus KIA, I think that they're smart players. I think they bail from what we saw at the start of the previous one. What do you think?
I think so, too. You want to avoid all hot drops possible. I mean, especially if you are Dplus KIA. So trying to go for that vehicle, definitely don't think that's going to be the play. But I'd be interested to see if they decide to do the same. It looks like they are looking to stretch a little bit further south.
Not surprised in the slightest here. They'll have themselves some room potentially. But meanwhile, players are already down, man. Jeez, Box was down super fast here. Got themselves some vehicles below Yaz and going to be taking them on in. So very, very quick to all of it. But look, a GK might be trying to push on this.
Let's see if they're going to.
No,
not going to happen. Yeah, Box is going to go ahead, get in their vehicles, head on over to Yaznaya. Oh, boy! Look at that circle.
Yeah, now this is an interesting one because whilst we see all these teams drop down, there is the potential, a small potential, but a potential that military could still be included here. There's so much water that it does accelerate the game pace a little bit. So most teams will commit to the mainland, but oh, Vampire knocked. Where are you knocked?
Yeah, that's going to be in Crates in South George. So Vampire having one of their players get knocked could be by either Alpha7 or by Fire Flux. We'll find out here in a little bit. Maybe we might even see that deadly Primorsk water circle.
Oh, man. No.
Come on. Bring it down.
Oh, jeez.
Bring it all the way down to the south.
It's been a while since I've seen it. It's scary.
Talk about competitive, baby. That's what we want to see. Hey, you know what? I took a swim in the pool this morning. So,
you did?
I think I would like to see some players possibly do the same. Schweppes is knocked, but you can see Stoned got that buggy. He's going to go ahead and take it right on over to him. Oh, he was trying to get that. He was trying to get the vehicle for himself.
Yeah.
So that is why he got knocked in the process. Solus, I think, is out of ammunition.
Yeah, and I also think he was working with just a red dot, so Schweppes is kind of far away for that shot to be perfectly lined up. So understandable that he won't be able to get the full confirm on that one, as we do have them still kind of posturing for the moment. I think ultimately, Solus with that M16 was just, okay, right, okay, I'll bail on the shots. I'll look for a better scope. Maybe I can actually get something going, but by that time it's too late.
Yeah, I think he was just very happy with just getting the knock and delaying their loot time. Just disrupting Vampire just a little bit. Plus, what that also does is it makes Vampire so much more paranoid going for that vehicle. So, I mean, just any kind of mining games that you can play at this stage, you're happy with. Fireflux said, you know what, I'm not going to get the confirm. Let me just get back to looting and move on from there.
Definitely so. 2023, the PMWI crate is available from July the 15th to August the 15th as well. And also you can check out the Esports Center for much more that is going on currently. So make sure to do that. But, you know, as we take a look at stock at the game here, Stalwart back down where they go. They've got no vote to themselves. There's just a little part of me that I feel like some teams might still stay on military. It's such a low chance that the circle would go there. But, you know, maybe some teams linger. Maybe.
It's such a gross play to stay, to be honest. Because if that zone goes back north, you're just stuck with your team and in the most horrific bridge ever. You're just like, do we really got to cross this bridge right now? And it's just so risky. So I wonder what Stalwart is going to do. Are they going to go ahead and stay in military? Yeah, it's inside the zone, but really?
Is it really?
Is it really? Then again, if that zone does pop over there by some, you know, Christmas miracle, you are so good.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what you're talking about, an extremely low % chance of it happening. So I'm musing it, I'm entertaining the idea, but I do know how low that chance is. But anyway, as we turn our attention over to Rozhok, seems like GK have been very happy to win out the scenario in terms of even just the drop alone. But I mean, let's look at what Dplus KIA has gained from, you know, avoiding that fight. I mean, they're in school, they're in apartments, they're in like that mini Pachinki area north of Pachinki that will garner them enough loot as well. So you circumnavigate the problem of a hot drop and you find yourself still a central decent spot.
100%. 100%. And that spot is getting taken by the second here as the zone is starting to get a little bit closer and closer. There's 3 minutes on the clock, and we're already starting to see majority of the spots going to be taken here in the next couple of minutes. Team's still kind of taking me a little patient with their looting. They want to go ahead and make sure that they're all set up for the rest of the game. But, you know, Stalwart, Team Falcons, even Alter Ego are going to have a long rotation here.
You talked about a concept yesterday, which was like how you drive and how close you stay to your teammates.
Correct.
I think Dami is probably regretting at present being this far away from his teammates because he had some shots going towards him. You can see him falling back for the moment. He's actually going to get out of his car and shoot straight towards 628. This could be a confirm. No, it will not be a knockdown there for the moment. He's thankfully had the rest of his team rendezvous with him, but he was very far away. I was scared for him myself.
100%. Yeah, that's what's... It's such a small part of this game, but it could actually be huge. You know, if you have your team closer together, maybe they were able to jump off, both shoot at him, get a knock and an elimination, which could have helped them out in the end game. But, you know, unfortunately, if you're too spread apart, then not able to kind of get that assistance. There's that perfect in between because you don't want to be too close together either, because if you're too close and there is a team waiting for you, your whole squad can get wiped rather than just one player.
Spray transitions can be easier from car to car, right, vehicle to vehicle, but at the same time, there is something to be said for, okay, you want your scout out in front, that happens, that's fine. It doesn't have to be miles out in front. You can still get the same information and still have your other 3 guys safe while still kind of being close. So, but I mean, they're all okay. We are just talking hypotheticals here now for the moment. Always good to get kind of these thoughts out there whilst there's a little bit of a lull in all the gunplay, all the action.
You know what, speaking of thoughts, I'll tell you what's on all these players' mind right now. It's that prize pool. Dude.
Oh, yeah.
So much money. And, you know, these teams that are currently at the bottom had a slow start. There's still a lot of games left to be played, but not necessarily, because you do not want to wait to the end like we mentioned. So I think this is going to be a very important game for teams like Alpha7 on the bottom of that leaderboard, because it's crazy. I mean, 4th place, $100,000.
I'll take that.
3rd, $125,000.
Okay, I'd rather take that.
And then a $75,000 jump to 2nd with $200,000, and then a $200,000 jump to 1st place with $400,000. That is crazy.
I've decided which one I want.
Yes.
The 1st place.
I think that's the one I would take as well. If I had a choice, that's the one I would like.
Yeah, okay. So we've got to exert some, you know, energy to get there. Let's see if any of these guys are going to be able to hopscotch their way towards it. We'll see, we'll see. As the circle is closing rapido, and Stalwart, Falcons, and Gladiators are still the teams here, completely in the blue. There are a few other teams with members on in, as they're trying to scramble their way forwards.
I like that rapido there, dude. I think I'm rubbing off on you.
I try. Yeah, I'm trying to, you know, endear myself to you, you know?
That's what I'm talking about.
Be part of your culture. No,
that's right. That is right. I had some eggs and toast for breakfast, so, you know.
Some baked beans.
Some baked beans.
Yum, yum,
yes. Cheerio. No, I'm kidding. Here we go into this next circle. Where is it going to go? Are we going to see that toxic water zone?
Oh!
Okay.
You squealed.
I sure did. Because it's still... Hey, so you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. I'm not liking that chance, but there is a chance.
What chance is Vampire kicking themselves right now? Because normally they drop Primorsk.
Yeah,
right?
well,
So they're just like, oh, I wish I was there right now so bad.
Yeah, it's rough, right? I mean, trying to deal with, of course, at 628 down there as well. This is a replay.
Oh, okay. A little rollover.
This is an interesting replay. You know what? I appreciate that replay. We'll do that.
I like it. I like it. You know what? Sometimes you got to make sure that the roll cage on your buggy is secure.
Yes, yes. You know, roll cage is very, very important. And, well, I wish some of these other vehicles would have roll cages if they were real vehicles,
100%.
but they're not. So, you know, we're fine.
Definitely wish to have one as well. But you know what? I would also like some reinforced tires, because these buggies, 2-3 shots, that tire's out, you're spinning out.
They ain't got them.
And you're in big trouble. But
these are marshmallow tires, but speaking of marshmallow, he's gonna get roasted over here. What a great little angle he's taken.
Kai Dalan, is he able to go ahead and help out his teammate? He needs one more knock here. Meanwhile, the rest of Tianba looking to put that pressure, but they're not in a position to help their teammates at all. Actually, both of them did get knocked. Here comes the rest of Infinity IQ to take them out.
Let's go for the spray.
Great shots.
Very, very nice indeed here, as Jianyu moving up to try and reinforce this position, but here comes the boogie. He actually evades it and also evaded the nade. Is he going to be able to get this? No, he will not. Bensu coming on in. Tianba out in 16th, and it does give rise to the idea of, they were saying on the desk, so far, it's only a few games in, but the PEL team's not exactly had the easiest of times. We'll turn our attention to 628, see if they can do something in a circle like this, because it is good for them.
That was so gross. Oh my goodness. I mean, we almost saw one of the members from Infinity IQ get naded by his teammates.
Almost.
Yeah, he just barely avoided it with that buggy. That would have been honestly nuts. Let's take a look here at 628. Oh, wow. It's going to take out Duelo there from Reject Tokyo. Man, they have just been losing players early on all day today.
And defending their home. I mean, they've walked into the Dragon's den here when it comes to this. 628, they will defend it quite heavily. And also, they're taking those decent off angles on the hill that overlooks Primorsk, so that you have an opportunity here to be able to provide some strong cover fire. as long as the other members of 628 stay on, you know, this side of Primos to get things going.
Yeah, 628's definitely going to have an advantage here. I mean, since this is a drop location, they're going to have that little extra edge of just knowing all the extra little cheeky off angles. They know this place like the back of their hand.
Yep.
They've looted it so many times. So they're looking to find that here. Let's see where this next zone does go. I want to see another hard shift. Come on. This is the main tournament. Let's get it extra toxic all the way down south.
Ooh.
Okay, it goes all the way to the west side. We haven't seen this zone in a long time.
Yep, there's some compounds alongside that that beach on the far west side that actually sometimes, I mean, if we keep getting hard shifts, would actually be quite valuable. At the same time, though, the woods and the farmhouse still in play. I think maybe, if I'm correct, looking at this map, it's hard to tell. Flux might have taken up that position that I'm talking about. Looks like they are just over that ridge. That's quite strong as well, so we'll see if they can convert from there.
Lighthouse still in play as well. Alpha7 holding the beach side of things. Meanwhile, look at 628 looking to do something similar, take some of this high ground. A lot of hills in this area, and this is what's so scary for these teams, because when you have these hills this large, sometimes you want to offer those 2-2 splits, 3-4 splits, but at this stage, at this high level, it is super risky to do so.
It's about to get wild. There's way too many players alive for this kind of circle here, so all of these teams are going to try and crash on through, maybe play it slowly a little bit on some areas of this edge, but you need to find yourself a dip, a divot, anything you can find, but for a lot of that, we're in the swamp as well. I mean, there's opportunities to find small little areas where you can.
Wow, Alter Ego with a very bold rotation do secure a place here. And meanwhile, they do get beat up in the process. You can see Tony K throwing out some smokes, looking to make the push here.
Yeah, that's really bold and actually kind of crazy. But, I mean, they might make it work with the smoke trail that they're throwing down. Killer going for a spray on Stalwart. They're actually going to take little casualties already.
Trying to hold that rooftop position and get those angles. He's going to go down to Icy. And that's going to make things that much more difficult for them. Stalwart doing a great job. Trades back, going back and forth between Stalwart and DRS. Delta looking to hit this nade. He really needs to. It looks good.
It does look good.
Made in the bank on a silver platter. He misses it. Can he thread it through the door?
He thought they were in the shack. If they were in the shack, that hits, but they were behind it slightly. So they were playing with their opponent's expectations as to whether or not it was going to be good. DRS falling for the trap. Oh, he sees him. Dead to rights.
Yeah, speaking of trap, I mean, just falling straight into it. Delta, can he get the 1v2? One more shot. Jump shot there from Stalwart. Does it hit? And Delta going to go ahead and use that broken wall to get a first aid off. So DRS Gaming absolutely crushing Stalwart Esports.
Delta's played this fight really well, and Action's the off angle that just doesn't really have an angle on this from the long woods. So they've been kind of separated quite heavily in this fight. DRS has done a pretty good job of it. Icy's still here.
Let me ask you the question, right? If you're DRS here, do you push and try to get that extra elimination on Icy, or do you cut your losses and try to get into this next circle?
I think if you try and get into this next circle, you open yourself up to Action very quickly on the angles. So I think you probably have to finish this off and probably leave Action to his lonesome and then move.
All right, well, we'll see what Carrillo's going to do. And I'll tell you what, he's going over with some nice runovers onto Reject Tokyo, which have had a really rough start here in this tournament. So far, holding up the goose egg. It's just Sara left, and he is wishing his team was holding the shack with him, but which would have been a really good spot in this zone. But unfortunately, all his team is out of there, and I'm surprised to see him actually even leaving that shack.
Yep, gonna try for it as we see DRS here actually being blasted by Icy. Icy is able to deal with this so heavily. They tried to leave, as you posed the question, but you can't leave when you're leaving people on off angles, leaving behind. They will just kind of cause you absolute devastation, and Icy was able to do so.
This is exactly why we talked about it a little earlier, right? If they would have just pushed, took out Icy, got the elimination, they would have had a clear push inside. But instead, they prioritized rotation, and now they're paying for it big time. They lost pretty much everybody.
Action has a spot in the circle as well. Icy could maybe send to it. Depends if he has a vehicle. But anyway, we're seeing Infinity IQ trying to dislodge the position of Gladiators. A lot of nades going forward. That one's way off the mark. They don't have full information, clearly, with a throw like that. DRS is gone.
Oh, DRS eliminated. So a mistake coming out from them. Hopefully they're able to fix that in a future match. You know, every time I see these nades, I start thinking about what you talked about earlier, right? How important it is.
Expending them.
Yes, to hold on to them for that late game. Those blind nades just, oh man, they come to really bite you in the end.
They can. They really can. Maybe he had some different information earlier and then trying for it, but as we look back, you can see a great play by Delta coming in. You can see on the minimap in the top right as well just how far action was. He's trying to hit some shots against this wall, but when there's only so many small spots in the wall to try and hit that shot and your opponent's bouncing around with a DBS against a close-range opponent, it's hard to hit them.
Yeah, and that's what really separates, I think, these insane top players versus great players, right? The ability to find that beautiful off angle that's able to support your teammate no matter what. Sometimes you can find a decent one, but if they're behind a broken wall like that, there's not really anything you can do. So, yeah, I think that he maybe figured that he had his teammate covered, but wasn't able to do so. So that's kind of tough. Let's see where this next zone's going to go, though. 1 minute left on the clock. We got a little bit of a standstill. This is the calm before the storm.
Oh, yeah, definitely is. Ice is trying to thread the needle all the way through GK to get to action. And it looks like he's going to be successful with it. He got quite far. And shots going to be coming in, though, from Meku against Box. They still need to have a little bit of a movement themselves and actually get rid of Box before they can really make a meal of this.
And let's see what Box is planning to do. They are holding the north side of that circle. They do have that entire road up ahead of them, a lot of different checkpoints that they can go to in order to do that, but they got to leapfrog. They got to cover each other and push little by little. Meanwhile, you got Gladiators, Kitsune on the other side of the north here with the rest of his team. Buggy's on fire. Gonna have to make a push, most likely into Infinity IQ in the next few seconds.
Where are we going? If Fireflux gets this on their compound, I swear. That farm compound is so strong. The only vulnerability it has really is actually where Infinity IQ is, as the circle's about to pop.
See where it goes. Are we gonna see it head on over to?
Oh, it's in.
It's pretty dead center here, so Fireflux not gonna move a muscle for now. Meanwhile, Vampire finding that center position along with Alter Ego. So they are looking to just kind of share those compounds and just wait it out. Very, very strong decision from both these teams.
Alongside the swamp, those two can see one another, and they've not. Vampire really wanted to push and get rid of them earlier on, but they didn't do so whilst that stalwart fight was going on. You see Twisted Minds here down south trying to get rid of 628. They, unfortunately for them, with a circle like this, which I would consider a decent circle for their drop spot, have been kind of slow on the uptake down at the south and haven't been able to really get much going there.
No, you could see an off angle from Sunan on 628 on the west side of the map. So you could see them just trying to hunt down a position, but at a certain point, they're going to have to make the push, just like we saw Dplus KIA do, but Satan was just waiting for him.
Yeah, very, very scary. 628 might try and just barrel into the position of Twisted Minds, but likewise, I think Alpha7 is also thinking to make a move now. So there's one really important location here that I need to talk about, which is technically, yes, Fireflux's compound's really good, but the most important part about their compound is having people also above it perched, so you don't allow teams to get a high ground overlook on you. That's why we're seeing some of them, like Soul K and Solus, take that spot. But here comes a fight.
Here comes a battle here as we're starting to see 628 desperately trying to find a position in the zone. They're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to push up onto Twisted Mind. Here we go, Esteez. I think he accidentally ran into that tree, but was able to get away for the time being. He did get a lot of information for his team. I think they realized that Twisted Mind is hurt, so I'm not surprised if we see them push this. Yep, here they come.
Goes for an 8. Both teams charging it up. Good to go. He was already able to hit a little bit on them. And at the same time, trying their best here is Gladiators against Box. It's a very slow fight down towards the bottom. Rejects goes down, though.
Yeah, Reject Tokyo eliminated. That's still 12 teams remaining. We transfer on over to this battle. We're going to watch Box Gaming throw some smokes here. Getting prepared for a push that we'll see probably in the next 3 or 4 minutes. I'm really interested to see this fight, though. Here we go. Easy, holding the shack down with that DBS. The angle's coming in, though, from Zing. He's going to hit these shots eventually, though. Yep, here they go. Molly comes out from Easy. Very well executed from 628.
Yeah, forces him out with the burn, and Roll Kiss here in the distance as well. They know where he is. He's also being shot from a Mafioso. There, Alpha7 is rocking up on this fight. They could clear out 628.
Alpha7 had their ears all the way up. They heard that third party, and all it took was a nade to finish that off. And Alpha7, with some beautiful timing, clear out the entire south side of the circle.
Opportunistic. Love it. This is a great move from them to be able to get themselves well on the board. Meanwhile, still Gladiators and Box holding each other dead to rights up at the top. You can't move that much into those fields, because if you do, as both of these teams, you'll find yourself in lines of sight of Flux, in lines of sight of potentially some of the Vampires members as well. They're going to try and make the move a little bit forward, keep their cars in the circle as time goes on, but it's a ticking time bomb. I don't know how they solve this without opening themselves up to a lot of the lobby.
You have to make a commitment at a certain point. I think they have to just go ahead and go over that hill with that UAS and commit on Gladiators. But at the same time, I think they want to see some teams go out first to possibly secure themselves at least a couple of placement points. Next 2 teams to go out, Kalaris, goose egg in placement points.
Rough stuff here. GK looking over towards Falcon as well. Gets the pixels of just ahead bobbing about. Goes for some shots, doesn't quite hit things, but Falcon has got some fear in him here.
Falcons looking to...
Big commit.
Yes, huge commitment here from GK. They're going to be making that full send on into this next circle, most likely looking to push the Falcons. Meanwhile, Vampire up onto Box, battling it out as Box tried to make that send. They lose a couple players with that blind rotation.
Yeah, it's a bold move, Cotton, and it's not really going to work out for a Box. I mean, they go ahead of Gladiators, hoping that this little lip is going to work out for them, but they were completely shut down. And again, it was Vampires that actually were able to get some of those winning shots on them, as GK once again spraying violently at Falcons. One team has to come in from this angle. Which one's it going to be?
Ragnar just doing some blind shots through the smoke and does connect, and I believe that is Team Falcons out of there.
GK, some great shots coming in here. Just understanding there's only a few spots that their opponents could be in. Not only ransack that, but here comes Gladiators as well, trying to ransack the position of Flux, and they're gone as fast as they enter. It's a strong compound. They're holding it down well with the 2-2, and this could be a winning position if they're able to carry it forward into fields later on.
So yeah, you try to push against this squad, it ain't going to be easy. And meanwhile, we see Alter Ego, who's had a heck of a tournament so far, currently in first place, just happy to share this with Vampire. They say, nah, you guys look on this side, we'll look on this one, and we'll meet each other in the late game. These guys are doing a great job of holding this down.
That late game might come soon, man. I mean, with Alter Ego's compound slowly being pushed out here, it might come soon. We've got Soulcate as well, taking some shots, has to fall on back. The one thing that's great about this compound is you can just sit in between the compound and some of that terrain, and look at that. I mean, Alter Ego, I don't know. There's no way to be able to survive this.
Yeah, that zone popping off of them. Now the sharing the rent agreement has expired.
Yes,
so
we were evicted.
Vampire has served them their eviction notice and is making a pay. Meanwhile, Octa says, nah, I made some payments earlier on. I want a piece of this action. He's gonna throw some smokes, looking to press up here.
He's come back to pick up some of his belongings.
Yes, he is.
That's right.
Yes, he has. He says, I left some stuff here. You have to let me back in. Rosemary saying the same thing, saying, nah, we were roommates. Come on.
This is going far.
Give us the keys. Give us the keys. But Vampire, cease and desist delivered.
And there may be a cease and desist from Soulcate for a second. No, he's not going to take those shots. Ducks on behind. Rosemary's not willing to take the shot, the long-range shot from across. Probably could have finished him, to be honest, or at least knocked him, I should say.
Yeah.
But Solus still trying to hold this lip. As I say, this is the one vulnerability that this compound has. They don't have anybody on that side. They're going to be very concerned about how Alpha7 is moving. Are they going to move hard west into them is the question.
Oh, Octa getting one. Meanwhile, Schweppes is right there at the tree. He does have a couple of nades. A beautiful Molotov comes out quick. That forces Octa to come out. And Schweppes serves the notice to Alter Ego as they're looking to possibly pass them up on the leaderboards.
The final notice.
That's right.
Get on out of there.
Get out of here.
And for now, we have Vampire, one knocked. They're going to have to try and move into the field south of them. There is a lip in terms of actually going for this, but GK moving up. That's very bold.
Flying on down the hill. And here comes GK with a full send. Meanwhile, Tony K looking to pick up some players in the action. Meanwhile, Action is holding down the shack, saying, nuh-uh, this is my place. This is my shack.
He's insane. He's insane. The S12K was doing a lot of work. Then he actually saw the feet as he came out of the shack. He knows he's there. He's charging up an 8. If he gets this.
Low toss?
If he gets this.
Ooh.
Oh, he moved. Oh!
Pieces him up. Pieces him up.
Oh.
So close. Satan barely getting the better of him, but all his entire squad gone just like that.
Unbelievably close. You've got to be careful of those shotguns when you're going into a shack like that. Meanwhile, Lutz is going to pepper the position of Alpha7, who did not go west. It's going to end up folding down to a Fireflux versus Vampire standoff here.
Lutz with a beautiful off angle. I mean, this guy has the spot. Meanwhile, Alpha7 just stuck with their car wall. Oh, Solus looking for some toes.
Okay.
All eyes are on Alpha7. They're getting picked apart. Yep, and just like that, they're gone.
And it was Vampire that shut it down. Already, Vampire seized the initiative. They moved up and took 2 hay bale locations against Fireflux, who have not seized any opportunity to try and get out of this compound. You can spray into these hay bales all you want, but if you get pushed by the blue here and Vampire survives behind those hay bales, it is going to be difficult for Fireflux to find a spot to claim that as their own in these fields.
Vampire very focused right now on taking this last player from GK Esports. Satan holding the shack. That smoke is just there to blind them from throwing nades into those windows. He's going to go ahead and get out of that shack. A great play because he knows that utility is most likely coming his way. So Vampire, 2-2 split right now.
Yep.
Two players focused on Fireflux. Meanwhile, one focused on GK right behind him.
Exactly. You have to keep an eye on him. And Fireflux is going to move down with vehicles, use some of these smokes as well now to try and find themselves a spot. That looks like they're doing it successfully so far. Satan being in that spot makes it a little bit easier for Fireflux to make this move because they just don't have as many eyes on the Fireflux rotate.
Oh my gosh, that rotation from Fireflux makes things that much more difficult because now you have to focus on them instead of Satan from GK. So they are within nade range. Here comes Soul K. Throw in some util. He's got 3 nades and a Molotov to his name, so plenty of utility. Meanwhile, Satan left the shack. Where did he go? He's a magician. He's out of there.
Look at him. Crawling along. Sneaky snake.
Sneaky snake. He snuck out. He threw down that, almost like a ninja, throwing down that smoke and just ejected out of there.
I will say there's a slight curve on this field that allowed Fireflux to get out of there a little bit more unscathed than I thought they were going to. So that has helped them considerably. Nice nade to open things up.
Soul K with a huge nade. That was an eviction notice. Here it comes to one more. Right onto Schweppes. Schweppes down barely to 20% HP. You know he's got to have another.
Oh, no.
Oh, the beautiful anger from Soul K.
Oh.
Now it's down to 2 players left from Vampire.
They fanned out fantastically in this field, and they are not giving them a second's notice as another nade will come in, finishing them off here from Ketch. Going to be wildly spraying towards that, but it's not going to work on out here. Ravenclaw goes down as well. Fireflux is all over this one.
Tony K going down. That is Fireflux clutching up the win. Beautifully done for them. What a way to finish. I mean, Vampire Esports racking up a whole lot of eliminations, and not to mention Satan securing such a high placement. Those are some solid points for his team.
Definitely, definitely. Circle 2-3. I'm talking about Fireflux and that compound. That farm compound is extremely powerful in this location. They were able to defend it well, making sure teams were coming from the west to try and encroach on their territory, and then towards the east, there's nothing. You're just able to finish it up here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, beautifully done indeed, guys. What a match. 3 more matches left to go today. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas. With with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm going to show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing. Paradise through dirt and change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You want to save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign.
Let's go Fire Flux as they take themselves a victory here in our third match of the day, but that does mean we have 3 more to go. But before we can get into this one, I got to give a big shout out here to one of our sponsors, Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Honor self-developed GPU Turbo X. And not to mention, what you can use that for is play the brand new collaboration with Dragon Ball Super and PUBG Mobile. We have items, we have vehicles, we have a special game mode, and so much more. And Maxman, you and I, we tried to play before the show today. We didn't have time, unfortunately, but you did get as a squad match in, right?
Yeah. Actually, I went with some randoms people and actually won.
He won. How many Dragon Balls did you collect?
I actually got 3. I didn't get all of them.
That's fine.
I looked for them, but didn't find them. 10. I got 10.
MVP?
Yeah.
Bot game.
Didn't want to say that, Jason. I didn't want to say that. But
yes, that's fine. That's fine. It happens. But you know what? I'm excited to play it when we're done with the show, or maybe tomorrow before rehearsals we can get it in. But we also have a special thing for you to enjoy, for you at home to enjoy, for myself as well to enjoy. And if I'm not mistaken, it's a special survey we did with all the players here at PMWI. This is players only doing their answers. And we asked them questions like, who do they think the best player is at PMWI? And also, who do you think is going to win PMWI? And currently, the votes, as you can see there, they have Alpha7, Stalwart, and S2G as potentially winning, but unfortunately, didn't work out for them. They did not make it through. But Alpha7, that's interesting.
It is, because, I mean, wait, hold up a second. What's this one saying?
Best looking player?
PMWI players.
Well, if Paraboy was here, we know Paraboy would be there.
They got that PMWI Riz.
Honestly, I respect that list right there.
I'm sure a lot of people out there do. Let's see.
I agree with the Tixie supremacy. Yes.
What's our third one? We asked them a ton of questions here, and I'm curious, what was our third question asked? And it is, which 4 players would you choose to make a super team? We've got Revo in there, makes sense. Tony K, of course, with how he's been playing. Top in action. I feel like Maxman got in the back and actually changed some results here.
I made 10,000 accounts.
He made 10,000 accounts. That's a pretty strong team, to be fair.
Yeah, you can't separate top and action. If you pick one, you got to get the other. Right.
Yeah.
You're going to have some synergy from the get-go.
That's like you go to play, the basketball court to play, and you choose like the older brother who's really tall, and of course he's not going to ditch his younger brother.
What you point at me? I'm not the tall one.
I don't know.
He's like the older brother that's really tall. I mean, I am older, but I'm not tall.
Stone cold face right away.
Well, it was also Stone Cold Fireflux at the very end there as they close things out up against Vampire. They get themselves 17 much-needed points. But Vampire's starting to run away with this one yet again. 19 points for themselves, and GK, I'm going to point out, they had 5 points going into this match. They over triple it, getting 17.
And they eliminated another teammate, Jason.
Oh, they did. Yeah. We have been keeping a track record here, Maxman. Who's that team?
The poor guys, Dplus KIA, once again.
Forest, but not in the good way.
We've had 3 matches, and these 2 teams have eliminated each other every single time. Currently, GK's winning 2-1.
And it's always 4-0 too. It's always one squad completely wiped away, and the other team just completely outliving the other. 4 players alive, 4 easy points coming their way. But GK currently, 2-1 currently, but
they should just stay away from each other. If they come on, get past the start of the match here, guys.
The thing is, it wasn't even the drop. They just rotated after like 2 full phases. So like the odds of that happening are super slim, and it just keeps happening.
I mean, are they super slim considering that they keep kind of hot dropping on each other? Maybe they are just so used to having those passes that they don't want to change them, and they're just gonna keep on running into each other.
Maybe. I mean, it was not a very obvious circle, so like there were different entry points, but the fact it was them again is like pretty funny. I like it. Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's take a look at Fireflux here. We need to talk about too much with the Turkish team, though. We did, obviously, well, you guys didn't hear. We heard it here. The Turkish casters screaming from their boys from Turkey. You can see Ketch here getting 626 damage done across the board. Pretty even, though Sol's going to be taking the back seat here with only 200. But still, Ketch and Sol K. 6 eliminations apiece, or combined, I should say. 7 eliminations total on the match, and a very needed closeout as well.
I would say here, Ketch and Solis are the 2 players that did allow their team here, Fireflux, to get themselves the chicken dinner, because that mad dash over to the hay bale in the field, if they don't do that, they don't have the off angle, and they can't pressure Vampire Esports as effectively as they were doing in that game. So those 2 players in particular, that off angle just gave them the win pretty much.
The utility out of Sol K too. He continues to does it year and year and year. Over and over again.
I know you want to talk about this, but I'm still going to make you talk about Vampire's player stats because we got to hurry. We see 36 seconds left on the timer, and we can see Tony K again, 1,268 damage. I mean, let's ignore. I don't even want to ignore that one play he did, because if he can consistently play like this, then maybe that was just the one time he doesn't make that play work, thinking back to the air and go.
He might be able to actually, I think, if he continues to perform like this, he might be able to pass Stone, even though Stone might currently have the most elims, but I feel like Tony K, once he got used to some of the other teams, on day 2, he was able to actually excel. And something that I do want to point out with Vampire Esports is the way they were able to just control their gameplay. At one point, I kind of blinked my eyes, they had 0 elims, and all of a sudden, they went to like 8 elims.
The timing too was really good. Yeah.
I'm starting to believe it. I'm starting to feel it. I feel like all the tech problems we've had are in the past, and we're starting to get our matches in one after another. And gentlemen, things are starting to heat up here. I mean, I'm starting to look really towards Vampire quite a bit. I'm really excited to see if they can do the 4-peat. do this not only 1, 2, or 3 tournaments won at PMWI to win 4 across 2 years. Come on, they got to give other teams a chance.
If they win both events, that's $500,000 right, for that team alone. It could literally happen right now with the track record of last year and how they played so far on the All-Star stage, and already at the start of today. I'm telling you, the odds are really looking in favor of Vampire.
I was talking about this with Blank, and we both agreed. We kind of want Vampire Esports to win both.
He does. He's nodding.
He's nodding over there. Yeah.
It will be good to have a dominating team here at PMWI. Maybe this year they'll be able to transfer those skills to PMGC if they're able to make it there.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, obviously they could potentially win an extra slot for their region. Ooh. It's not them getting the slot. It's the slot for the region, which could be massive. But then we also have some special invites still to come out. Curious to see where exactly it will go. But there's still a lot of teams out there fighting, though. There's still a lot of teams like Alter Ego we've seen have a good start. Not as great as the third match, I believe, but they still have more chances to come today.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to secure that extra slot for your region, of course. I mean, if Vampire do get it, they might also secure themselves a spot thanks to that extra slot for their region. So it could be working out. Yeah.
I don't think most people actually understand that if they were watching the solos matches we had yesterday.
Special moments.
Yeah, we actually, if you guys didn't know, we last night we had 2 show matches, solo matches. $100,000 total prize pool. You win 30 grand just for getting a chicken dinner.
IQ ended up winning what, like $65,000?
He made
bank. He won at least 30,000. I can confirm for sure.
In an hour and a half. That's what it took.
That's the best prize pool to game ratio we've had in a long time.
That boy making that Mayweather money.
Yeah, Revo too. Actually, they're pretty decent. Got himself some good stats, some good damage, good elims, and everything. But yeah, it was looking pretty close.
True.
It's also looking pretty close. Time to get in the game. I think I saw about 18 seconds, and we have some new casters coming in as well. Honestly, Kalaris and Hotchicks, they deserve the break as well because we've had such amazing games so far. There's been not a single letdown here at PMWI, the main tournament. And I don't know what else is to come. We still have a lot of matches left.
I want to continue to see good performances out of Vampire Esports, actually.
I want to see Alpha7.
Oh,
because we were going to go into some of their stats, but you know what? We don't have time for it. So we're going to head into the match with Jana and Blank to kick off our final Erangel of the day.
Flux pick up a finish in the fields over on the Erangel we just witnessed. Turkey obviously very happy about that one, but Vampire still very, very close behind on their performance that match and have done so much so far this tournament. Blank, we're heading from North George down to Novo.
Yeah, properly fair little playing path here for everybody in the circle, which is always nice to see overall. Down towards Novodobnoya, obviously that eastern side a little bit out of the way, but I'm pretty sure most of these teams should be able to get over towards there if they find their vehicles, the ones they need. We're looking out for GK as well as Dplus KIA, seeing if they're still going at it here on our angle. I would be surprised to see it for a third time, but it's certainly possible to be happening.
Playing path just about halfway through. Alpha7 out early, taken North George from the Gladiators. They had a little bit of argy-bargy there over in the All-Stars. And the relocation came through to Severny, but the Gladiators seemingly going to their backup drop this time here. Blank Ferry Pier will be on the cards for them. Could be close to 6-8 there on that Gatka split, but should be able to get there pretty safely.
Yeah, man, this is the backup drop at this point in time. I think Gladiators really have had to figure out a lot of different drop spots at this point, just because of the amount of teams that have been giving them trouble around the map. Now, the strategy has been a little bit lacking towards the end of these games for the Gladiators. I think a lot of times they were well known back in the day as just this extremely strong sweeping team, but that confidence seems to be out the window at this point in time, and I would like to see it return a little bit, John, because honestly, Gladiators, they were one of my favorite teams in the past, but right now just not showing that same kind of power that we've seen in the past from them. So that would need to be changed if we want to see a top 5 finish for them at this point, just with the way these games have been going. Most teams making their way over towards the eastern side now. Tiamba down towards Milta, Falcons over towards Milta Power itself, and we do have 2 teams over towards Farm currently, Infinity IQ as well as Reject Tokyo encircling them.
Gladiators playing on the buggy, rotating down through the south areas. This is Matic on the buggy, a little bit further east and closer to the circle as it did shift out to that east side. Bridges could be a little bit fraught for DRS and Stalwart, both of whom are on that Sosnovka military base. They will have to choose which bridge to head on towards. Reiji, pretty close to danger here. Infinity IQ. Holding close, has got the firepower to dispatch someone very, very quickly, but could in turn just get out of dodge in the buggy, head to that cover. Here's the gunshots, but he's already pretty safe here, has plenty of cover and teammates as well to back up on this south coast near Farm Blank.
Yeah, Kaidalan doesn't find anything off the back of that. Reiji actually comes back in for a little bit more. Doesn't really have much of anything to be playing around with. Has the pistol, pulls it out, takes some shots.
I think he's got the K9 in the back as well. Kaidalau moving forwards, but cut out as Sara is on that flank, and Infinity IQ still have their outpost on the inside, sure, but they can't confirm this flush just yet. Ferrari on the inside, nade from Reiji, does a little bit to displace him, and 3 players move in. They haven't managed to find it. Slightly messy, but do manage to get the flush in the end. Nobody goes down from Reject Tokyo.
Well, I mean, that was a terrifying fight. For mostly Infinity IQ, Reject Tokyo comes around the corner, jumping all over the place and drops the boot down, and like he was a Goomba. Sara also now falls as Hugo comes around the corner with a nice little headshot. Sara desperately tries to squeeze himself underneath the truck. Unfortunately, cannot go for the belly crawl there.
No, unfortunately, you know, when you're on the knees, it's not going to work. You've got a full-on splat to be able to get under that. That's a little bit too low ground clearance, unfortunately. 1-for-1 on the trade between these two teams, and you'd imagine that they're looking for a little bit of a disengage here. Infinity IQ obviously already having a player knocked means it will be 2-for-1 overall once this bleed out goes through. Reject Tokyo losing a player on the south side. An important piece of ground as well to control a lot of those rotations coming in from the west.
Yeah, man, it's an interesting play from Sara. I don't think it was a necessary one, to say the least. I'm pretty sure he did get caught on the burnt out UAZ at the end of the day. Kaudalan does fall, finally bleeds out there. Bensu and Hugo are off in the distance. Bensu really has made up the majority of Infinity IQ at the moment. He is the powerhouse on the team. But losing 2 of their players right off the get-go, not an ideal start for them. And I think Reject Tokyo realized that, you know, this is not worth it. Most likely will need to start getting some loot on board. 628 actually stealthing their way over towards Gladiators. Matic, once again, on his journey in the buggy, gets away, and I think he has heard the vehicles rocking up towards the forested area.
Certainly have heard that one. Yang unleashes the magazine, pops the reload to try and catch him in the open field. A tire, L2 actually go out there for Matic, but he's still got the momentum to get across to Kitsune and to relative safety with the rest of the team. But Meku and Tixi still a little bit split and a little bit behind, could still be cut off by 628 Blame.
Yeah, they'll need to regroup, and I think for the guys on 628, they'll want to perhaps follow that one. So I am assuming that the rest of Gladiators should be able to get up towards the rest of their teammates fairly quickly on that Furry Pier side. In the meantime, Dplus KIA over towards the east. They don't go down early to Gike. Happy days. I think, honestly, for Dplus KIA, coming into the 4th match of the day at 7 points, very irregular for me, right? That's super irregular. They were very good over in All-Stars, and I think they are a decent team. I just think that those first couple of games were really not so fun for them right at the start. I mean, as Max was saying on the desk, it was either 4-0 or either way, it was just a full squad wipe. So I do think for Dplus KIA, getting over towards a different position on the map wasn't necessary, because you have missed out on a whole boatload of points. Vampire already at the top with 47, Alter Ego with 40 points. The Indonesian representatives doing absolute wonders.
Absolutely. Vampire also just making sure that that title is defended of theirs, the PMWI potential, as you and Seven, and I'm sure a lot of other people are supporting for the 4-peat. Vampire have gotten off to a good start. They're currently playing towards South George. They're pretty late on leaving the rotation, given that the plane path started over towards North George as well. They will have been on the ground for a very, very long time. So they're going to try and isolate some late rotations potentially. They should be as looted as pretty much everybody else in this lobby.
Yeah, I think over towards North George, South George, Crates, as well as Hospital, it's a pretty cramped zone in terms of the amount of teams that drop in that area. The good thing about this circle, though, is that it does really enable that long rotate up towards the northern side of the map, past Yaz Lake as well to move in there. It allows all these rotations underneath. So I think for Vampire, who were around the hospital way, they wait a little bit for the teams up towards their north to move out, to get out of that location, and then start getting on their merry way. Alpha7, not particularly a team that you want to get into early on. They are very good when it comes to those early team fights. Got some incredible mechanical skill on their side. Some of the macro definitely leaves something to be desired at the moment, but they're a team that starts slow and then gets a little bit momentum as they get through the games and get used to the teams they're playing with. That is really not what you need in a 3-day sprint in this kind of tournament. But I do think Alpha7 can catch up. And after that last game, a little bit of momentum has been found, a bit more of that confidence as well. They had a big elimination count. So this is interesting for them. Plus, with this circle, the Stalber rotate has worked out fantastically well, holding almost 40% of the circle for themselves on that northern side. It's a great place to start sweeping through a lot of areas where you can stay fairly hidden in the forested areas, some decent compounds to chill out at. So I think for Alpha7, this is an excellent decision that they will be benefiting from in the future.
The ever-treacherous Yasnaya fields encompassed by this next circle blank. They are such a difficult bit of terrain to navigate. We'll have to see if teams are going to be able to find any sort of sanctuary in that area should they opt to cross them. Don't have to go into them just yet, but certainly possible to see the finish there. The east bridge from the military island for Stalwart and for DRS, actually, both looking to get across near Milta. DRS allowing Stalwart to go first. I don't know if allowing is the right word, but Stalwart did get across first, is the upshot of it all. And the Gladiators are pushing in from the south as well.
Yeah, Gladiators actually making that rotation from Ferry Pier now have squeezed along that coastal edge and now making their way up towards Shelter Side. A little bit of a barren position on the map, but getting past this area is probably one of the most treacherous bits of land that you can go through, purely because it's very easy to get caught up in an engagement over Shelter, where suddenly you're just stuck in this almost a standoff between two teams, so it's not ideal. Alpha7 look to start sweeping now. They find the elimination over towards Tiamba. Infinity IQ lose Bensu, just one player left remaining on that team now. Very unfortunate after their start versus Reject Tokyo earlier on.
Reject Tokyo currently over towards Lipovka, trying to swing in from that east side. Box Gaming playing on the east point of Yasnaya. Rest up for Tianba. They can get some healing done now. Might take a couple more bullets, but only one player. You don't want to make yourself too much of a target here for Infinity IQ. We got trying to just stay alive and maybe make teams think that there's more than just him inside this building.
Yeah, he needs to have presence realistically. I think this is a compound that a few teams would like to get their hands on. So Fuga, if the circle does move over towards that northern side, likely to get crashed. So the amount of nades he's got in pocket will be very important, but not likely that he's going to be able to survive versus a four-man squad coming his way. Alpha7, though, did find that compound over towards the eastern side of the map. Decent stuff for them. Reject Tokyo over towards the eastern coast. A little bit easier to move through this position as well, because the eastern coast has this nice little ridge that you can play around. It will depend on this next circle, though, but scouting-wise, that's a decent place to start from. So many teams already in, and this just speaks to the level of the lobby at the moment. The rotations are very clean. Being able to get into position, the amount of teams we have in this final circle with the amount of fielded area that's still in, we're looking at a Yaz finish potentially, but it is leaning down towards that southeast side, towards Lipovka. Some more of those grassy pastures, playing around the divots. And there's a couple of compounds here too, but I think it's those dips which are going to be really influential in this particular location. You can already find Flux making their way over towards one. And you can comfortably sit towards these locations for quite some time. So already setting up the fort with the vehicles.
They've got a little bit of cover from behind as well, from those vehicles, as you say. They can use those ridge lines to their advantage. Gladiators parallel to DRS, who, as we were talking about before, had to leave that military island on the east side. Stalwart have managed to get ahead of this rotation, and they are starting to push through. In the meantime, Vampire are taking a beating over on the western edge near the Yaz field, but Gladiators seemingly getting away with this rotation, and DRS are going to be behind them now.
It's a really fast rotation. Kind of reminisce to what Mad Bulls used to pull off back in the day in EU. Gladiators obviously played alongside them, so looking to almost replicate that similar rotation, which just flows directly through the map. Now, they've headed up towards that ridge I talked about earlier that Reject Tokyo were trying to take control of, but they're going to wrap all the way towards that north side. I really like this play. I think they assumed that most teams would be on the south side, so this is going to give them the most amount of time to play around with where they want to head to in this circle, which is something they've not been afforded before. In the meantime, though, Vampire down to 3 players. They did get a huge wipe on a team on Twisted Minds, but instantaneously, the teams that came in for these third parties, including 628.
Fireflux are ahead. You can see them just at the top right of the mini-map there. So the route out of this compound will be pretty tricky. We saw the position that Fireflux were holding with those ridge lines to their advantage. Can get pretty close before you're forced to engage them, but once you're that close, you are forced to engage them. But Vampire, though, trying to hold out on the inside. Against 4, an off angle also still in action for 628. Dplus KIA have actually sent Forest all the way out behind this fight, despite 3 of them being much closer over towards Mansion, further east of this engagement. Maybe looking to third party onto it. Fabian also spiking out for Dplus KIA. In the meantime, though, Ching lines up the shot through the hallway there. Schwepp spotted, blinked away. No, not quite going down just yet, but there we go. There's the off angle for Dplus KIA, landing a shot over towards 628. The flush goes through onto Schwepp as they move forwards, but a nade from Tony to answer. Another one being cooked up, and they're forcing this engagement. This off angle is huge from Fabian, coming on through as well. I thought he was going to Fireflux, but no. 2 players from Dplus KIA move in and force this engagement to go south for both of these teams.
It's an incredible setup coming through from Forest and Fabian. It's 2 players taking on a single team. Incredible movements coming through from them. Circle heads up towards Yas Fields on the northern side. Still a bit of that urban territory available towards the west. And the Vampires praising Dplus KIA for the save in this situation. It was very much required. Now Tony K looking to finish off Xing. We cannot say that Tony K did not have a big impact in that fight either. Some incredible nades, and he's been throwing them all game long, all tournament long, even in All-Stars. Just like that one, in fact.
Vampire felt a little bit Moomin Rider to the DK plus Saitama there. They rock up and say, don't worry, we got this. They control the fight. Fireflux cowering seemingly. I mean, they made a very fast rotation up from the position that we talked about a lot, that dip, that divot that they were playing in, and they moved very, very quickly to the northeast point of Yasnaya on the shift, with Fabian's attention drawn elsewhere, allowing that opening to come through. And somehow they've survived. They are all, however, gathered in one shack, and Box Gaming know all about it.
Meantime, Huga on that building! Oh. As I talked about earlier, the nades had to be strong, but there's some support coming from outside, from Fireflux as well as Box Gaming, and Huga lives to tell the tale.
Fireflux staying in for now. Could be under pressure from more of these teams on the south side. Potentially looking at this position to try and rotate on through. The rotation from Gladiators earlier to the north side gives them a lot of control over that north edge, but the fields in front of them will be dangerous.
Yeah, right now the Gladiators have a massive amount of space. And this team loves it when they have a huge amount of space as well. A little bit cloistered sometimes, a bit claustrophobic when they get in the melee. But when they have this opportunity just to chill, relax in the meantime, have a bit more time to set up the rest of the game, that's when they typically do well. But they will have to deal with the Falcons, who have made a wide wrap through the blue towards that north side. Tixi currently outside on his lonesome. Drops a smoke, provides a bit of cover for himself as Six sends some nades that way. He'll probably regroup with the rest of the team, who has been recalled towards his position. And with Falcons being pushed in by the blue, this is an ideal time to get rid of Team Falcons.
Stoned down. Ching looks to move through. The auto shotgun good in that close range engagement. Alpha7 now trying to fend off against Falcons. The ridgeline allowing this swing down south. for Falcons. They'll try and bide their time just a little bit longer, as Alpha7 are going to have to pull the trigger on their rotate sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, in Yasnaya East, Box Gaming and Xing, the last player. Hang on a minute, we're hopping back over to Alpha7 and Falcons. Frags going both ways, but at the moment, Alpha7 looking a lot better in this engagement. However, the blue zone will not let up. Revo running to the top of the hill. Kate Bush, eat your heart out. Trying to get away from that zone, but the Gladiators are rolling in for a third party on the northeast side to try and control that. Stop Alpha7 dead in their tracks on the back of a raggedy engagement here, and it's looking good to start. Meku lines up for a second, dips back and has cover from the team. Revo falls and Alpha7 swept aside. A perfect third party from Gladiators.
Gladiators get a bit of a moment to breathe here, and that just makes all the difference for this team a lot of times. When they have that oversight over them, they saw Team Falcons come up towards that northern side, they dip back down again, they heard the engagement go through, instantly they're on top of that one. And for the first time in a long time, Alpha7's fight is not as clean as they'd like it to be. On an open ridge, hardly any smokes thrown as Team Falcons stumbles their way. A bit unfortunate. Alter Ego, Rosemary here, left alive for them. Second place team. Immediately he finds one onto YDD. Over. We'll look for it, but it's Dplus KIA to actually finish off the engagement.
Damage done, but that is Alter Ego eliminated. Luckily for Vampire, I should say, as they were sat pretty close behind, but they stay that gap. Fireflux though, with that gap to close, they managed to make that cross nice and early, and they are now reaping the rewards for doing so. With only Box Gaming really quite close by, Tiamba moving in with the remnants, the dribs and drabs. 3 players are alive, but they're not playing together right now, and they're struggling to get across these hills.
It's funny to me that Hugo from Infinity IQ has been able to hold on to this building for so long. Really good nades. There's guard dogs around them as well, keeping him nice and safe. So this is beautiful stuff. STE, Stalwart were not able to get on towards that building. Now GK is sending some scouts up towards that northern side, towards Gladiators. They find over from Tiamba, that's down towards the south. And they're just picking off players one by one. Stage 5, 24 players remaining in 7 teams. This is very, very unusual for our usual Arangles here. Dplus KIA looking to get some more points back on the board. We said they were down towards the bottom of the lobby, but it's not where they belong. And they know that too as they start to unleash a lot of damage over towards these teams.
6 eliminations found for Dplus KIA, 4 of them over to Fabian, 2 for Forest there. Just about getting away, the buggy bearing the brunt of the damage from Osal. A regroup from Box into the buildings. They'll stack themselves up to go for a push further north because this is looking like a field finish. You can see here on the sweeping shot blank, it is pretty much just hay bales as cover.
I mean, and Hugo's building.
That's true. Apart from, okay, fair enough.
I mean, to be fair, the fact that no one's been able to pick that up, and I think it's just because there's so many angles around this location, it's hard to make that rotate up towards that building because it is so open without feeling about 18 different players just sighting you at that point in time. You can feel it in that moment, and Stalwart certainly did. They tried to make that fight come through quickly. Hugo was able to keep them away with some beautifully placed nades. Now for the Gladiators, this is a really incredible game, all things considered, particularly because they were in very peer. Making this rotate was not easy, but they picked the right direction and the right rotate, which obviously has encompassed some research into these games. And it feels like a similar kind of playstyle that we've seen in the past from them is coming through. And their gunfights are good, as you see on the screens right now. Not sure what happened between last and now, but it's good.
Fireflux under pressure as Box Gaming finally turned their attention out that way. They've stayed in the shadow for too long, and they will fight there no longer. Box Gaming take them down, seemingly without too much effort. To be fair, they were all in one building in a very nadeable position. So you got to feel it was a little bit of a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, I think for the guys on Fireflux, just really not paying attention to what was going on from Box Gaming. They dropped some smokes, were able to walk all the way up towards that location. Really well done. Nades in through the window. You saw them all just inside this building as well. So nadeable. Now Dplus KIA rocking up on that building that they caused such hell towards Stalwart on earlier. And Hugo's instantly down, and they might just be able to take advantage of this, but Box and Duck is taking shots up there. Almost guaranteed that Fabian goes down.
Play on this cover and try and get these reses. If there's a stabilization opportunity for Dplus KIA, they are going to have a strong time, but this roll-up from Box Gaming is super heads up. They managed to find their feet and run straight on in, but GK aren't going to allow them to just get this for free. The nades through Fine Forest, and now just one player left standing for Dplus KIA. Saden in the corner with the DBS, but he's not even going to get the opportunity. The chance denied. Dplus KIA swept aside as Gladiators chime in as well. A potential third party, but Box Gaming are just too healthy as well.
Kitsune sends a nade down that way, but it's Ragnar to start things off strong for him. Tixie's looking for another nade as the smokes are all unleashed. Keeping this position shrouded by the clouds of smoke. Kitsune's got 3 nades in pocket, sends one over the top. Box Gaming not likely to be inside the building, so tosses it a little bit over towards that left-hand side. Now Tixie goes down, it's really bad news.
Oh dear, that is unfortunate. There is an answer. Matic,
fantastic.
Just about staying alive. And the knock went over towards Tixie on the front line. Slowing down GK on those sides. So important for Gladiators' route forwards here.
Yeah, Matic is doing a fantastic job. Definitely pulling a Matic classic here, but more akin to when he's a solo at the end of the game and he's just taking names and numbers.
Oh dear. Meku spotted and taken down as well to a cheeky little spray. A push forwards, and Box Gaming once again move in just the right time. Kitsune really can't do too much. He's only going to try and get these trades. He cannot save his teammates in this scenario, and Matic has to roll in to try and get something for this position. But Box Gaming looking good on their route out of Yasnaya. They found the openings and they took them with both hands.
Man, right now, Matic is untouchable. The way he's moving, ethereal. The bullet's just passing through this man at the moment. Haith now from GK Esports does spot this location, will drop some smokes up towards that northern side after they did suffer that casualty from Matic earlier on. But Box Gaming has a lot of cover for themselves. Unfortunately, they're not in the circle, John. They'll have to move in. And how many more smokes do they have left? They have been on a smoke train for some time now, but the coal has got to be running dry.
They will have been able to get a pretty decent resupply off Fireflux, you'd hope. But there can't be too many more in the back pocket. 3 there and quite a few nades, to be fair. I mean, it looks like they're going to do okay for the time being. The question is, how long do those resources last? As you say, out in the open, you do need to invest quite a few of those repeatedly. Matic looking to reposition now as he also is not in this next circle. A lot of damage felt towards Duck, but not the knock. Broadside for Kitsune over towards GK. You'd imagine they should just have a full view on this. Matic also out in the open. As the Gladiators just trying to survive 1-1, a big split, but really don't have much choice about it. Matic goes down, and now it's just Kitsune, but he's fending off Box. Not for long.
Nade pings over the top above his head like a light bulb, but doesn't give him any ideas, just sends him straight back to the lobby there. Gosu from Box. The fact that Duck is able to be here is absolutely madness, John. Should not have been able to get up, but some funky drive and took him into the location. 1 on the back. Hope looks to hit those shots. Now it's a 3 versus 4.
3 for GK trying to move in. 1G. Just getting these shots down range, but not really landing on the mark. That's what you want. Duck finally able to take down Ragnar. 2 players now standing. Box on a little bit closer to the edge of this next circle. See where the shift ends up going. But the team's forced into these fields, left open. A wide swing up to the north from Gosu gives them a huge off angle.
Yeah, I mean, for Box Gaming, they have to take these angles on towards GK. They know that they're limited on players, and taking these 2 angles on the sides leaves them very thin on positions that they can play now. Gosu moves down up towards another hay bale, and I'm pretty sure this is all but over right now for GK. They would have to pull something miraculous out of the bag here.
Oh, another nade over the top from Duck. Leaves just the 1 player. DBS in hand, he's waiting for the pushes, trying to get a little bit of an answer, but not given the range advantage on the spot. Gaith has more trouble to deal with, but he just can't hold it out. Box Gaming make move after move after move. Precise, efficient, devastating. 23 points on the game, a 13 elimination match for Box Gaming. to enter themselves into the fray. They started on 7 points blank. They're up to the big 3-0.
I mean, Box Gaming certainly not playing the Box Gaming of the past, who just sat in a compound and won from there. Now they're moving from compound to fielded area. What is this? This is a change of pace for me. But good to see, honestly. I am really excited to see more of this kind of playstyle coming out from Box Gaming. They made some really good moves, took some very good fights with the information they gathered as well, John. And I think that's the big thing. They saw Hugo as well as Stalwart. They went down. They noticed that Fireflux hadn't moved out as of yet. All the vehicles were primed and ready to go, but they took their chance. They saw it. Smoke trains are down. Nades are out. Easily done. So a really nice game from Box Gaming. Gladiators, I think, could have maybe gone a lot further in this match, but they just could not step up to the task versus Box Gaming.
They just went down in that close engagement there. I think the Gladiators still did very well. We saw a glimmer of the Gladiators gone past of that third party onto Alpha7. Really very well timed. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Again, they tried to third party onto Box Gaming. It just didn't quite work out that way. Maybe they thought there was more presence inside that shack from the Infinity IQ.
Yeah, I mean, Matic's angle up towards that northern side as well, looking down towards GK, yes, it provided them a little bit of support, but I think in that location, that time where you hear that fight go off, I think you just localize all your players on that side.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too lackluster. Didn't have the pressure to keep Box Gaming in the box. And instead, it was Box Gaming to be able to take it home in the Yasnaya Northeast Fields. Fantastic chicken dinner for Box Gaming. Let's head back over to the desk.
Box formation, close things out. You don't see Max dancing on the screen. Close things out and get themselves a chicken dinner on the board and do it in quite a fashion as well, picking up a lot of eliminations behind this and really setting themselves forward with a good step to win a lot of money. But before we can break things down, you know what you have to do, Max?
It's time to talk about
Honor Magic 5 Plus, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. And Honor self-developed GPU
Turbo X.
Nice. Look at that. One of these days we'll get 7 in on it as well, but I think last time he did a sponsor call out, it ended with him drinking an entire Pepsi can.
I just
leave that there.
At some point.
It's a prop.
It's not.
It's not?
No one can see it except me, but I can indeed confirm. He almost opened it and almost drank it.
This one, right here. Oh, I could.
We actually do have security
like
next to us on these cameras to make sure he doesn't steal this headset as well.
Chug it if Alpha7 win.
It's fine. You won't be chugging it. So let's start to talk about this last match, though, because Box had to fight their way through quite a few different teams. One of those in particular, Max, you're pointing out, Dplus KIA. And that fight with them allowed them, in a certain way, to close things out.
Pretty much, we know that the South Korean team, Dplus KIA, love their utility. Smokes, grenades, molly, they have all the time, a ton of it into the late game. The fact that Box Gaming actually eliminate the entire team and survive as a 4-man squad, they're like, wait a minute, that's actually a lot of really useful utility that we might be able to wrap up the game against GK Esports at the end. So the fact that they took down Dplus KIA in particular did also kind of seal that game for them.
It really did, and I love the way that they were actually able to rotate pretty much from being able to defend a push from one of the players from 6 to 8. Once they defended that, they were like, oh, you know what? Dplus KIA's over there. Let's actually fully send it, and they were able to do that, and they were able to do that in such a great way, such a synergy way that we're kind of talking about this when we talked about vampires earlier, right? How they were able to all push together at the same time. Guess what? Box Gaming was able to do just that in that last game, and we were able to see the performance out of it.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, a team that entering this event, I was having them a little bit under the radar, not sure what to really expect on a PMWI stage, but out with an absolute bang here on this game in particular. And Fireflux, one of the most aggressive teams, with all the smokes that were like, what the hell is happening over here? Couldn't leave the building. Then nades and mollies just pretty much ended the fight instantly.
Yeah, and I also like the push that they ended up doing on GG. Once they got those 2 knocks, they were like, you know what? Let's fully send it over there too. They got rid of them very quickly.
And Maddox's like, I'm out of here. I'm going to go away.
He was already out of there.
He's always out of there.
I mean, there's a lot we actually want to talk about in this match, and we'll get to the rankings in a second as we continue to see Box close things out on the final moments. Confidence was definitely reigning for them, and they looked as confident as ever, taking them 23 points. I mean, the second highest team was 11 with Dplus KIA, and we'll get into how they got those in a moment's time. But a fantastic game out of them, and also GK realizing we just avoid Dplus, we'll have a decent game.
Well, GK was super quiet pretty much throughout the whole match. That's why they ended up only with just 2 Ilms, but they were able to set themselves up in such a great place where they can at least secure a 2 2-place finish. Oh.
Hey, Alpha7 6 eliminations. They don't get the placements, but proving they can fight.
Yeah, but which everybody knows that they can fight. They need to start getting those placement points at some point here.
We know they can do that, right? But it's just at least they're not falling too far behind by picking up a few eliminations. But we need to see Alpha7 reach the late game, which as of right now have yet to do that really efficiently.
Max? Am I seeing that right,
No,
Max?
no, you're not seeing what I'm looking at. No, you're not seeing Star Wars with 0 points. No?
I didn't see that. I don't have my glasses, so
No, it didn't happen.
I think it's because he said he's not wearing the jersey.
I think we're rehosting this game after it actually ended. So, okay, this game never happened.
Don't say that. You're giving people nightmares at home.
We've had very smooth matches so far, Max. Don't jinx this, okay?
I don't think the curse is that strong that I can curse in events.
Let's not find out.
Hopefully not today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, let's take a look at Box Gaming's player stats here because we have yet to be able to focus in on them as individuals. But we do see Kwang coming through with 864 damage done. I mean, T-Duck's the only one, under 500 damage. But to be fair, didn't necessarily need to, as he had some stars on his team to help carry the weight.
Yeah, Goso and Kwang going to be the ones to able to pop off here. And especially their sprays onto Gladiators, the way they just snap onto them instantly, right through smokes too, was really effective. Because it's kind of predictable. There's a few positions in the field you can really play, and they just knew exactly, so laser right through, and I think using a headshot came through from Gosia at some point in that game, and it was just so hard because the fights were so quick, Seven. The moment they pushed on the Fireflux, the fight lasted 10, 15 seconds, similar way onto the Dplus KIA fight. The fact that they were so quick and able to survive as a 4-man team allowed them to just instantly approach the next obstacle.
In a final circle like that, and knowing that those smokes are going to be going away soon too, and knowing that they're not going to have that much cover, you want to finish out those fights as soon as possible, and they were able to do just that.
Though I am surprised we didn't see GK Esports take more control on the West while Gladiators were fighting Box Gaming. I was like, okay, they can get 2, 3 off angles.
Ask, like, why aren't GK doing anything right now?
Exactly, and the fact that they just stayed onto the western side of the circle, not doing too much with it, allowed Box to just, well, take full control the moment Gladiators fell.
And I think for GK, it kind of goes back to what I was saying. They were just being super passive that game. They were just trying to secure those placement points.
Well, I mean, you look at, Satan on the team, and I feel like he's very similar to Matic as well, because he's kind of off. Like every so often I look at the map feed and I'm just like, it's nowhere near his team. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they're not getting aggressive and pushing, though at the end, I don't think that was the case necessarily. But I did find it a little bit weird that it's, or a little bit of interesting, I guess, not weird, that it's very similar to G Gladiators in some sort of way.
Yeah. The Satan Classic, we'll have to find something that works with him. I'm not sure just yet, but...
Yeah, and I mean, with GK, they just weren't really forced to fight, and Satan was being that scout. He was very far away from his team, but he was able to find such a great locations there towards the west, considering that nobody was there. And I mean, at that point, GG was just worrying with what Box Gaming was about to do to them.
Yeah, I mean, GK were just playing the outskirts of Yasnai Polyana, right? So they were just waiting with that extra information, playing from the rooftops, and then they just got involved the moment the circle left the city finished position. The Hope and Satan able to give themselves one nice pick each. That's nice.
I mean, I think I was telling to you before, Max, when we were watching this game, is like, I've known Satan since 2019, since PMG Season 0. I remember him there playing. I can't remember the team off the top of my head. He's got a wealth of experience, and we know GK can be a strong team, but they need a little bit more. Maybe that solo play of him, he needs to try to get a little bit more out of it, or maybe they need to switch some things up.
Yeah, and Gaith has had an amazing season last year back in Arabia, and Ragnar is actually the MVP of the MEA Championship of Spring 2023. So when it comes to fragging power, we have 3 players that are looking really good. Hope is a player I have a few questions about as to how he can perform on this kind of event, but the 3 of the players, I feel like they can definitely bring the heat.
With Satan, kind of feel like we're talking about Carrillo again, right? He's always the one that's away from his team. He's always the one that's really wasn't, maybe needs to start putting up more numbers. And I think if they're able to do that, if Satan's able to become a little bit more aggressive and start confirming whatever knocks he ends up getting, or maybe stealing some illims, that might be the push that the team needs.
Okay, well, speaking of pushes, there's one team who had a lot of pushes coming their way in this last match that we did want to touch on, Dplus KIA. They had a very interesting moment. It was quite a few teams. It was, how to start off, Max? It was Alter Ego crashing onto them.
Yeah, so it was Alter Ego fighting versus Dplus KIA south of the road when it was going towards Yasnai Fields. And Tiamba being like, okay, we don't want to do a mad rush anymore. We want to try and go for a smart play. Let's just third party that fight. Alter Ego fall down. It's looking great so far. Then Dplus KIA start to say, no, actually, we're going to start pushing back. And Tiamba instantly regret their decision, thinking, let's just zoom back onto the other side of the road and just bunker down. And Dplus KIA like, no, you're coming back over here. chase them down, get all the squad wiped pretty much instantly. So it's pretty comedic, but you don't want to fight Dplus KIA if you're not ready for the heat.
Which is crazy, right? Because with Jamba, it's something we've been mentioning. I feel like they're just being too passive. And the moment where they actually had a chance to be aggressive, they decided to back away.
All right, well, we're going to back away here from the stage. We're going to throw it on over to our commentators to kick off our first Miramar of the day.
Mirror, more of that, please. Let's go into the first of the day in the desert, over from the east coast down to the southwest in Minas del Sur. Let's chop the southeast quadrant.
I didn't like that. I did not like that one bit, I'll tell you that right now. But nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What did you like?
I think I've blocked it. I blocked it from my memory, it's fine.
What are you talking about?
Los Leones, though, down towards Minas del Sur and Los Higos. Most teams should be able to get up towards that northern side, honestly, just because they drop out straight away. It does mean we might have a cluster of teams up towards that north, in which case you're probably going to see a couple of these squads dropping a little bit later and going far north from that position. Bots Gaming down towards Puerto Paraíso, well, Impala for them. Dplus KIA down towards Puerto Paraíso themselves. And this is the first time we've seen Miramar in the main tournament, so it'll be interesting to see how a lot of these teams play. They've done the tried and tested over in Erangel. Now they've got to play on a bit of a bigger playing field. Now, for a lot of these teams, this is going to be quite different, especially those who qualified from All-Stars. We're back to 16 teams. This is going to be far more easier to hit these rotates. There are going to be less players crowding up the match and the map itself. But Circle heads over towards that western side now, John. Power Grid, Monte Nuevo, San Martin. A lot of high ground to be played around with here.
I'm looking for the rest of Alpha7 because I've spotted two of them on the northeast side. Revo and Senatexa both breaking up towards Tierra Bronx. Oh, it looks like they're all in that vehicle on the, on the south vehicle. Okay. I was wondering, is there really two of them there? Are they playing super split drop? But no, they're going to be playing up towards Campo Militar and Tierra Bronca. Picardo, looks like that's going to be GK's for the time being. Reject Tokyo playing Los Leones on a bigger split. And that south side, Gladiators. Split position there. Miramar, very much more common to see these split drops on non-large POIs. You can get quite a lot of loot on board that way. Twisted Minds, smokes being dropped and close to Infinity IQ, but nobody going down just yet. In fact, not even any damage found. Maybe that's about to change as Dami plinks away, but safety found for the time being.
Yeah, actually, the only player that's taken even a lick of damage is Alter Ego. Over on that side, up towards El Azahar, probably dropped out just a little bit too quickly. Hit the ground with a bit of a crunch. You rub those ankles and get on with it, though. You've got to get moving on this map because it is a big one, making sure you can get over towards the side of the map that you need to be in, especially with a playing path that heads down towards all the way on the east, and we get a shift on the circle over towards that west. I think a lot of teams will have to consider the fact that there is going to be a big roadblock of these teams. Getting over towards Monte Nuevo, El Pozo early on will be a big boon. So hitting into those vehicles early on, moving towards those positions and getting some massive wealth of loot on your back is going to be very important.
Alpha7, as we talked about before, on that northeast side, so paths available to them to get in, to maybe circumnavigate all of those traffic jams, that roadblock that will come into effect for a lot of these other teams. 628, the westmost front of the line of players that spans the middle of the map. We'll look to push probably further west. Aren't seeing too many early rotations out to that western side just yet. No one's swinging for El Pozo.
Yeah, I think most teams are just going to try and bleed a lot of this land dry of loot, right? And I think for 628 in particular, this is going to be a case of taking North Picardo drop, transitioning to Power Grid, and then maybe heading to Monte Nuevo or one of these high ground positions up towards Crater Fields. That would make the most sense to me. Most teams just trying to get as looted as possible, understanding that, you know, towards that western side there's going to be more loot available to them. So it's a smart play, and I think a lot of these teams that headed west nice and early will have the lion's share of the loot going on in this game. Teams like Box will have to just do with Impala, albeit that is a big place. With our esports setting in play, you will be able to get as much loot as you need. I think the difference for Box Gaming is that they'll have to get moving a lot earlier than some of these teams. They don't want to get caught up in that crunch. You know, even a heavy north rotation could work out for Puerto Paraíso and then Impala. Dplus KIA, though, are going to head on that south side. Maybe try and move up past La Driera, or we see Team Falcons play on that south edge and buy them up. Very much a reasonable play, in my opinion. We do get that heavy shift on stage 2, so a lot of teams will most likely be waiting for that.
Not too sure what he thought he saw on the top of that building, but whatever it was, it's not there anymore. DBS shots making sure of that, but no points found for it. Nobody going down just yet, and of course, a return to a little bit of normalcy with the 16-team lobbies. Not only is the first time we're seeing Miramar in these in the main tournament, it is this first 16-team lobby from this whole tournament as well. We haven't seen any of it over the past 3 days. It's good to see a lot more spacious positions in these first drops, a lot more what we're used to seeing, a lot more what teams are used to playing as well. It looks like we have our first breaks to the west. It's Twisted Minds moving towards Monte Nuevo, and 628 just started to eke west of Power Grid.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting we are seeing Stalwart not really pumping the damage meters and those points meters as much as we sort of expected. I think there was about 4 of us over here that predicted Stalwart to win this tournament, in fact.
It's true.
At the end of the day, it's just not coming to fruition.
I think it was only Barney who predicted Vampire.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy.
He knows what he's talking about.
And you guys at home would be smart as well to pick yourself up some PMWI special awards. You could pick that up in the 2023 PMWI crate, and that's only available through July 15th to August 15th. You do see some of the players in-game actually sporting some of that equipment. You should be able to get an eye on what you could potentially snag, because it does look very cool. I'll tell you that. For nothing.
For nothing? Wow. That's pretty good value. I get free information. I don't even have to give a cent. Amazing. Perfect. Big fan of that one.
Yeah, man, I'm just giving out free advice. Left, right, and center. That's what I'm all about at the end of the day.
If you had some advice for Gladiators right now, I'm thinking this is the team that we've watched for in the region that we've covered for so long now. And they just aren't performing quite at the level that we've expected from them. We did see a little bit from them in that last game, but if you had any advice for them, what are you thinking is the best sort of thing that they could look to address?
Honestly, advice-wise, in terms of like rotations, there's really not much to work on. I think they still make these smart rotations. They get caught up in that end game though. It's that last 10 minutes, and I still think it's confidence, which is the issue right now for Gladiators. And some of that mechanical skill is just lacking sometimes, because I have seen this squad perform marvelously well in terms of those gunfights. Unfortunately, it's just not working out at the moment. But you do say, we see those glimpses now and again, but just not as frequently as I'd like to see them at the moment. It feels like some of the synergy is a little bit lacking here and there. And Matic isn't as effective on this Alfango a lot of times, and he's just becoming a little bit of a burden.
Needs to be pulled along a little bit.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, they're still making the moves that they would generally make. It's just because it's not being as successful that we see it as maybe a mistake or a problem. And I think realistically for Gladiators, it's just tightening some of those screws on their side. Because a lot of times you see their rotation, you're like, you know what, that is a decent rotate. Now you just need to follow through, and maybe you get further onto the end game. Because honestly, that last match, they made a bunch of smart decisions. A great third party over towards Alpha7. And that end game, again, just a little bit lost between figuring out whether they should be fighting Geekay, holding them off, or should we be fully focusing down on towards Box. And I think it's because they've got so many ideas in their head, because they're very aware of what's going in the lobby, that it leads to a little bit of indecision. So I want to see, you know, Gladiators just look a little bit more decisive, a bit more confident, and that would change a lot of things. Because honestly, at this point in time, I don't think even I'm qualified to give them much advice.
I really like that breakdown. I think you hit the nail on the head. I don't think there's much more I can add to that. Hopefully we'll see those problems being addressed by the Gladiators in the future, because I think we had... Did we have a Gladiators prediction to win in the talent rotation? I'm not sure we did.
I don't think so.
It was certainly on my mind as to whether or not to predict them. But no, it was Alpha7, I remember, because I was like, oh, regional champions, things like that.
You know, it's easy to predict Gladiators getting into a main stage international tournament.
Yeah.
Qualification, 100%. Doing well in the actual tournament, that's a different story. They have a lot of times run into some unlucky moments. Vampire, on the other hand, they've got their lucky break here in PMWI. PMGC, not so much. PMWI, on the other hand, that's where it's at.
Why would you talk about Vampire like that? And immediately they lose a player. You did that. That was
look,
you.
man, it's fine. I think Vampire has their ups and downs. They still get relatively far in a lot of these games.
True.
Every single team is going to lose a player here and there at the start of the game. Vampire is not impervious to that, unfortunately, for themselves. But 51 points, they've still got a nice little buffer, a nice little lead between them and third place. Alter Ego with 45, trailing behind them by not a lot whatsoever. I think
points,
you have to congratulate Alter Ego as well. Really, really good stuff. Some great pickups for that team too. Rosemary, an absolute boon to them so far.
Certainly displaying plenty of skill so far, nice and fresh for the roster. And they are certainly alter ego to perform.
Oh, 100%, man. 100%. I think that they've been traveling a lot recently too, so it is nice to see them all come back together and still do very well on a stage like this. Reject and Geek, though, currently at loggerheads, both sides. You've got Geek on the high ground and Reject desperately trying to get through this pass, which is difficult. Circle heads out off towards that western side. You can see that on the top right hand of your screen. With 628 currently holding some extremely strong spots. Great scouting position from Xing. And Yang Won and the rest of the squad, they're all in a very, very prominent compound that sits right on the edge of the fielded area. So they'll have great sight lines up towards Alpha7 and Dplus KIA, who has made one hell of a wide rotate. That's a thick boy up towards El Pozzo.
DRS are also playing on the shadow of the mountain currently held by Xing, and might slow Alpha7's push down, because that's probably one of the few routes they're thinking about to try and get through from this next circle. Reject Tokyo currently trying to find their home quite near the Gladiators on the south side, but turned away at the door, and they'll have to redirect their rotational thoughts across the way. A lot of field on that western side that is difficult to navigate, and the gaps between these positions getting a little bit too long for the liking.
Yeah, there's a lot of space in the circle, which is really unplayable, honestly, until you hit that end game. For instance, that northwest field, horrible position to be in until you maybe the last 4 squads, you can send it to one of those little hay bale shacks. Down towards that south side on the north edge of Monte Nuevo, pretty barren ground as well. The moment Box and Vampire are struggling to make it through over this ridge that passes on the west side of San Martin, because Stalwart is holding a really strong position for themselves. Best thing that Vampire could possibly do is try and take out some of the squad members of Box, but back in that last game, they're feeling confident, already taking down Schweppes.
Oh, Tiamba, 2 knocks sent their way. Reject Tokyo trying to eliminate them from this shack. More preoccupied with getting the flushes, in fact, actually, for Reiji. Doesn't maybe know exactly where the opponents are standing, but he breaks out and tries to make something happen against Reject Tokyo, but it's not going to go through. 2 players from Reject Tokyo knocked in the meantime, but they managed to take control of the shack and have a little bit of respite now. The Gladiators closest to go for this push should they want to, but they're just a little bit too split to make it happen fast enough.
Yeah, Matic's already up. If you can open this up with a big nade and absolutely explode onto this engagement, maybe the chance that they can take care of this north side push. And I think getting rid of Reject just after Tiamba's fallen, that'll be a very nice position for Gladiators to start pushing towards that northern side. Alpha7 move in, but easy. Already finding 1.
1 for 1 on the trade as the rest of Alpha7 move through. Twisted Minds far too split to be able to hold that one out on the western side. Rokus, the only player close enough really to have an impact on the fight, and doesn't get there in time or wasn't in the right position. Either way, they back off with 1 player down. Alpha7 have swept down that western side. And the shift again goes hard northwest. This fielded area that it encircles, Blank, is so open. It can house about 2 teams in the hayfield, in the hay barns. 2 or 3 maybe if they're lucky, but then they are sitting ducks for everybody to shoot at.
Yeah, you kind of have to wait for it to confirm itself up towards that northwest side before you really take advantage of that, which is why you'll see so many teams rocking out on the edges of that ridge and on towards the mountain on that northeast side. We've got DRS, we've got Alter Ego. 628 in a position to do it. Twisted Minds to an extent. They did just lose a player. Alpha7 right now in a really strong spot to actually translate this game into a win. They don't have anyone at their backs. They can just play this one safe, play it calm, keep control over Twisted Minds and Falcons down towards their south. And if this does move in towards that field, they have an instant position to shoot towards one of these middle arenas.
Stalwart staying in the conversation on the overall standing. 6th place, 29 points. Nothing stand out from them just yet, but certainly still there. Box, however, kind of the flip side. We saw that in the last Erangel, earning 23 points, 13 elimination game. Now they're taking down top from Stalwart. Action, the other side of his coin, trying to keep a little bit of suppression on the position, and the rest can come through from Stalwart.
Dami moves off the top side, very low. Most likely will fall there, and he does. Ragey have to pick up that kill. Gets the elimination on board. Really, really well done. UMP just blast the vehicle. Gets rid of that. Gladiator is still down towards that south side. Infinity IQ passing through on the north edge, just over the top of GK.
This southeast side needs to conclude fairly soon. With the pressure that's felt outwards from that field position, it really condenses that southeast side and makes it so much harder for these teams. This east edge as well. Box trying to push in behind Stalwart. Just trying to keep this one out. Action, ooh, going very, very low and finally knocked out by Duck. A force to be reckoned with on that previous Erangel, but Tony K sits his teammate down from Vampire to suppress the ridgeline. Fireflux, however, are chiming in, and both teams have third parties to worry about, seemingly. It's not fantastic, but the spray is good, and Gosu under a lot of pressure here. Reload comes through, and the UMP finally finds the mark. Took a little bit too long for their liking. Duck launches a nade, doesn't quite get the knock in response, and the flush hasn't come through just yet. Stalwart getting the worst end of this deal. One player down from Box, and there's only one still active. Icy on the ridgeline spotted. Really hot stuff from Duck again. Playing strong for Box Gaming. Now with the blue at his back, needs to put pressure on. Spray to the legs, 15 bullets in the mag. DBS is there as the secondary, needs to close the distance before swapping. Gets it out now and has got that advantage in this close range trade, but the blue zone's tickling. It's doing more than that. And it is Vampire to chime in as well with the points. Stalwart on the east side, stay alive.
Desert the player to watch over on Stalwart. It certainly is so. Able to get his team out of a sticky situation, but their power has been drained like the color out of Top's hair. A little unfortunate. Alter Ego do move in with 2 to scout out the position from 628. In the meantime, Kitsune taking shots over towards GK, but another team chiming in that we talked about earlier. It's Infinity IQ.
Meku to try and keep his IGL safe. Kitsune crawling back behind the headland. The blue zone, 20 seconds to move. Infinity IQ eliminated in the meantime, and Kitsune can get rest here. No threat from that southwest side. A lot of cover found. Now, can the rest of Gladiators move in? Because there is not a lot of cover forwards. There's not a lot of positions that aren't already occupied in their path.
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, really might genuinely have to take a gamble. I think at this point in time, you just send it into the fields. It's going to be very difficult in this position. You already know there's going to be a whole clump of teams waiting on the edge side before they have to confirm on the field finish. Right now, it's looking like it could even head over towards 628's compound, which is incredibly good. It has a building in there where you can lie flat on the rooftop, have some great angles, and people just can't see you up on that position if they're not playing the high ground, which is why you haven't seen 628 employ that position yet, because still some of this high ground on the ridge is available. But as we push into that further end game, that's when it's going to become very influential. Rules takes down Stone from Vampire. The fact that they've made it this far is a testament to the skill of this team alone. I think Stone and Tony K are probably the 2 last players I would want on Vampire, to be honest.
Final player as well for Alter Ego, Octa on the north flank near DRS. As Alpha7 clear up Twisted Minds on the southwest side. 1 player for both of the top 2 teams, and Fireflux do have to push in a little bit further. There is a chance for them to come out swinging from that southeast side. The Gladiators to contend with, ahead of them, the remnants of Dplus KIA, two of their players still alive. Oh, this is nasty from Satan. Hiding in the building with the Grozer as well. Swaps out to the M4. Just gets both of them. Handles business.
Yeah, it was a really nice play. In the meantime, Fireflux have to send out, and they go straight down towards Dplus KIA's position. A real nice pickup. One player is down already, and I think Gladiators are looking to capitalize off the back of this one. They've just been waiting for their moment.
The third parties have been strong with this team for the last game and this game as well. They'll carry that pressure forwards. Gladiators now looking for the back line. You can see the nades just rolling out, desperately trying to keep Ketch and Lutz safe. Nades still, though, sending in a Tixi, even closer. Matic launching forwards. Tixi given that platform to springboard through. 3 players from Fireflux are down, and Tony K chiming into the fight. They'll hear those Mini 14 ring across the hills and get to cover where they can. Tixi goes in for the backup as well, and Fireflux with 1 player still alive. Not going to be too much of a threat on their flank. The crawl back from Solke slowed down, in fact, dispatched by Reiji.
Such a funny position that Tony K is playing, because you see so many teams actually head up there and get a lot of success from this position, especially when the circle's a little bit further towards that northeast side. What he can do is just pick up eliminations from this spot. He's fully aware that he's not going to get a very high placing finish here, but what he can do is steal away some of those points. Killer also in a similar situation, but he's got way more players on side. Matic takes a tumble.
Kitsune is in position to try and go for this res. The ridgeline is pretty solid for cover from this high ground, even with the elevation that DRS are operating with. DRS moving into a 2-2 split. Gladiators know how to play this position as well that DRS are in. They are aware of the threat points. They know where has cover from it, because this is their normal drop spot. Moving down from La Cobraria into this area is some of their bread and butter rotation play.
Still taking shots here. A lot of bullets for this Mini 14. Pulls out the scarf. Oh my goodness me!
Pulls him out, wrestles him to the floor, and Giante's not getting away with that one. Out in the open though, he's got pretty happy knees there, being able to wibble and wobble his way around to stay alive a little bit longer. He's had enough. Tony K though expending a lot of ammunition, and in fact his life, to get that flush.
Yeah, frustrated, slamming the desk there. And it's fair play. I think right now for Gladiators, realistically, they just need to wait for these players to come off the high ground, and then they can start thinking about assaulting this position that 628's holding. They just want to get rid of these angles before they move in. A lot of teams down towards that south side, though, and Meku, on his approach, gets exploded in the vehicle. Luckily, it's just a knock. It is resable.
And they have the cover to do so. Reject Tokyo can't swing onto this position with Falcons in the way, with Alpha7 just over that ridgeline as well. The main fight for me, as you talked about just now, Blank, is Gladiators into 628's position.
Yeah, realistically, it's the winning play for Gladiators. Unfortunately, this spot is quite difficult to assault, especially at this late in the game. I think their main boon is the fact that 628 only have 3 players. So moving on to that spot, it's not as covered as it could be. But again, those angles you gain from this building, which is such a prolific compound here on Miramar, is really, really big. And moving across this road with the sight lines coming down from the teams on that southwest, like Team Falcons, Reject Tokyo, as well as Alpha7, that's what makes it tough.
Reject Tokyo healing up, getting ready to make their move. Reiji, unfortunately, takes a lick of damage there. That might slow his roll just a little bit, but they don't really have too much time to worry about that. 5 eliminations so far, sorry, 8 eliminations for Reject Tokyo. Miscounted that on this game already. So they've been successful no matter what. With 6 teams remaining, they'll want to ladder up a little bit further.
I mean, getting the hydraulic press between Team Falcons and Alpha7 is never an ideal situation though. And the best they can hope for is for both these teams to take shots towards one another. Just scare them off from this position. And now it's confirmed. That compound is a winning play. 628 have been so happy with the move that they made up towards this position from San Martin. Alpha7 though, Carrillo steps into the fire just a little too close.
Gets burnt, forced back. Reject Tokyo taken so low, but they can just get these heals up. Falcon may be looking to actually move further out and in for a third party. Alpha7 with Carrillo down, maybe looking to move forwards and get this res, but the nades from Falcon are trying to get a third party onto both of these teams. Pretty prime real estate for them, but the damage hasn't really been done either way to facilitate that for Falcons.
DRS in the meantime move up towards that compound in the center. Reject take a knock towards Sarah. Alpha7 look fairly healthy. Carrillo got just a little bit too close, right? And I mean, the hair gel, it is quite flammable.
Ooh. Reiji taken low, but his teammate not so lucky. 2 players now for Reject Tokyo. Delta also, DRS, sorry, from the northern side for DRS, trying to move in. And 628 rebuffing them as Reject Tokyo getting cleaned up on the southwest side, unfortunately. Their run will be drawn short, but they did get a whole helping of points there. Gladiators, they're swinging out wide. They're not going into the compound blank. We thought that was the winning play, but they move out and go for a third party. It is a refreshed Gladiators playbook, and they are playing it to a T.
I mean, you would have thought they'd go for the third party between DRS and 628 whilst their attention was compromised, but they think that this position and the side swipe is way more important. Nade actually a little bit closer on the smoke goes down. And Alpha7 sent away. Matic out into the blue will swing back towards a position they know is clear. Now it's just one team. I think they're going to rock back up towards their original spot on that eastern side. Ooh, really smart stuff. 628 move out. This was much needed from them. The respite that they got from hearing that third party, they just wanted to clear up the remaining players. The north side of their compound now just kill it, nowhere near to assault them.
This position for Matic and Tixi is dangerous. There's not really too much cover. You can see they are just going to go down the lowland to regroup with the rest of the team. For Gladiators, they know the push they have to make. They know what they must do, but do they have the strength to do it?
They've played a very similar circle before over in Europe. Weren't able to make their way through. They actually assaulted this from the north side because they usually drop in that Covarilla, but to come all the way from the south of Los Leones to make it here is pretty impressive. They're clearing out the longhouse at the moment to move up towards that spot. In the meantime, the players are also holding down Alpha7, who are being pushed in by the blue. So information being gathered over towards 628, who have all repositioned over towards that south side. To rebuff these players, the Gladiators, provide a bit of a better defense. In come the nades, though.
They know they need to clear the close angle because they need to cross this open ground fast. With Alpha7 on the side swipe, you saw the open angles that Carrillo had. You cannot waste any time out in the open worrying about 628 players. Push them back off these windows, get into the building, and try and take that fight linearly. It just doesn't work if Alpha7 are third-partying you and spraying you down on the side. They force you into a losing fight.
That was a gorgeous nade coming through from 628. I think the good thing for Gladiators at the moment is that while all this is happening, Alpha7 continues to be pushed in. More utility used. They have to pour everything into this push. Absolutely critical that they get at least one player in. All the smokes are through and they go for the crash with the DPS. No one's down as of yet. Matic
leaps up to avoid the licking flames at the heels, but Tixi's down in the meantime, flushed as well. And Yang now pops another molly out the side. Groza in hand, and it's just the one player for the Gladiators alive. The crash has gone catastrophically wrong for them. Matic tries to drop, but it will not be enough. All 3 of 628 survive, and now Alpha7 can start to march forwards, but Mafioso down. These Cenetex are going for the res. They have to delay somewhat, but they can push in now. But Killer's still here for DRS, the MVP of the squad. A huge elimination count from the All-Stars stage blank, and he's still got more in the tank.
This guy is mega at the end of the day. Still taking shots, still sending nades over the top. And that was first one was very, very long. Luckily, they should just have enough time to pick up Revo before the circle starts to enclose. But you got to give props to Yang 1. The fact that he was fighting versus Alpha7 and the rest of the team from Gladiators were moving in, that is an incredible move from him. They'll get a full resupply from the Gladiators side. Killer getting shot out from underneath the vehicle itself. Sunan taking those shots. But Carrillo picks up easy from that side. Oh. This is not good.
Alpha7 able to get an opening knock, but Yang 1
again.
on such a huge sideswipe. Slows Revo down. Now turning attention to the backline, but there's a teammate already pushing forward. Senatexa drawn short out in the open. Has to just go completely raw into this fight. Gets the cross. Oh, Yang1 perfect on the timing. And 2 players fall to the scope. Carrillo now under pressure. And Yang1 on a mission to try and take down Alpha7, single-handed, finally falls, but the health bars are blinking. And now, can 628 pull it back together? They got the res. Sunan playing around this door frame. They reposition, and they have got the center. Breaks out wide, and Sunan's forwards. DBS in hand, but it's cut down. And Revo turns the tables again. Now, on the back lines, they're looking for one more, but it's denied yet again. 3 eliminations found. And they want the res. They slow down the fight. Carrillo has the off angle. Groza to try and stop it. He knows he's there. Burns him out of position. Lights his feet on fire, and he has to tear to the back of the warehouse. Vehicles as cover, and Carrillo desperately trying to keep his team alive, allow them to get the res. They have been able to get it on board. Mafioso and Revo now very healthy. 1 player stands for them, and Revo swings in through the door, out into the blue, and Alpha7 march their way to victory.
That is a disgustingly difficult win coming through from Alpha7. Assisted by Gladiators, who came in just when they needed them to clean up with Team Falcons. But Alpha7, that push over the ground is really, really hard, John.
What a final march from Alpha7. Yang1, what a valiant effort as well. This is why we talk about these teams from the region, from the PEL. They just have got that X factor sometimes, but unfortunately it was not enough to stand up to the Brazilian might of Alpha7.
Not at all, dude. It is tough to go against Alpha7, but Yang1 made it look pretty easy in that situation. The fact they played with 3 for so long, it is a marvelous effort from 628.
They lost that high ground a little bit earlier on. I think the player had to drop down and just got knocked to the full damage. And playing that compound perfectly. I mean, what more can you really ask for from this team? Unfortunate that the Gladiators were held out by that Alpha7 off angle for their bid for the top of the tables, but not really a lot you can do about that as well. They know the ground better than pretty much probably most other teams in this lobby, right? They play this area a lot, very, very frequently. They should know exactly what opportunities they would be given.
Stump's very curious for the Death's thoughts on, why the Gladiators go for the Team Falcon push versus 3 teams instead of going for 628. And I guess we'll find out as we head back over to the desk.
Alpha7, well, we gave them 2 matches. Maybe we need to rethink some things here, 7, as we do see them take home a chicken dinner, and a much-needed chicken dinner to finally show some adaptation in their play and to bring one home for Brazil. I'm just Captain, still joined by Maxman7, World's Gaming here on the desk. And 7, you were saying it, they switched up their style a little bit, played a little bit more passive, and they got aggressive when they needed to.
They did. They were waiting to pretty much get all 4 people alive until the end. And something that a big switch actually between this game and previous games is who they were sending out to scout or who they were leaving behind to be an anchor. And it was actually between Mafioso and Rebel. It wasn't Carrillo. Carrillo was actually within the pack. They were always doing a 3-1 split, and it was either Mafioso or Rebel being either sent out or being setback to be an anchor. And I felt like that really worked in their favor, and something that I really enjoyed as well is pacing their game. It wasn't just being A7 aggressive. And I feel like this is something that we kind of notice in Americas as well. They decided to just slow it down, don't be aggressive, wait for other people to take care of each other, and find those openings that you can actually third party, and it worked out great for them.
Don't be aggressive. Actually, them playing passive is really important here, because at some point there was a three-way fight on the Western Edge. It was Reject, there was Falcons, and there was Alpha7. And actually, because of how the circle was going, consistently shifting over to the east, Reject were forced towards Falcons, and Alpha7 kind of understood that. Like, we don't have to get involved in this fight. It's going to happen regardless. We can just move north of it and wait for the fight to break out. And the moment it does, we get involved, clear the entirety of the West, which actually didn't end up happening because Gladiators just ruined everything and just cleared the teams themselves. But that was the game plan, and I feel like if it did go that way, the execution would have been really easy because that third party was pretty much a given.
So let's go back in time, actually. Let's start from the end of the game and go backwards, right? I want to ask you a question. I want an honest answer. 6-8, I think they threw the match. I don't remember who the player was because he caught Creo on the transition, I believe that was. Or was it Mafioso? He caught Mafioso.
Yang. Yeah.
And he caught, was it Mafioso or Creo on the transition? Got him through the slit of the doorway and caught him just barely as he knew he was going to be running through. As you can see here, Alpha7 getting 23 points. But then he like overcommits on the peak. He pushes by himself. He gets caught. He gets knocked. And it felt like a downward spiral from there.
Yeah, it was Yang. It was Yang. Unfortunately for 6-8, they was just not quite able to capitalize after that opening knock. And they were just able to crawl out of sight. And because of that, as we know, we saw Alpha7 here playing passive again, stalling things out to be able to get those reses. And the reses at the end here, 7, is what enabled them to secure the win.
And in a way there, at the end, they were kind of being forced to play passive because you could see that they wanted to go third party to fight between 6-8, and Gladiators. But somebody from 6-8, I can't remember the name, I think it was Isuna, and was able to hold off a great angle. He knocked him, and it made Alpha7 fully back off, and it allowed, and I think this is why you're thinking that it was 6-8 to win, because that allowed 6-8 to kind of set themselves up, but at the end, it didn't end up working out.
Well, even got a credit to Creo too, just to stall stall it out, right? We were actually watching, we're like, that's a great play by Creo as he ran into the warehouse. He kind of ran between the vehicles as well, buying time for those reses to come through. But yeah, even before that, you had Gladiators crash, like you mentioned before, but that same angle Gladiators came from was there was too many teams there. We had Dplus KIA. They got overwhelmed by Fireflux. Fireflux got overwhelmed by Gladiators, and then the Gladiators eventually made their move through. Well, the whole time this was happening, 6-8 just like, this is fun. Just gonna chill in my compound for like 10 minutes, it felt like, and it got them a lot of points at least.
They were just holding off DRS, and DRS currently not being aggressive. They're just going for those placement points, collecting the information. They were like, okay, we can coexist for a little bit.
I'm sure DRS wanted to play aggressive, but from the field location against like the warehouse compound of 6-8, you're not going to make it happen. A lot of people said 6-8 are a three-man team here. the compound was the fourth-man player.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think DRS was kind of lucky to even get into that compound because Altrigo tried it minutes before, and didn't make it all the way through.
I think that Alter Ego maybe overcommitted because that breach is not easy, especially when you have 3 teams like Falcon, Reject, and Alpha7 to the western side. You can't just crash the wall and wait there. If you go for the crash, you need to fully commit, get inside the buildings, which they couldn't quite do, and that's what did cause their demise. But DRS just stayed onto the hay bales in the fields, which they could just play the long game, hope for a podium finish, which did end up happening.
Highlighted that game for me, though, it actually isn't what happened in-game. I think it was Tony K shooting down at DRS from the mountain, and then he gets hit, he gets eliminated, and he just slams the desk. It's so frustrating. It's great to see.
It's a strong phone. It did not break.
Strong desk as well. Let's take a look, though, at Alpha7's player stats in this last match. Again, we have to focus on them because we kind of almost started to count them out, and we can see Mafioso. Usually it's Revo we talk about. 1,085 damage.
I mean, you said he was a really good anchor point here, and he was doing even more than just being an anchor point. He was also securing that off angle for his team.
And for him to be able to secure 5 Willems, and this is one player, remember, we're talking about when Korea was able to step it up, Mafioso was the one that was kind of slacking a little bit in regards to Willems. It's good to see him being able to actually stop performing in regards to the Willems, and maybe now they have found pretty much a position where he can excel at. If it is going to be anchor, or if it is maybe a little bit of scout, or just a combination of both.
Do you feel now, 7, that this is the one game that's going to put them on that momentum, that streaky playstyle we expect to see from them? Because I feel like this is a change of pace from the first, then 4 matches of the day.
I felt like the second Erangel, actually the third Erangel was a momentum one because they were able to perform pretty well and they were able to carry here for Miramar.
Okay.
Well, we haven't checked in with these in quite a while, but I think it is time to take a look here at our overall stand to get an idea of where our teams currently stand going into the final match here of day 1 of the main tournament. And we can see 57 points for Vampire, but Alpha7, you know, we've been kind of counting them out here, 48 points. They have secured themselves 2nd place at the moment, as well as Alter Ego in 3rd, Fireflux in 4th, GK in 5th, and you can read the rest. But Stalwart, they're not out just yet, Max.
Yeah, they had that one good game. It's fine, though. I'll give them a little bit of a break. They can come back.
The last time we talked about a team having only one good game.
Careful, Max.
We didn't talk about that.
There's a big drop-off, though, between 9th and 10th. You can see Gladiators at 30 and Falcons at 19. Remember, it's $400,000 for 1st place. Also, an extra slot for your region for PMGC. A lot to play for here.
Where is Dplus KIA? Where is Forrest? I need to see more of him. That's all I have to add. Yeah.
Well, it is time to head into our final match of the day. It's our 2nd at Miramar. Not going to mess it up this time, and neither will these two gentlemen. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
No messing, Blank. We're getting into Miramar for the final time today, for the 2nd time today. We go from middle of the west side of the map down to Puerto Paraíso.
Yeah, we've basically got the same playing path, just opposite. Just switched it around a little bit.
So the completely different playing path.
Yeah. Opposite. It is different. That's what opposite means.
Yeah.
Yeah, oppositely different.
Okay, yeah.
Same but different. Is that
Same,
okay? Same but different. There you go. You're on board now. I like it. We're all on this plane together. We're all feeling good. It's the final day. Final match of the day. Goodness
Not the final day. Goodness
not
me,
the final day. Not the final day yet. All right, we've still got 2 days to go. All right, I'm getting ahead of myself big time. Trying to go to the future. I don't want that. I want to see all the games because I know they're all going to be just as good and as action-packed as last one. I think the funny thing is for me on that last game is that the 3rd party came through over towards Team Falcons from Gladiators. And I think the Gladiators actually kind of ruined their own game for themselves. Because if they hadn't helped with that engagement, they would have had more time to get in towards that compound for 628. Alpha7 wouldn't have been able to 3rd party because they would have been still dealing with Team Falcons at that point. Because Alpha7 actually played a big role in that engagement between 628 and Gladiators. There was a lot of firepower coming their way that Alpha7 were able to capitalize on. So I think that is just an unfortunate scout, really. I think you don't expect 3 teams to be existing in that area for such a long time. So you hear the 3rd party, you assume it's just 1 team remaining. So I think Gladiators, again, making some correct decisions. Just a little bit further into this game this time around on Erangel. They had a great game there as well. So Gladiators starting to warm up just a little bit. But I think for Alpha7, fantastic match. Once again, Revo bailing them out with the auto shotty. Doesn't have the DBS, doesn't matter. Still does work.
It feels like Gladiators have very consciously decided more 3rd parties. That's their whole sort of shift that I think I've seen over these last couple of games. I don't know if you'd necessarily... You're looking like you want to say something about that.
I mean, that has been some of their playstyle for a long, long time now. They've been very good at it. I think it was quite difficult to do in the All-Stars just because there are so many teams there. It's difficult to go for a 3rd party without inviting another
That's
third
probably,
party.
yeah. I get that.
Which is a struggle, but I think Gladiators have always been a very opportunistic team, and they're great at it. They did it in European Championships. They did it over in PMPL as well for EU. I think they can certainly keep going with that, but I think we've harped on about Gladiators long enough, so let's take a look at some other teams in the lobby. Fireflux at the moment makes some good initial rotations, but they seem to be suffering exactly from what Alpha7's maladies were over in the All-Stars, which is a case of great first 15 minutes, man. The rest, questionable. I think they are just sitting around in compounds a little bit too much, and I think it was acceptable on the map where they won, where they just sat in a compound and the circle came to them. I think they'd love that every single time.
Oh, that'd be great.
That'd be great, but it doesn't always work that way. So I think for Fireflux, it's just those extra couple of minutes on top of there. What's your next rotation? What's your next move? Low, almost landed it. Almost landed it.
Nearly stylish.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
it didn't stick the landing.
Scuffed on the hems.
Yeah, not great. That is actually in style, by the way.
Scuffed hems?
Yes.
Is it?
I have some T-shirts like that. I don't define myself as the epitome of style, though.
Yes, you do. Don't try. Don't.
No.
Don't. You can't. Don't back down now.
People can't even see me on camera. It's
Blank,
fine.
Blank thinks of himself as the height of a fashionista. And I can't say I disagree most of the time.
I'm pretty tall.
What is the height of a fashionista?
Well, 188.
6'1".
188.
6'2".
6'2". Yeah, I'd say. I'm like bordering 6'2".
188. You're never 188.
I'm probably taller than that. It's been a while.
What do you mean tall? No. Pull the other one.
What do you mean?
There's no way you're that tall.
Okay, fair play. You're smaller though. Fireflux, on the other hand.
I'm a perfectly appropriate height. Thank you very much.
Okay, fair play.
Let's get Seven in here to talk about
Whatever
this.
you say. Yeah, 7 would make me feel better right now.
Let's get Kalaris to talk about this.
Yeah, that'd also be nice. Twisted Minds not having the best of tournament so far. 16th place, 10 points. I think we've seen a lot of these names. It's a little unfortunate because we've seen Rollkiss over in EU.
We have.
Has done great work over there.
He did.
Obviously never on the top of things. Crypto, on the other hand, an amazing player. Real clutch factor coming through from this guy, but they are just not matching up to the weight of the teams in this lobby, which is pretty crushing. There is some incredible teams here at the PMWI Main Tournament.
The best teams in the world.
Which is to be expected, honestly. I think we've invited a real good slew of amazing teams that we could probably expect to see through to the PMGC, at least some of them. The majority of them, maybe.
At least 2 of them.
A medium amount.
Maybe 3.
Maybe. And one of these teams will win their region another PMGC slot.
That's true. And I feel like that is, as the desk was talking about earlier, right? That's probably one of the biggest factors here.
It's pretty big.
Is it's going to introduce more, quite frankly, prize pool into the region, allowed for more investment in their region over the long run, not directly, but to indirectly boost that region's longevity would be such an incredible asset.
And if you have a bad tournament, you have a bad PMPL or a championship, and you come second place in the point standings towards PMGC, you still make it in.
True.
So you secure yourself another break point. Because some of these regions, I think they've got 5 slots. So you pull that up to 6, which is really, really nice.
But then you can also suffer from the fall-off factor. You could be an S2G.
The S2G factor.
The S2G factor. The Game Lord factor before that. It can be a real problem when you have these rosters, these teams who come through, perform incredibly well, grab themselves one of these spots. I'm not saying that they underperform because they feel the pressure's off, but they, for some reason, don't do as well as they did in the previous season. Then they turn up to PMGC or to the next global finals, PMWI for S2G, and they just don't perform in the manner that you expect them to. And it takes a real strong-headed team to be able to try and carry that over and ride that wave through, because it's not an easy thing to do. It's a lot of it's a mental task.
Absolutely. And you can make some waves at home on your own PUBG Mobile with winning some of these PMWI special awards, because people will be taken aback with the height of the fashionista you will be with these items. They're only available, though, from July 15th through to August 15th.
You were wearing that yesterday.
I was wearing that yesterday. You couldn't see, but I was all spangled up. I was good to go. I was good to go. Obviously, I wasn't carrying the large weapon around with me.
Light blue's your color.
It could be. It could be. I maybe could pull that off. I did pull it off, actually, yesterday.
Keep it on.
I will. Yes, of course. Fireflux, though, back to the game anyway. Back to the game at hand. Fireflux find themselves another little dip to play around. Tiamba off in the distance.
Those dips that Fireflux currently find themselves in, they're very, very dangerous. The nades just funnel themselves into your pockets.
Yeah, Fireflux is just a tortilla chip team. They love the dips. They love the dips, man. 100%. But it works well. It does work well. They find themselves some good scouting. They don't always stick in these positions for a long while, and then they move on. I think it's quite a good play style. Again, that first 15 minutes is really nice. They obviously have very good knowledge of a lot of these maps, and it's to be expected with Solk being on the team, who has been around in PUBG Mobile for a long time. And I kind of expect Fireflux to continue doing well. I mean, they're at the 4th place at the moment, 37 points, which is fantastic.
Tixi close to danger. Bensu, the powerhouse of Infinity IQ. Neither of them pulling the trigger. They're playing do-si-do around the car, and Bensu's got the better end of the trade so far. Tixi overzealous, split from the team, not playing with them, and pays the price.
That is really unfortunate. I think that at the moment, Tixie is probably one of their best mechanical players on the squad. It's really unfortunate losing him because you lose a big amount of that clutch power on the side. Winning out those fights a lot of times has come down to Tixie making some real good moves. Not as impactful as we've seen him been before though, John, which is a little bit sad to me. I mean, Tixie supremacy is just not here at the moment.
Tixie mediocrity currently.
I need to stop coming back to Gladiators. What? Don't put them back on the screen.
Stop that. Well, when they're taking a fight, it's fair enough. But
yeah.
When we're looking at Vampires trying to hold a central position and Fireflux taking plink shots at the compound, certainly talk about that. Dplus KIA send into the Labendita crater and they might have some neighbors to worry about. Goodness me, Reject Tokyo don't want to let them get away with this one. Fabian is a little bit isolated, but the rest of Dplus KIA, they are establishing a high ground, and that is what you want to execute with. Forest able to suppress that close range position and keep his teammates safe. They send one down in, they lay the trap, and it looks like Reject Tokyo might have just bit.
Yeah, Lufa tries to scrub Forest off the top side, not able to quite make that one happen though. Forest finds that cheeky little angle. I think they expected all of them to be heading in towards Labendita crater. Not to be. They gave them the old fake out there. Sunan, 628, taking the shots over towards Geekate. Taking a bit more stock of this circle as well. Hacienda del Patron involved, Saint Martin. So some real big amounts of elevation inside this circle from the eastern side over towards the west. So we are going to cut a lot of these teams off into their own individual battlegrounds for the time being.
6-8 again in a pretty solid position. We saw Yang Wan, be a devil in his own right. Tianba able to use the backup with the DBS and the auto shotgun. Really not much you could do about that. Duello goes down. Reiji trying to get away from it. Last player standing for the squad. They were able to get quite a few eliminations. I think it was 8 overall, Blank, in that last Miramar that we just saw. This time around, they're not so lucky. Reject Tokyo, it feels like a team that has always consistently had that chance, but just never quite pushed past the line.
Now, for Reject, I think they've been a consistent esports team making it towards these international events. And
absolutely.
They obviously are performing very well in their region of Japan, but right now, it's not able to put up those performances on international stage. But it's always great to see them here, and I think that the Japanese teams are constantly improving. And I'd say that they probably are at the level of some of the
they deserve to be here.
SEA teams as well as European teams from about a year ago. Because I do think that PUBG Mobile teams in general have just leveled up in such a gigantic way over the past year. It's really crazy. When we've had more and more coaches move in to the scene, providing really valuable knowledge to these teams overall.
Providing infrastructure, I think, or even, well, equally as importantly, right, is providing that infrastructure. When you look at teams that just play with themselves, the players are the ones doing the analysis, doing the coaching, and trying to figure out and execute on these plans. It's not as, it doesn't have the longevity that having a coach, having a real infrastructure behind a team gives. You see that with teams like Vampire. Coming into PMWI, they have got that position. Obviously, Satani, we talked to him quite a lot on the English broadcast. We love to hear from him. He's got a lot of valuable insight, and I feel like he's a great staying hand for the roster.
Yeah, I think I said it last year as well, is that he has just brought a bit, and what we kind of need a lot of times, a bit of discipline, because you always hear him, right? They're on to win a lot of cash already.
Absolutely.
But he comes in quite humble every single time. I think that's what he does for his team a lot. He keeps them humble, because you see them in game. They are an aggressive team. They really like to take the highlight. They love being that center of attention in game. But at the end of the day, they still have these moments where they play it slow before they really unleash absolute madness on the lobby towards the end game. And it's difficult to put them down at that point. So it's really, really good to have that person that keeps you grounded a lot of times. 628 still looking over towards GK. 628 haven't moved far at all. We know they like to drop over towards this north side of Picardo in the first place. Didn't transition over to a power grid. Circle didn't really require it to happen, but a lot of teams on that side. Alter Ego trying to push their way in. Do find an initial knock. Not much more than that.
It's northwest side. Troublesome. Rosemary isolated on the back. Cooked away there.
Oh, wow.
Taken out of the running. This central ridgeline.
That's a circle and a half.
Is the most important feature in this circle, as generally these ridgelines will be. But yeah, you're right. A lot of open ground nearby.
Yeah, this is going to be like the yin-yang circle, because we will just have a line of players through the middle of this ridge. You can hold a lot of teams in there. Stalwart found initial bit of damage over towards Alpha7. They have recovered. A nade goes back, and Icy's got to be very careful, because a double nade there's great, but one comes back. Top's on the top side. In fact, KIA just has to hug the wall as best he can. Become one with the rock here to get that first aid kit off.
Trying to stay alive. The heals need to come through. Icy is far more isolated than the player knocked. I think that's Revo.
Some great nades, actually.
Getting taken down, which means that Icy can't get rezzed. Wow. The numbers are still in the favor of Alpha7. Top taken low with the nades over the top bursting perfectly. Mafioso just about tickles the ridge, which stops it going further with the next nade, but looks to put more up there. Can't quite get the angle that they got in the first time, and finally Nerzed moves in for that res onto Icy. In the meantime, Twisted Minds, third party from the west.
It's a well-placed smoke on the top side. Really denies a lot of the sight lines coming through from top, looking down towards this team. Kind of invalidates this position that top's playing. Action still playing backstop for them. Nerzed now comes with a nade of his own, sends it all the way across. There's a little dip that currently Alpha7 is holding in. They can't step out too much with Twisted Minds on these angles over towards their way. In the meantime, 628 have moved up towards the central area of the ridge. Team Falcon's also there. Dplus KIA have sent a couple of players towards that position, or at least just one. It's Favian, last remaining. And Fireflux now need to think about getting in towards the circle, because this is where we do see them start to falter a little bit, get a little bit too concerned with that outer edge. And we know that they have some extremely good splits in the end game. But it's getting towards that position in the first place to start controlling stage 7, stage 8. That's where they're really efficient.
DRS pop a shot over towards Stalwart. Find a little bit of an angle, that northeast side. Have that set up firing line. As we hop on over to the south edge of the circle. 628 on the high ground with Sunan. Gladiators trying to move in underneath them. And the Shadows are treacherous in their own right, with GK holding out underneath Sunan. The rest of 628 a little bit further forwards, closer to the circle. Falcons, very central.
Box Gaming already pick up one of those knocks over towards Fireflux. It's taken them a while to move away from this position. They tried to set up some form of defense. Lutz goes down, leaving them at 3, and Box Gaming continue to sweep inwards. Fireflux have had a bit of a lackluster defense here. A tepid one. Solus off the distance, will have his vehicle pretty much taken out of the way. The Infinity 2 also looking this way. They're just underneath the compound. A lot of teams would like to head towards if this does go down towards the south. Oh. And King, though, goodness me, SLR in hand.
How do you hit that? Solke was on the broadside, but behind the scope, I believe. Didn't really have the angle and has managed to find some cover. The smoke blooms, there's a rock, there's a ridge. He can stay safe for the time being, but he's going to have to move and likely won't be able to get out of there in its current state. Does get a heal on, and Ketch actually rolls through for the save. Solke and Ketch, though, now main meal on the menu for Falcons as they try and ride strong, but a really solid set of shots from Kitsune to find one and the flush very, very quickly for the Gladiators on the south side. A little bit of an opening maybe on the south.
Yeah, pretty instantaneous here. And again, a lot of teams would like to move their way through on that south side. Schweppes will pick up Solke. They find a bit of shelter. This is a position that can hold these two players for quite some time. Quite difficult to get across that terrain. The fact they were able to make that run under the purview of a lot of teams, not easy. They're swiftly getting towards position. Punch the Nitro. But Box is following.
GK trying to skirt. Sunan still sits atop the mount, launching Thunderbolt after Thunderbolt downwards and transmitting that information back over to the rest of his team as well. We were looking at this central ridgeline and talking about how treacherous it's going to be. Let's take a look at just how dangerous Fabian can make it for Box Gaming as they try and move on through, but it is so dangerous. But that goes both ways. The sword has two edges, and backwards it cuts. Infinity IQ take down the last player from Dplus KIA. Gladiators also becoming a cropper.
Yeah, get them caught up on this south side of the ridge. A lot of sightlines looking their way. 2 players down. I would say it's very unlikely that Matic's able to get both of them up, but you can certainly try, give it a go. Falcons did move further up towards that north side, and Box just sidled in on the east. Vampires yet to move as of yet. They did take down a player from DRS earlier on. Meku is shut down.
Still pretty tricky to call this game. There are so many teams yet to conclude their embroilments. Gladiators will conclude their game here, though. 13th place. Middle of the tables is where they will end their day. 9th place. Unlikely to be leapfrogged by Falcons. Currently quite far behind them. The Falcons do have a high ground position. They can run along this ridgeline and maybe prove to be troublesome in this lobby overall.
Good shots from Sunan.
Oh.
Satan takes a fall to the depths of hell there.
The first circle only, though, and will be pulled back by GK to the land of the living. Nexa, though, from Falcons might have other ideas. Close enough and in a distance. Look at that.
Guy.
Xing unleashes. Bombards the position, re-knocks it. That's a lot of time now had to invest, and with that time, they have earned the forward position. Sunan and Xing move on in, looking for the execute. Nate's downhill from Falcons as well, as Ferrari goes down.
Teams.
A lot of teams trying to vie for this south high ground.
Vampires taking out players coming through from DRS. Killer notably out. Best player currently on the squad of DRS too, so unideal. Vampires have had eyes towards that position for a long, long while. Wait for them to make their move. Solke will equally be shut down by the Vampires. They snatch more of these eliminations away, but they will have to move. And I think Fireflux's position is probably one that you would be looking up. Might head over towards that north side as well, as they all jump in towards vehicles.
Fireflux get taken out in that position. Box Gaming on the east side of this mountainous ridge. Will have quite a lot of control there, but they have to get up if they want to get to the west side of the circle at all. They want to have that access. As we hop to the northwest, Stalwart, all 4 players alive. No eliminations, though, so far. Close to Alpha7 with one of their own. Just a little bit south of that, also got Alter Ego to worry about, who have managed to rack up 3 eliminations, but they're playing with 3.
Better than nothing, though, holding on to that second place position. 628. Still going strong down towards the south side, despite losing a member. Sunan was split off from the team a long, long while, but constantly providing information back. Finally, the rest of the team did regroup with him. And Alpha7 will remove Alter Ego. They have been stuck on that position towards the western side for quite some time. Just 2 players left alive for them as Revo falls.
Harassment from Falcons up in their nest atop the mountain. 628 have not been able to dismount them. The high ground just a little bit too unassailable. Maybe not completely, but certainly with the opportunities that they've had. The chance might present itself, though, in the next few minutes as teams start to move a little bit closer to the circle. Box are starting to expand their influence as well.
Vampires just tucking themselves in, actually, on that northern edge. Not to go too far. I think that this is a position where you'd imagine a lot of teams would take up residence, as the circle pushes a lot of the squads that will have squeezed themselves in on that south side forward.
10 teams in stage 6, Blank, almost stage 7. This is really, really close, and these ridgelines are providing sanctuary for teams that most likely you wouldn't see alive at this stage, given any other circle. Tony K spots a DRS player, and they snap up the back line. Lickety split.
Yeah, there's instant clapback coming through from Vampire. And Rule steps a little bit too far backwards and feels the brunt of some of the teams on that north west edge, like Stalwart, as well as Alpha7. KIA out in the blue, try and readjust. Meantime, the Stalwart's players, I think that is action. He's down towards the south, all is lonesome, really holding up Twisted Minds and the final player from Alpha7.
KIA towards the blue. Needs to be careful. Icy has got the opportunity to swing out should action get into trouble as well. Circle goes very central here, blank box. We'll be able to hold out all these teams on the south. Well, they'll certainly have the chance to. Vampire probably looking pretty good to try and push on in if they can get past DRS's sightlines.
I think DRS is a little bit preoccupied with Stalwart, currently taking that 2-2 split on the northwest edge to deal with Twisted Minds, Alpha7 and DRS. So I think for Vampire, taking that long stroll up the slope to perhaps try and third-party versus this would be a really smart idea. Currently, Box Gaming, though, they're about to get a whole heap of eliminations if they play this one right. As a lot of these players on the south side will have to drop off from their high ground down towards Box Gaming sightlines. Scary prospect.
Okay, trying to move past, but Axa has other ideas.
Wow.
The pump action. This late in the game, still having that in the arsenal is a risk, but it's going to work out here. Falcons hold out a push, and still there's more to do as GK Esports trying to stop the push from the south of 628. Axa continues his bombardment, his barrage of bullets as they roll downhill. Unfortunately, his teammates not so lucky. His opponents either. 628 moving through, swelling the ground on the south side.
Just to put that in perspective as well, Axa had to miss 0 shots on that SG to make that happen.
Yang's got plenty more shells to unleash from the auto shotgun here, though. And it will be good for 2 knocks. Falcons dismounted. And now 628 can play on with 3. We saw what they could do on the Erangel. Can they in the previous map on the Miramar, can they convert it this time around?
The 3-man 628 buff. There's no 3 in their esports title. There's certainly 3 in the game here, and they're doing fairly good work. Infinity still alive. Vampires have now taken control of that northern side. If they win out this game, they will have found themselves a massive buffer going into day 2. It feels like a repeat of the All-Stars. Finished that first day off with 78 points. Bear in mind, there was a lot more eliminations available with the 18 teams in the All-Stars. So can they break their own record on a day 1? Already up to 5 eliminations. An extremely good spot for themselves. Finding Yang 1-2.
Wow. Really, really solid stuff from the north side. Stalwart drawn a little bit short here. A knock sent their way as well. They're grouped up. They don't really have any forward position. They will have quite a lot of info over the ground, and it's quite a flat area that they have to push across. Vampire also going to have to breach that ridgeline. Who's going to be able to get forwards first? Get that stranglehold over this next part of the circle. Stalwart cut apart. There's 3 players from 628. Take aim.
Xing finds Ravenclaw from Vampires, though, and Bensu, once again, that powerhouse from Infinity IQ, will pick up one of the players from Box who have just not held onto this spot very well. Stoned is sent back as they res their player, Ravenclaw, and Stalwart will be finally forced out of the blue, and I think Vampire most likely will turn a lot of their attention over towards Stalwart. In the meantime, 628 descend upon the guys from Box.
They need to take care of the threat from downhill should they want to move forwards. Boyga and Bensu for Infinity IQ. Trying to play even further below that. Another shot sent over towards Stalwart and another knock from a nade on Vampire's squad. Flush is coming through and Vampires can really start to isolate this team now. Very, very difficult to move forwards with the threat of Stalwart there, but once they have removed that, they can start to march in. Icy falls next, and the Vampires yet to lose a player.
628 dastardly daring in this lobby at the moment. They're just taking fights all over the place.
Oh.
A lovely nade over the top will do a good amount of damage, and just top remaining now.
Not long for it, I'd imagine. The blue zone will push him in if nothing else. 3 seconds until it goes in. The fire not quite touching him there. He does get lit up. Has to hit the deck and go for another heal there. doesn't really have anything left in the back pocket. Action crawling forwards, try to get info, and Vampire need to move in along this ridgeline to stop 628 from getting control, Blank.
Luckily for Vampires, it's such open ground that a lot of these teams have to push towards, but they have been lacking on these elimination points, and 628 is lapping them up themselves.
Stalwart finally taken down. No further will they go. Gosu from underneath does damage, but no more than that. Yang Won stays alive. Vampire get the final knocks there, the final points. 2 teams now remain, and there's knocks already. Xing trying to stay alive, but Vampire looking to shroud the lobby in darkness, and they'll be able to take everybody down. From the northern side, they play slow, they play efficient, and they devastate the lobby. 20 points on the final game of the day, and their day one here mirrors that of the All-Stars, Blank.
Goodness me, they go for the 3-peat, and now the repeat on the day one of All-Stars. 78 points accrued total. I mean, that is perfection, right? That's the way you want to start it. Satani probably told them, can you just do what you did on day one? And they were like, exactly what we did on day one? No. Just do what you did on day one in terms of strength and power. Okay, we'll get the exact same points. It's absolutely fine. That is ridiculous coming out from Vampires. What a way to end it.
That was a masterclass of terrain control, of biding your time until the right opportunity presents itself. They saw a Stalwart player go down. They just kept that pressure up, and then they moved when they needed to. That's what I've praised them for so far today, over the course of the All-Stars as well. I'd love to see it come through in the final game of the day.
Man, you can't count out 628 as well.
True.
That was ridiculous stuff coming through from them. I didn't quite catch the amount of eliminations they had at the end, but they were blasting out of their minds. That 3-player buff for 628, really coming in clutch for them. I just wonder what they could do with 4 players at the end of the day. What is your final
Whoa, don't be ridiculous. That would be
too much,
right?
That
would be unnecessary. Either way, we are going to close out the day. We're going to go over to the desk after a short break. Thank you so much for watching. That's Vampire Esports showing us exactly what they're made of. We'll see you in a bit.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
To just think, Vampire Esports were just one more win away from breaking their own record from last season here at PMWI. They get themselves 2 on the day, and almost certainly able to keep themselves in first place as well. They're on track to take home the trophy yet again, and of course, $400,000 in their pocket. Jason Kaplan, we got Maxman Severals Gaming to help break down this last Miramar, our last match of the day. And gentlemen, that was indeed a clinic yet again by Vampire.
The kings of third parties, I think it's fair to say. Once again, they're like, all the fights happening, and it's in the late game circle. We're just going to full send it, get themselves like a few eliminations on board once again. A lot of control on the circle to make sure they have all the angles they need to secure themselves. Once again, another win. And I mean, Vampire, we expected them to do well here, Seven, and they proved it once again. They are worthy of being the champions.
Not gonna lie, I kind of wish they would have broken that
would have been
record.
nice.
That would have been nice. And you were saying the kings of third party.
There's still 2 days left.
It could happen.
Oh, okay. First day, though, imagine the message Yoda said. What I do want to talk about before you sidetrack me even more is you were saying about how they're the kings of third party. The kings of pacing, because they are able to decide when they want to take on those fights. And I think we saw that perfect, too, the way they were able to clear out the North. I mean, after they took on DRS, they were the only team in the North. And now, at that point, they were able to just kind of scout. Okay, do we want a third party that fight? Do we want to wait? And I think that's what it kind of comes down to, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if somebody from Vampire Esports actually ends up breaking another record that Action might have.
Yeah, you have a few contenders, actually. You have one in particular I think you're thinking of, but there's like 3 players that could make it happen this main event.
Well, here's our match rankings. Another 20 points added to the tally of Vampire Esports. We really have to give credit to 628. We've been giving, honestly, them and Tianba a lot of flack, I would say, is the nicest way I could say it today so far. But 628 in the last couple of matches have definitely stepped up here, and honestly proud to say that. But also Infinity IQ, 8 points. You see Box Gaming at 9. As you look further on down the list here, speaking of Tianba, 5 eliminations. So a good start, but not going to be enough on the day.
They were finally showing us the aggressiveness that we wanted, right? Even if they didn't get the placement points, they finally got those eliminations. I mean, something that we were kind of being a little bit critical of them back in Arangel.
Yeah, actually, one team I want to bring up that we didn't mention just yet is Falcons, that I think did scout and go for a really strong compound in the center. I think it was phase 4, phase 5 around that moment, and then send it to the lower edge of where 628 actually are, which, as you said, are being aggressive, so it's not an easy position to hold. I thought they would just wait it out in the compound, and if they did, maybe actually made it on the podium finish, but Falcons, I think, were trying to read too much into the game and just kind of became their own worst enemy at that point.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Well, I'm actually curious if we can maybe see some stats before we get down to a stage interview, which I'm hearing is coming up shortly. If we can maybe take a look at Vampire's stats in this last match, because again, things are getting very interesting for them, even maybe on the day as well. Maybe we can see both back-to-back, because this team... What's going to stop them at this rate? I really don't know. Like, they dominated when it came to our All-Star stage, and they're dominating yet again here in our main event. Tony K is just doing it time after time after time, up to 1,000 damage here, where the rest of his team is around 500. He gets 6 eliminations as well. Maybe Tony K is going to be the one to break the record.
Man, having one player potentially breaking the record is like, okay, that's impressive. Having 3 potential contenders to break the record in Tony K, Schweppes, and Stoned, that's so impressive, Seven, right now. The fact that they are just consistently bringing points in as a 3-man squad, and Ravenclaw setting up the team, as always, with the off angles and the scouting. Is, like, the synergy, the team coordination is just ever present in every single map.
And once again, if it wasn't Stone being able to get those elims, then it's going to be Tony K. If it's not Tony K, then it's Schweppes. And then, as you were mentioning, Ravenclaw being able to get those off angles, and I feel like that's what's impressive, and that's something that we've been talking about for the longest time. It's not just one player, it's not just 2 players, it's the whole team being able to frag out. And then it's gonna become a race, right? I feel like if at one point they're all very close to that record, you think it becomes a race between them? They're like, I'm gonna break it.
I made you. Oh, misclick. Oh, sorry, guys.
No. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Well, yeah, if for $400,000 on the line, it might not happen, but I feel like it's still on the back of their mind. It's like, hey, I want to hold that record now.
Hey.
I don't know. I think Sertani's going to get out the belt and be like, I need my other Rolex, son. You guys better focus up. Let's take a look, though, at 628 here and their stats this last match, because, again, this is another team that's rivaling for this top place position. Sunan going to be coming in with the 1,100 damage, so we do have that one standout player at the moment in terms of damage between the 2 teams here in that last match. But Zing's going to come in with the 5 eliminations. And, again, a majority team effort.
Yeah, and Yang has been, even though it has been, as you said, Jason, a team effort, I would say Yang currently is the player that stood out a little bit more to me, especially on that previous Miramar match match number 5, but match number 6 has also been good presence from Yang and from Benson, and of course seeing his stats as eliminations and damage ratios. But yeah, good on Miramar.
Yeah.
But it's what we said about Dplus KIA after day 1 of the All-Stars. We want to see more presence on...
Are you saying that this could be our new Dplus KIA?
No, okay, that's that. Maybe not that far. But we want to see more from them on the Wrangle because Miramar is just not going to cut it.
And I feel like they have showcased their fragging power though, right? Because if we went back and look at their games, I don't think they have averaged less than 3 ilms per match. It was at the beginning of the day where they just weren't able to get those placement points. And at the end, they were able to get those placement points and those ilms. So we could see something along the lines of what DRS was able to do on the second day, and also Dplus KIA.
Yeah, some teams just need to take their shot and just stop waiting, just go for it. You know, when you feel like the vibe's there, just make it happen. And
hop on your Ferrari and go for it.
Yeah, hop on your Ferrari and just take a ride, and maybe you'll find someone else with a Ferrari. Who knows? But you know what? We are talking about teams who have done well. Flux, unfortunately, hasn't done amazing so far today, but at least for us, we do have an interview on the stage with Barney to actually check in with the team.
We are joined by Lutz from Flux. An impressive performance today, we have to say. You know, the desk have been talking about it, we've been talking about it backstage, but we want to hear from you. Obviously, a difficult final map, but how do you feel your performance went today?
Thank you for the question. We are actually feeling, because of we had a good games and we had a bad games, we just, for say, feeling a middle, I don't know, I don't exactly know what I say, because it was standard day for us.
سألنا لوتس من فريق فلوكس كيف كان اليوم الأول بالنسبة لكم، كيف كان الأداء فيها، واللي ذكر أنه كان اليوم كان شوي صعب. في مباريات كان أدوا فيها بشكل مرة ممتاز، في مباريات كانت شوي صعبة، لكن بغض النظر بإذن الله راح يرجعوا لنا بكرة بشكل أفضل.
A question that we're quite curious about, just from your point of view, what are the main differences between competing in your region and also then competing against the best teams from all around the world?
In the first, the play with the, in front of the spectators, it was exciting for us, like every time. But and like that, how I say, sorry.
So we're thinking about things like, is the skill bigger? Is it just like the rotation's different?
Yeah, rotation is different, and gun skills is so much powerful in this because of we meeting with the best players in the world. That's the reasons, I think, yeah.
سألنا لوتس إنه كيف التنافس بالنسبة له هنا في PMWI ضد أقوى الفرق العالم مقارنة في الريجن اللي هو فيه، لكن وذكر إنه صحيح إن المنافسة تختلف شوي، وصحيح إنها برضو متعبة وأصعب، لأنه بشكل طبيعي إنه جالس يلعب ضد أقوى الفرق في العالم، وكان جدا ممتعة، لكن بإذن الله راح يتعلم منها وبيرجع لنا بشكل أقوى بكرة بإذن الله.
Now, before I let you go, you know, the past 3 days, we had the All-Star Stage. It was tough, and S2G didn't make it through to the main tournament. So how does it feel being the only Turkish team representing Turkey here at the main tournament?
Actually, it is the hard part because of we need to present so well because of Turkey. I hope we will present so well.
سألنا لوتس إن صحيح إن قبل كانت في مبارياتنا في الأول ستارز كان في فريق S2G كان مشارك في هذه المنافسة وكان عنده الفرصة إنه يتأهل، لكن ما حالف الحظ. لكن فريق فلوكس هو الفريق الوحيد، هو الفريق التركي الوحيد اللي مشارك معنا في هذه البطولة الحين. فكيف شعورك وأنتم الحين ممثلين للمنتخب التركي؟ قال إن بصراحة إن حمل ثقيل في هذه المنافسة، وبإذن الله راح يشرف، وبرضه إنه سعيد في مشاركته هنا على هذه المنافسة، وبإذن الله راح يشرف المنتخب التركي أو خلينا نقول الريجن التركي بشكل كامل في هذه المشاركة.
Lutz, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. An impressive first day, and we cannot wait to see what you bring on day 2 and day 3. Thank you once again. So, Atik, I can't believe it, day 1 is over. PMWI, day 1 of our competition. That's it. 6 maps in the bag. But you know what? Thank you so much to everyone who took part in building and creating this incredible tournament. Thank you so much to the players, the talent, and all of the production. You've been absolutely fantastic. And most of all, thank you to everyone at home and here in this arena, the fans. You are the driving force behind this esport, and we cannot wait to bring you more action over the coming days. Tomorrow, we'll be here at the same time to bring you day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. And my name is Banks, and this is Atik. And we're going to throw it back to the studio to round out the day.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين أعزائنا الحضور هذا كان ختامنا لليوم الأول من البطولة الرئيسية. عدت 6 مابات اللي شفناها قديش كانت والنتائج حقتها، لكن هذا كل شيء ممكن يتغير. الفرق راح تتطور معنا بكرة وبعدها راح نعرف منهم أبطال PMWI معنا في هذه المنافسة. خلوكم قريبين، يعطيكم ألف عافية على المشاهدة وعلى المشاركة وتواجدكم حتى برضو معنا هنا على المسرح. شكرا لكم جميعا. لكن الحين راح ننتقل لكم على طول على الاستديو. كان معكم مقدمكم عتيق باللغة العربية ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس، واحنا نترككم مع الاستديو.
You know what? Thank you, Banks and Atik, for being there on the stage, for looking so beautiful, doing such a great job, as we got to hear from Lutz as well there from Flux. It's always great to hear from them, and you know what? We've been talking about them, so why don't we see where they currently stand here on our overall rankings, get an idea of where they go into on day 2. We can see Flux going to be in 6th place, so not too bad here, as we can see, coming out with 37 points. But Vampire, 77, leading by 24 points compared to any other team out there. They do have 2 chicken dinners, if you got to keep that in mind, not just the one there. Looking down towards the bottom, Twisted Minds. Max, one of your favorites.
What? Where do you get that from? Where do you get that information from? Twisted Dports looking, unfortunately, not great right now. But yeah, at the bottom of the rankings, Reject Tokyo, Tiamba, teams that we need to see significant improvements from. But the fact that Vampire have still been able to hit close to the average they had during the All-Star stage shows that, once again, their playstyle is consistent, is relevant in All-Star stage and even in the main tournament with even more gifted, talented teams. So I expect it to continue. Tomorrow might be a little bit of a tougher day, as we do maybe expect some adaptations on squads that struggled in today. But I think they're just going to keep cruising.
Really quickly, correct myself. It actually is 1 win for Vampire. For some reason, I thought they had 2.
I think they had 2 second-place finishes before.
My bad.
Oh, you know what it was? They were first in regards to points. That might have been it.
16 elims, 13 elims.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about something.
Oh, you're good.
I know I'm good.
But I was going to be saying is with G Gladiators, we really haven't seen them much. I mean, we saw same thing that I was expecting from Alpha7, right? I was expecting them to come out at the end of the day, at least be in the top 3, have a good day. G Gladiators haven't showed us really much.
We need to see them play together. That's the main issue that we keep repeating once again, and it seems like they're just not. It's not even that they don't know how to fix it, it's that they're not willing to fix it. It seems it's just a playstyle they're used to, and they're just going to stick to their guns and just see if it works out, which as of right now it hasn't. It's a short event, so 2 days, I don't think they can make a comeback with these results unless they change the core of their strategy.
It's funny that you say watch them play together, because we see them play together when they are forced to by the zone or by teams, and they do so well. And I'm like, oh, please. I know when we were both watching matches, we were like, please, just screw pot up a little bit more.
Matic,
you guys do so well. Go back to the team.
Well, you know what, Max? You've been talking about fixing things. You know who doesn't need to fix something? KFC, because it's delicious. And we have our Colonel's Choice by KFC here for you. I'm not going to make you guys predict this time, because you know what? That's just mean. There's so many great plays today that it's hard to really choose. Let's take a look at what our Colonel's Choice will be today. And it's going to be Flux. Okay.
I thought
that's up against Vampire, right?
Yeah, when Solis and Ketch actually went for the off angle to secure the win, because Vampire could not make it out and away of the Boozer in his 7. And game-winning play, very clearly.
What an angle. I mean, look at those shots. Are you kidding me? It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
I know. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad we finally got something different than the DBS.
Oh, okay.
I thought, what was the sound you made?
That's not. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I like how we're all 3 making
just
different
all depends
sounds.
on where in the world you're from, right? Well, when we go into our save of the day, presented by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, I think we know what it's going to be.
I think it was the Alpha7 res against 628 on the first Miramar. It has to be. There's no way.
I wasn't going to make you predict, Max, because you only can set yourself up for failure here. If you get it, you look good, but if you don't get it, it's like, eh.
It has to be that. I don't see what else.
What is it going to be? Our save of the day here. Let's take a look, as Maxman seems quite confident.
It's not.
What? I have been bamboozled.
Who's selecting this?
Who picked this?
Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, of course.
Oh, okay, I'll allow it.
Okay, yeah.
Well, there you go.
I'll have to go
we can each have our own choice. That's fair.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be my save of the day.
But what about our ride of the day? By Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. That one, I think we did have a choice earlier today, didn't we?
Yes, there was one. Which one was it?
It was at the start of the day.
Oh,
I can't remember.
We had a rollover from Stalwart also right after the parachute. It might be that one.
Well, it doesn't matter because there's actually, every time we've done this, there's been multiple ones. We can take a look at our rides of the day here and get an idea of all the crazy action we've had in our vehicles.
That was
Infinity
one.
getting revenge, of course. That was up against Stalwart.
And then there was the rehost. No,
that was the rehost. That was the rehost, yeah.
Yeah.
The
More
buggy as
Fire
well.
Flux action.
Oh! That's how all the cars piled up in that day.
Yeah, we had like 7 cars all piled up, and we never knew what happened at the beginning.
You get a car, you get a car, we all get a car. Ah.
We finally found out how it happened.
There was great lore there.
I don't even need to ask you guys who the MVP, the KIA MVP of the day is going to be, because we're all going to say the name on 3, right? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, name.
Yeah, it's not as close.
Actually, 1, 2, 3. Tony K.
Okay.
Who'd you say? Stone?
Stone. Yeah, I wanted to go for another one. Yeah.
Let's take a look. Who's our KIA MVP of the day?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Good job.
Well, I had to jump right there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
To reach and go.
It was so nice. We're going to have to do it twice here. 3 average eliminations for Tony K. I mean, obviously coming into the roster as well, like he has been a fantastic pickup here for Vampire.
I mean, he said, sorry, not Tony K. Sertani said he wanted to have more aggressive players on the team.
I think he got it.
Definitely the great pickup right now. And one of the most impactful pickups of 2023 without any doubt in my mind. And successful at that. And as we said, I think they're just going to keep cruising. Their playstyle is so successful that they might already have in the bag. It's early to say, but who can contend right now because they're just so consistent?
What I love to see out of him too was the survival, right? The survival time, because we always see players being able to perform really well, but when their team is actually not performing that well. And right now, Tony K, we're having one of the best fraggers in the best team. It's like he couldn't ask for anything better. And that's why I was saying he or Stone could probably end up breaking actions.
But you didn't. You said Tony K, and we got to do a little... You actually had to jump. Poor Max, man. You had to have it happen twice. Just get good, Max. Just get good. Predict the MVP. Well, that's going to round out our day here, but not before, once again, I give a big shout out here to Honor Magic 5 Pro, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, and Honor self-created. Yeah. Self-developed GPU with Turbo X.
White shot, please.
White shot.
Come on,
White shot. White shot.
Please.
Come on. White shot X.
Yay!
Well, that's going to do it here.
I need to work out.
You couldn't hold the pose? What?
My legs hurt.
Oh, no.
Well, if you weren't on a box, you wouldn't have had to squat.
But
that's going to round out our first day here of PMWI Main Tournament. Remember, it's $2 million on the line. The best teams from all around the world competing for their lion's share of that $2 million. We'll be back tomorrow, though, at the exact same time for some more PUBG Mobile action.
So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, cause I'm an animal. I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.